kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 oh,
Good evening, Cart Before the Horse Nation. Live show starting soon. Make sure you get your popcorn, get you a glass of wine, roll your doob, whatever you got to do. Show starting shortly.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Welcome. Live Saturday night, Regal Rumble, brought to you by Cart Before the Horse Productions. How you feeling tonight, Mr. Walker?
Oh, we squabbling now. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs, and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Car Before the Horse Regal Rumble in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Regal Rumble Saturday?
Fuck is you talking about? Hell!
Welcome in, folks. Hit the like button on your way in. We see y'all in the chat. All right, we took off last week, and we're going to come back with a bang this week.
Nothing gonna stop us from coming back this week. You know, here in the Walker house, we got all these arm and lap babies. They got all these germs, got us sick. Ain't no cold, no cooties 19 keeping us away this week. We here.
That part.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So sit back, get your wine. You know, whatever you're doing, it's going to be an entertaining show tonight.
Here we go. I love it. We back. It's been too long, man. It's been like a month of Sundays. It's been just 1 week, but that's how much we care about y'all. Shout out to the most egregious, most supportive, most loving chat on YouTube. Appreciate y'all.
Also, shout out to Lee Investments in the cash out. He says, keep telling young women the truth.
Yes, sir. No doubt.
All right. And shout out to Frederick Howard for the channel membership.
Appreciate you, Frederick. Thank you, man.
Cousin Walker come through with the 20 ball. She says 25K on the way. What you say? This is for the crock pot. Hello, cousins. SBC, y'all starving?
Is y'all starving? Shout out to Cousin Walker. Appreciate you, sister. Been a big supporter since you came through. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you sponsoring the show, Cousin Walker. So here we go. We're going to get into it. I see my girl backstage. Without further ado, I know y'all missed her. The queen of the heathens.
Hello. Hello, all chat. Gavin Walker.
All hail. All
How y'all
hail.
doing?
Queen of the heathens. The heathen queen.
Good. Hope everybody is well rested and ready to go.
Yes, I like the hair. I meant to say that backside. I like the hair, heathen queen.
Well, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
sister.
you.
Okay, we see you.
Okay.
You're supposed to be trying to keep these guys out of your DM. You ain't helping.
I was just trying to say I ain't trying to start the heathen queen SBC after dark horned up train. I ain't trying to start that.
There ain't nothing you need to say. They're gonna come out of the woodwork regardless.
Just go cut it. So I don't take responsibility for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we can get the show started because I'm sure our fans missed us, missed you guys, missed all the women that we seen and heard this past 2 weeks. We ready to go.
It's a lot going on. It's turning up.
Yes,
keep telling y'all things are gonna get a lot worse before if they get better.
Right.
It's just the beginning. Everybody like, oh, is it gonna stop? Are we halfway through? This the prelude. All right.
Also, backstage, I see my girl, Raquel.
Hey.
Hi, Heathen Queen. I love your hair. It's so cute.
Oh, I said the same thing.
Raquel come in tonight with her custom cart before the horse gear on. Okay. We see you, sister.
I love it. Where mine at? Shoot, I need to go get. Well, this is an SBC product. It just don't say it.
We actually got Mr. Walker some fresh gear. We got to get HQ some gear. We got get you in the email. HQ definitely got to send HQ a care package.
There we go. We have to get HQ a hat. HQ don't show nothing but her head. Why is that HQ?
That is true. Maybe you can hang it on the wall in the back. Maybe you can hang your hoodie on. Yeah. But nonetheless, here we are. We took a week off. Y'all see the title of the show. Modern women have no clue what men want. Modern femininity. I mean, This is good as it gets on the screen. This is femininity.
What are you talking about? I ain't feeling. I tell you what, modern women have no idea what men want because they have become men. That's my strongly educated opinion. The ones that ain't got no man, they became men. They have no idea. No, they don't. We tell them what men want and desire and demand week in and week out. What is it? It's like a mantra: femininity, fitness, cooperation. And they're not just talking points. Within those three, at least those three things, is a lot of context, you know. And we say it, but that's the thing. What do we lead with? Fitness, and that's out the door. As soon as you say somebody got to be fit today, that's a dirty word. Why are you shaming them?
Or the age-old question about, you know, women with children. And, you know, some women out there think children does not hurt their dating prospects, but I'm gonna pull this video up. I guess we get right into it. We got a lot to talk about tonight, so we're gonna get right into it. Make sure y'all hitting the like button. Also, shout out to Project Leroy with the 20 ball. Says, greetings, host. Gotta ask the question: is Heathen Queen real name Michelle? Asking for the IG live Clapgate journalist for collection plate.
Oh, they talking about Shannon. They talking about Shannon. He the queen.
Ooh, what do you mean?
That was you with Shay Shay?
No, my real name is Rennie. No.
Okay, the real question is, would you?
With Shannon Sharp?
Yeah. Would you date him? I mean, could you?
He's not my type.
Huh? If he pulled up with that black and mild and some Grand Marnier, huh?
he would have to be. He'd have to come with more than just money. Just ain't my type.
He is. He coming.
And how tall is he?
He a Hall of Famer, NFL tight end.
He like 6'3", 250.
He chiseled.
I know, but I've seen his demeanor. He's not really my type.
See, that's unfortunate. Me and my wife was just talking about this. How in the world can a brother like Shannon Sharp be having these problems? My goodness.
It's the simp factor. I don't know. It's real high in him. That the feminine energy is real high in him. That's all.
Thank you, Heathen Queen. Fellas, observe. Shannon Sharp is, all respect to the brother, but yeah, NFL Hall of Famer. All right. Chisel. He big into fitness still to this day. Shoot, years ago, I used to mimic his eating habits, the steel cut oats and stuff. And he having trouble with women's because of his demeanor. What did Heathen Queen say? That simp factor, fellas. Simping at best gets you subpar cooter cat. Don't even do it. Just stop simping.
Okay, so it wasn't the Heathen Queen, and it won't be. So, okay. Oh wait, says, "Sup, fellas?" Paul Mooney said it best: "The black man is the most copied man on earth, and our women are doing it too."
Shout out to Paul Mooney.
And Divine Photos. We're going to find out who Michelle is. Shannon Fling is going to reveal herself. Modern love clout.
Oh, they didn't already show this sister. She like 50. Her name is Nichelle. I think it starts with the N. Sound like I've been doing some research.
Yeah, dude. So here we go.
Wait a minute. The woman named Michelle is in her 50s?
Yeah. I think she about
wait a minute. Why is it that this high value man isn't getting one of these young women?
Allegedly. We don't know this. Listen, don't listen to me.
See, that's wrong. No. All of that out the window.
No, incorrect. No, it is. Like you just call Shannon out on his symptomatic behavior.
It doesn't negate. He could have got a baddie. He could have got a hottie. He could have got a 30-year-old. Why he get a 50-year-old?
Look, I'm gonna say this. Look it up, look into it yourself, and then you report back. but yeah, listen, some we've seen it on Kendra. Very few, but some older women defy time and gravity. All right, that's all. And proximity. Proximity is huge.
And we really don't know. It's still alleged in my eyes.
It's all alleged, all of it.
So there we go. We'll get back into it. Modern women have no clue what men want. Like I said, a lot of times we have women up here that say children are not a hindrance. Here we are, of course.
I'm not saying that women with kids we don't have the same opportunity as women without kids, and we never gonna find a man and da. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying it is a lot harder to date with kids. I don't know why these women are out here putting this narrative out here like that's not the reality of the situation. I'm gonna, to the day that I leave this earth, preach it to these young women all day long. It is a lot harder to date when you have kids. That's just the reality of the situation. Because a lot of men don't want to come in having to take care of another man's responsibility. And although you may be able to financially provide for your kids, you don't need him to pay for anything. At some point, he's going to have to pay for something. Because how does that work?
That part. Or she gonna stop giving you kudakata. All right, it ain't gonna be no respect. So she can't be going to school shop for her kids and you just at the crib chilling. You like, all right, I'll see you when you get back.
Never gonna happen. And we've discussed that. We call out the cap every time those sisters come on. Kendra, Ashley, don't wherever. Any dating show talking about they not looking for a stepfather for their children because their kids well taken care of. It wouldn't matter how well taken care of. I'll go a step forward and say, even if the kids weren't in the house and she like, hey, I'm going to buy my kids some clothes to send to the daddy, you still better come up off half of that. It just is what it is. Like Gavin said, that energy going to be in the house. She's like, dang, you saw me going to school shop. You really you ain't going to give me nothing on that? Then come on.
And I'll say the HQ get you in here. She's not saying it's impossible. She's just acknowledging that it is an obstacle while you trying to date with a kid. So,
well, it is a factor. And when you have women get on here and say, I don't need a daddy for my children, or I don't need help with my children, that you should know is a complete lie. Because who walks into a house and doesn't pay bills, and she has children that need to be taken care of? All people need the household bills taken care of. So you're going to be taking care of her children regardless of what she says. So automatically, you know that's a lie, right?
I like
50 is a lie when a man walks into a house and a woman has children. It's never 50-50. He's paying more because she has more people that need to be taken care of. So it could never be 50-50. You're coming out of your pocket with more money when you get into a family and a woman has children. It is what it is when you walk into that situation.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I would say what determines how difficult it's going to be for a woman with a child. We saying one child, trying to land a real relationship or husband. What are the factors? Her fitness, her mentality, her self-awareness, the kind of guy she's trying to pursue or wants to pursue her. These things are key factors. So like that's a lot. So you don't want to be out here blowed out, all right, combative, brutish, unsightly, talking about give me a high value, high earning man. That's what we see day in and day out. Like the sister, they ain't come up here looking like this caked up sister here who trying to act like she got some sense. Most of them is half of what she giving, and they like, give me him.
So let me ask you this, Raquel, before we move on. What does this dynamic look like when a woman says, she want to bring a man in and she like, you don't have to worry about my kids, they good?
I don't see how you can have that dynamic where the kid isn't being taken care of by the person that's not the parent. When you mesh lives together, by default, the kid is going to be affecting you and you are going to be affecting the kids. So even if the father is in the kid's life, the kid is still living with you because you're living with the mother. So essentially, you're going to have to be involved with maybe packing a lunch or picking the kid up from school or being late to work because the kid had to be dropped off first. Like there's going to be some instance where the kid's life is going to impact you, whether you're the father or not.
I like that. You know, one thing we don't talk about too is emotional attachment. So now let's say this is a good guy. He's here, he playing stepdaddy. You done told his ninja he don't even play stepdad. Like you said, Rockwell, you taking him to school, he missed the bus or whatever. You ain't, I take my kids to school every day. You're not about to sit there and just be quiet. You're gonna say something to the little child.
Right.
And kids start to grow on you. And you see what I'm saying? And then you build this relationship with the kid and the simp stepdaddy, then they fall out, and it's just a mess. And that wears on the men. A lot of men ain't in position to talk about it, but a lot of men get hurt when they got to lead them kids. All men ain't monsters, god dang, is what I'm getting at.
Agreed.
Okay, so here we go. I'm bringing this next video up. It says modern women have no clue what men want. Let's hear what she got to say.
Can we stop with the whole men are controlling, men are controlling? Men are not controlling. When you cooperate as a woman, when you listen as a woman, women who don't understand what cooperation and listening is, they will say what a man is doing is controlling. Cooperation. Being a cooperative adult, being a cooperative individual will get you very far in life and will actually make you a happier person. You should cooperate, ma'am. You should define what cooperate means. You should spell it out, break it down. Cooperation.
So here we go, Mr. Walker. What's modern women's problem with cooperating with a man or submitting, or why do they say it's controlling and stuff like that?
I get it, because men are not naturally submissive or cooperative. Men are, what is it? Men are disagreeable by nature. That we disagree to find a better outcome. So these women, they not gonna cooperate because they moving like men. Now they are in the energy to be uncooperative. And why? Because they don't need you for your bread. They got their own bread. Why am I gonna listen to you when I get my own bag? Hence the reason why a lot of these women say they want this high value, high earning man, but they still don't want to stop working. Because I want some, but he ain't about to tell me too much what to do. That's what they ain't gonna do. Cooperation is out the goddamn window. The only they willing to cooperate at best is in the bedroom, and good luck with that.
How many of us think this woman is cooperative, submissive?
Zero. Not with that clapping at them eyelashes.
It's the wrong messenger thing. I could look at her and tell she is not one of those women that are going to be doing what you ask her to do. She going to be back there clapping, talking about, I ain't doing nothing.
Let me ask y'all this. Is she the woman that has made the mistakes and she can speak from the other side saying, I know, don't do this, do that?
Nope. That energy is right there. That energy is right there.
Yeah, it's like she's at the water, but she probably hasn't started drinking it yet. Like she can talk it, but she hasn't like acted it out. Like
right.
Okay, I like that. I like that question. And she doesn't come across like some woman that's, she's atoning, so she's spreading the message due to atonement. She just up here trying to talk. She like hearing herself talk. I believe that any woman that's gonna come here with that appearance, coming across like a hyena, trying to tell women not to be hyenas, let it be known. Say, hey, I made the mistake. I used to be that. Here I am now. Now your message got a lot more weight.
It comes across as kind of false because we know that hyena is right there under the surface, right there. Say one wrong thing and it's turned up to 10, 20, 50 notches. That's all it takes is 5 seconds of look. Look at the look. Look at the look. Look at the look. Take it back, Mr. Gab. Look at the look. Yeah. Okay. We know. We know.
Go look where she say, with your broke ass.
Okay. So, all right. Maybe she's not the messenger, but here we go. I'm gonna keep it moving. I'm bring this next one up. All right, I hear y'all.
I like the question though. Yes, women that have been through it, but you got to say it, man. Let it be known your journey. Don't just come up here talking, especially if you don't fit the mold of the messenger.
Okay, so this woman here, she got her head wrapped. Let's see what she got to say.
Oh yeah, I like this sister. She cool.
It's always happy wife, happy life, but a happy man is God's plan. And don't get me wrong, of course God wants his daughters to be happy too, but we were created to be their helpmeet. Bone of his bone, flesh of his flesh. There's no woman without men. Our desire is to be onto them to make sure that they're happy, because as the head of our house, when he's good, we all good. And when he's not, best believe the whole house is going to feel that too. So get that happy wife, happy life mantra out your head, because a happy man is definitely God's plan.
So here we go. I want to get Raquel in here. What you got? What you think about that, Raquel?
My man's happy. I made sure of it right before the show started. So
there we go.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Okay.
Yes.
HQ. Happy.
I don't have nothing to say after that. I can't beat that. I can't beat that statement. I don't have nothing to say about what she just said. So all I can say is salute to you. That's
Beautiful.
all I can say.
Beautiful. Yes. I used to say that. What did I say? I tried to change it up years ago. Not happy wife, happy life, happy spouse, happy house. Both, everybody happy, all right? And happy, we just saying it because that's it. We know we ain't about happiness, but we add those to it. But I agree. But I like the way she said it. Yeah, happy man's God's plan. That only applies. All right, context. That only applies to real men. And y'all already know what our definition of real men. If y'all been over here long enough, I ain't got to go into it. Real men. If you get married to a real man, then if he happy, you gonna get that trickle down effect. That's what dad gonna show. And if he ain't, it's gonna fall apart as it tends to do. Yes, I likes that.
So you speaking of a real man, Mr. Walker. I'm glad you said that. Hell of a transition here. Now, here we go. Let's bring the gatekeepers into the room.
Ooh, yes.
And we say modern women have no clue what men want. Let's see what the gatekeepers got to say.
All right.
Men worry when they don't have money. Men worry when they can't take care of you. Real men pay the bills. Real men put the clothes on your back. Real men take care of you. Sister, don't marry no breath and britches. Get you a real man. Take your time. Get you a real man. Anybody can get some breath and britches. Driving your car, cashing your check, wearing the suits you bought, eating the food you pay for. Come on.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Y'all know what it is.
No bread, no water, just meat.
I look at all these gatekeepers in the audience. I don't see a man in sight.
No.
Mr. Walker, what's going on? What's going on here, Mr. Walker?
Oh, listen here, man. Even the gatekeepers, what do they say? Sometimes the best messages come from unlikely sources. She's spitting up there, huh? She's spitting. But I guarantee you, if you heard the rest of that, when she around her friends and all them single baby mamas in the audience, it get a little cringe. Because a real man gonna make sure when you come with them three bastards chilling, he gonna take care of all of them. He ain't gonna ask no questions. When your baby daddy come around, he gonna beat them up like Samson.
She said breath and britches. I ain't heard that in a long time.
I ain't never heard it.
Well, I heard it when I was younger. Breath and britches meaning you just subpar. You got a pulse. He got a pulse and some meat That's all. That's what that means. A horse with some meat.
So we've been discussing and trying to hold Nug. Hold up now. I'm tired of gynocracy. We've been trying to hold Nug accountable for years. Look at this. Even in the church.
Yeah.
That's Nug. She just didn't know. Breath and Britches is Nug.
Yeah, Breath and Britches is Nug.
Okay, so I'm gonna let her keep cooking. She ain't done. Hit the like button.
Cashing your check, wearing the suits you bought, eating the food you pay for. Come on, get you a real man. If you can't find a real one, stay single till God send you one. Here to the now, to the now, here to the now.
God has nothing to do with this. Like Mr. Walker just said, there's women in the audience right there. They big wide backs. They 290 pounds with 5 kids by 3 men. God has nothing to do with the reason why you don't have a husband. And he ain't sending you nobody.
And it triggers me because they talk about God sending them a man like God is sending them an inanimate object. That's why I get triggered. Like, I'm like, this is a human. He ain't just gonna be like, here, Bonquisha, here's your man. No, this is his child as well. His child has aspirations and dreams and wants as well. And he don't want you. You ain't part of that. Ain't not now. Listen, ladies, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. But ain't one man when he was a kid stood there and said, you know what I want to be when I grow up? A stepfather. It's just not a thing. It's not. And that should hold a lot of weight. It means a lot more today because stepfathers don't get the appreciation and respect they deserve. We ain't said it in a long time. Men out there, real men that are playing stepfather and are getting the respect they deserve should get at least 2 parades a year, at least. But that ain't what you get. You ain't getting no parade. You ain't getting no adulation. You getting forehead pokes and checked by their baby daddies.
See, this is what I don't like. I don't like when it's the church is filled with women, single women who think after they've made 3, 4, 5 different mistakes that now God is going to bring them the man that is going to take care of every problem in your life. And you haven't even addressed your own problems, right? Because you can look, it's full of women, black women, a lot of black women, as far as I can see. But it's like you go to religion and then you think that's going to correct the mistakes that you have made in the past. Religion is fine, but you got to do work. There's other work to be done, and you've made mistakes. You can't get past those mistakes, right?
Thank you. Atone.
You can't get past them. So, I mean, that's the only reason why I have a problem with women running up into the church and saying God is going to bring me a good man. It doesn't work like that, ladies. You have work to do before that good man comes along. Maybe you need to get rid of your children first, and maybe you won't be able to find a good man until after your children are grown or 17 or 18. Maybe that's a choice that you really need to make. But a lot of them immediately go to the church and say, okay, God is going to bring me a God-fearing man. A God-fearing man has a plan, and he ain't trying to be no stepdaddy.
So here we go. We're going to let him keep cooking. Shout out to Evie. Says, my first time agreeing with HQ. It's going to be a show tonight. Oh, wait. Raquel's man back there sucking his thumb now. Sheila, been a channel member for 9 months, says there's too much estrogen in the room.
Appreciate you, Sheila.
And Evie Ray, that's all y'all deserve is breath and britches. So here we go.
Look at that.
Stay single till God send you one. And the devil is a lie. Ain't nothing wrong with you because you're not sleeping around with every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Nothing wrong with you. You're on an assignment.
first. First thing first. Where my guy Leon at? Bishop, is she even supposed to be preaching? I guess there's no men in the room, right? Is she allowed to preach to other women, I guess?
Yes, it is. It's a man right back. Okay, I see what you're saying. Leon spazzing out in the chat. But
hey, what's going on? Is she out of pocket alone for being up here preaching like this?
Well, you know what? Via the King James pamphlet, yes, sir. 100% yes. Via their own standards, yes, sir. Out of line. And somebody said this is a women's conference. That don't make it no better. It don't make it no better. Look at all those women in that audience that felt her when she said God gonna send them the man. That's a problem. Because they all holding on to that hope that God is literally gonna pick up a man and sit him at their doorstep like the stork. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, she up here cooking, she twirling, and they all, yeah.
That collection plate is going to runneth over.
She's saying everything they want to hear. She's saying everything they want to hear. No accountability, no thought process as to what needs to be done. They're perfect. She said ain't nothing wrong with you. Didn't she say that? Ain't nothing wrong with y'all.
See, there you go. Ain't nothing wrong with you. Heathen Queen, no need to atone. No need. Why? You good. No need to feel shame. Walk with dignity. Walk with pride. Walk with your nose up. Even though you're 3 for 3, it's all right. It's all right. Don't worry about that. Just settle down, and the Lord gonna send you a good man. You want to know what's crazy?
That's crazy.
Let's say that in some instances this is true. How many of those women, when the Lord sent them that good man, that dude that's been in their inbox for 2 years, all right, and they just looked over him? How many? I say the majority of them. Only a couple of them found him, and then they divorced him later.
Okay, so here we go. Hit the like button. I'm gonna take this back. This lady on one.
With you because you're not sleeping around with every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Nothing wrong with you. You're on an assignment. So walk by yourself. Walk with dignity. Walk with your head up. Walk with your heart up. Knowing I'm on an assignment. And I just can't sleep with John. I can't sleep with him. I can't sleep with him. I want to sleep with him.
That Kudakata on fire. She said, I know you want to. I know it. Auntie up here.
Because you done got addicted to penis juice, and now truth knocking you smooth across your damn forehead.
Listen,
you guys, she was like, you know, you want it. You know, I want to, but you know she's doing it.
Did that not negate that whole message? Did that not just knock the whole message?
It
off?
did. It did. I
Just
just,
like
I
really?
couldn't believe it. I could not believe it.
I was like, everything you said before that is obsolete. Everything you said before that is just
so. You know what it sounded like, though? It sounded like she was trying to hold, you know, the women in her congregation accountable. Said, don't sleep with them men. But do you see how she had to dump a kilo of sugar on top of this half-ass message of accountability just for them to even attempt to receive it? And they didn't receive none of that last part, not jumping on Mr. Breath and Britches weenie. No, they back on them britches as soon as they get outside them doors. Gavin, you don't understand how sick this is. All right. A lot of folks, especially the typical consumer, are emotional spenders. There's no place that is more emotionally arousing than inside the church. They tugging at every heartstring you got. Them women in there was borrowing money to put in that collection plate. I'm trying to tell you something. She probably walked out of there. This looked like it's back in the 80s. She probably walked up out of there. I'm trying to tell you something, with about $25,000 in collections. She had a Kevin Samuels night. Wow.
This is wild. What you got, HQ?
I don't even know where to start with that. I don't. You keeping women in delusion by saying this message. You're justifying the garbage. You're justifying what's happening. I'm not saying you cannot repent. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is your message has to stay consistent. But when you end the message saying, I'm horny, you just mess everything up. I don't understand why she even, that's what she said. That's what she's saying at the end of that message. You run all the way to the degeneracy. You're justifying their degeneracy, and then we find out you have degeneracy. We find out you're on the same degenerate path. It is what it is. You can't be. I understand the messenger has to be similar to the people in order for them to actually get what's being said. But there's other people that are listening to that message. And I'm not on the path as you, but I looked at you a different way when you came back out and said, I'm horny at the end of the message. Now I negated everything you said before that because I thought you were something else other than what you were until you ended this whole live and said that one thing. So now I'm not listening to you. Now I'm thinking, who knocking off this old lady? And she talking about who knocking off the old lady? That's my thought process. After she said something like that, all y'all in here horny. The old lady just said it out loud. Now we on some other stuff. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, she took it real low. Like, I mean, it was already like nose diving, but then when she did that, she's speaking from experience. So you the one that's been with Mr. Breath and Britches. You've been with him the most. Like, you out here the leader. You the leader. Yeah.
See, now if she would have just came out again with that disclaimer, like, I know Mr. Breath and Britches, he didn't had his way with me, but I'm a changed woman. You see, now I feel as if her message is more powerful, but she will have to then deliver that message with a humble tone. You see, she up here strutting around like a big old dude, blasphemy. But if she was like, I was her, now she got to shrink her shoulders. Now she got to be more demure. But now that she ain't gonna let it be known that she was her, Rockwell, now she can walk around with her shoulder pads like a big dude.
That part. So here we go. Shout out to Lee Turner. Says Nana wearing that concussion-proof wig.
Hey, thank you. That's a whole wig. I'm just over. Everybody in the congregation got wigs on.
Money.
Shout out to EV Ray with 10 ball. Says modern women pastors now tell hyenas, forget Nug Nug. He don't love you. I have a strap on for you. You don't need him.
There you know what? That ain't funny, EV Ray, because they will twist it like that. They're like, this fabricated phallus ain't meat. This ain't a sin. This ain't man meat.
Yes.
Do not use those, young ladies. Do not use those. Do not. They ruin you. They ruin you. And that's a sacred place for humans, not for machines. Like, don't even get into that.
Thank you. It's too late. Tell you that they already own it.
Yeah, anytime you need a 220 volt to plug in, or if you got to use like diesel fuel to start it, don't put it in your Kudakata.
Yeah, power converters, all that. No gigawatts.
And shout out to Skinny Boy. The black church accumulates $2 billion a year.
Tax free.
Shout out to 08. He says, yeah, they all addicted to weenie juice.
Perhaps.
Shout out to Cousin Walker, already the show sponsor, come through with 5 channel memberships over at the Cart Before the Horse channel.
Appreciate you, Cousin Walker. Appreciate you, sister.
So here we go. We're going to switch gears a little bit. That was the intro. we're gonna go over to this Ashley Dalton madness. She's been having a discussion all week. I've been holding off on it. So I don't know if you've seen the HQ, but the talk of it is last week, what was they talking about? Like a couple weeks ago, Crocs and bonnets, and now they over there talking about makeup and accessories. And is it necessary?
Interesting.
They need to talk to their host first.
She a whole makeup artist.
That's a clown costume. That's where I look at it.
I ain't gonna disagree with you. I'm showing a little bit of empathy, if you will. You better take this while you getting it. She a makeup artist, so that's like part of her job. Like she actually has monetized her lifestyle. So for that, I'll take it. But other than that,
catching pushback. She catching extreme pushback now from the Hyena clan these days.
Awesome.
So yeah, that's the take of it. So it's like it's a couple videos here. Like some of these women agreeing with Ashley, but most of these women don't agree with Ashley with all this stuff. So we'll see where we at here.
Right, the sister on the right got a filter on right now. I can spot these filters now. I got y'all figured out.
That part. So here we go. Hit the like button. Also, before we get into it, shout out. My guy Corey Joe come through with 5 channel memberships as well.
Appreciate you, Corey Joe. Thank you.
Appreciate that, brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So here we go.
Hi, lovely me. Welcome up. So what is your take on the makeup conversation? Is it a requirement? And what do you think of my viral video?
I seen a little bit of it. I didn't watch it all the way. I'm not even gonna lie. Because I didn't really need to watch all of it to know what it was about. Yes. To me, personally, for me, I'm gonna say no. This is coming from somebody that wears makeup. I will wear it every day if I could, but makeup do be breaking out my face. But I feel like no, I just feel like everybody has their own little thing. And if you're not a makeup girl, it doesn't mean you're not a high value woman either. And if you do wear makeup, it doesn't mean that you're set at a class other than somebody that don't wear makeup. But as a woman, as a female, we are taught to want to look pretty. We are taught to keep our hair done, our nails did, you know what I'm saying? Make sure we're looking good as far as the face, our skin is clean. That's what we're taught. So you do have some women that's not as girly as a lot. But no, I don't think for you to wear makeup, it makes you just a high value woman either. I'm going to be completely honest because I got a lot of male friends. And some people, you know what I'm saying, makeup don't work for everybody. You got some men who say females look good in makeup, and when they take it off, they're a whole complete different person. And now they don't want them. You got a lot of people that wear makeup to cover up a lot of things that, you know what I'm saying, they don't want to be saw. So.
And what about the girls who have nothing to cover up or don't have blemishes or dark spots and have beautiful skin and wear makeup every day? What about those girls?
That's a plus. When you take that makeup off, you still looking good. That is a plus.
So here we go.
Hair.
Ashley trying to stand up for herself. Ashley, them women really don't exist unless they're in some type of industry, if you will. But there's everyday women. I mean, I don't know if you're single. I don't know. I guess if you're single, you do whatever you want, right?
That's true, but check it out. Shout out to Pink Pill. She already halfway educated on what that makeup does. She said, when I put on, it breaks my face out.
Right.
Like, why in the world? So is that a reason why a lot of these sisters be having their face all bumped up like that because of makeup?
Yeah, they have, have skin problems. See, I've never really had skin problems, even with or without makeup. I've never really had the splotches or the.
Have you ever eaten like the worst of foods, fast food, chips and stuff? Was that part of your diet?
Yeah, when I was younger. I mean, but I still never broke out. I never really broke out. I mean, you see makeup now, but I've only ever started wearing makeup when I was 50. So any of the pictures you see on my site or that was before I started wearing makeup. So I only really started wearing makeup in the last year or two since I got on your show, really, in the this couple months. So some women need that makeup. Some women need the makeup to emphasize whatever they have to make them a little bit. I'm not taking away from a woman who wears makeup Ashley's makeup is just too much. Her makeup is way too much. Okay, you really can't see it on Kendra because Kendra probably has lashes on and maybe a little bit of foundation, but Ashley just goes way overboard with what she's doing, and it makes her look more clownish than normal. And a lot of women don't need it. They don't.
She comes from that background. I was gonna say. She said in one of these clips that she used to work at, Sephora or one of these places. So Ashley's in that industry. I guess she went to school for that. So that's up her alley. So I guess she beats herself to the gods.
So why wouldn't anybody tell her that that's the wrong look?
Well, because
maybe it ain't. So we're gonna let her cook. It's a lot. It's a lot here. It's a lot. We'll get you in here real quick, Raquel, because it's a lot. It's a couple videos.
Oh, I wear makeup. I've worn makeup on my life. I don't have makeup on today, but I wear makeup. It's not very heavy makeup. It's mostly like a tinted moisturizer that's like SPF, but I have mixed skin, so I've always had blemishes growing up, whether I ate healthy or not. And that cleared up like as I grew up. Actually, after I had my son, I didn't have any more issues with that. But then I didn't also want to wear makeup anymore like that, like I had used to. So I do feel like Ashley is wearing movie makeup, and that is a different makeup. But I also think that what we're seeing is a mixture of her beating her face and also throwing a filter on top of it. I think that when we see Kendra, it's good lighting and just her makeup, and she might have a very light filter on, but it's not like changing the dimensions of her face. It might be like a sepia, I forget what it's called, but just like a filter over the whole thing, not just a filter for her face. Like I think Ashley's using like a Facetune or something too with that. But it looks very extra HQ. I agree.
I have on what the hell are these called? Just my mind blank.
Lashes.
Yes, I have on lashes and Jesus, I'm blanked.
Lip gloss. Yeah, me too. Like a gloss.
Right, it's a gloss. Right.
Yeah, but you can't even tell that you have on lashes. HQ.
Yeah, these are lashes.
Okay, those look really good.
Right.
Okay.
And I'll say this. I'll say, like you said, Ashley, she beats herself to the gods. Yeah. But two things is true. As men, we got to understand women will be women. They're going to wear some degree of makeup, stuff like that. They're gonna do, they're gonna get get their nails. Well, I'm saying all women, they're gonna get their nails.
Oh, the makeup is beautiful. The makeup is beautiful. It's just like it's like a lot though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like
a
lot.
She giving cosplay. That's she is. She very much giving cosplay, some like pin-up girl. I don't know, something.
And it does two occasions though. Like I said, me and my wife just got back from vacation, and when we going out to dinner, she's gonna put a little makeup on and whatnot.
Exactly.
That goes with the territory, but she's not waking up in the morning. And that's the first thing she's doing. She hardly ever does it unless we're going out or something.
There you go. Yeah, saying my wife, she don't wear makeup really at all. But like we do go out, she put on a little something, and it's dope. I dig it. That, like I said, that comes with the territory. I would go as far as to say, if you going out and your woman don't put on a little something, shoot, she ain't trying to impress you.
Are we saying men, when men say they don't like makeup, are they saying they don't like makeup like Ashley has on, or they don't mind just regular makeup like I have on?
It's very simple. When it comes to makeup and hair, we don't want an illusion. We don't mind you being enhanced. But like the woman said, when you take that off, you cannot be a whole different person. That's it. That's all.
That part, huh? So here we go. I'm gonna let it keep going. Hit the like button.
Come on, internet. StreamYard. Where'd it go?
Other than some, they take it off, they're a whole complete different person, and now they don't want them. You got a lot of people that wear makeup to cover up a lot of things that, you know what I'm saying, they don't want to be saw. So,
and what about the girls who have nothing to cover up or don't have blemishes or dark spots and have beautiful skin and wear makeup every day? What about those girls?
That's a plus. Well, you take that makeup off, you still looking good. That is a plus. Absolutely. But I don't think makeup works for everybody, because I've seen people who wear makeup and have taken their makeup off and do not look the same at all. I think it should be a fine line between wearing makeup and looking completely different than what your natural face look like.
Absolutely. I would say anyone who puts on makeup looks completely different. I don't care how no makeup it looks. I don't care how natural it looks. If you're putting foundation on, not just lashes and gloss, but we saying foundation, concealer, even if you do it lightly, let's say you're not even doing it heavy, your face will still look different versus the before.
Yeah. But it's also not changing features and different things about you. But I do feel like makeup enhances women. It enhances a lot of things. So I think makeup is actually really good for a lot of women.
Do you think there's certain settings you would wear makeup in versus others, or you just don't wear it at all?
No, I'm wearing makeup anywhere I go. Makeup is a must for me. I love makeup. I love playing the makeup. I go out. When I go out, I'm wearing makeup. Now, when I'm in a house, no, I'm not going to just put on makeup to sit in the house. But if I got somewhere to go, I'm putting on makeup. And even right now, I have makeup on. It's light foundation, but it's makeup on because I've been out the house today. I like the way I look. I feel like I'm more alive when I got my makeup on. I look more, I'm ready to do whatever it is I'm ready to do versus coming out the house looking like I'm half asleep. You know, like I think makeup works for a lot of women. I think a lot of women, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, you almost had me fooled. I thought you said you didn't like makeup.
No. I said I don't think makeup is good for women who overdo makeup to where they look completely different. Because I have a lot of male friends, wearing makeup doesn't necessarily give you a high value man, because you have some men that actually like women how they look without the makeup. Because some women do overdo it with the makeup. They really do.
So are these friends that you have, what type of guys are they? Or like what type of men are they? Do they frequent like galas and charity events and maybe, you know, more events that will require you to be more, how do you say, buttoned up, glam, that kind of thing?
No, not all my friends are like that. I have a mixture of friends, but for the majority of it, I don't care whether you a man that's going into charities. A lot of men do not like makeup. And I want to say a lot of makeup, because some women overdo the makeup. I'm not even gonna lie. Some women definitely overdoes the makeup and it doesn't look the same. Like me, I can put on makeup and I can see myself with the makeup on. Like I see this is me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, it's not you. I'm gonna say this to everyone. It's not you if you have makeup on. It's still not you. Even if you put the lightest coverage, it's still technically not you.
No, it ain't. And I get that. It ain't. But like I'm saying like, to feel like you have to overdo it with the makeup and stuff, you don't. Sometimes you can go outside with a light foundation and, you know what I'm saying, still pull man. If that's what you want to do, if you're not married or, you know what I'm saying, you're single. But
absolutely.
Like when I look at your makeup, the blush, I wouldn't wear as much blush, but I think it's cute on you. I really do. I think the blush is really cute on you. I don't think your makeup is entirely too much. And I feel like when you take your makeup off, I'm not getting a whole new woman. You won't say a whole new person.
Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Well, you know what? With this makeup, I have no complaints. You know,
I think some women just, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, with my makeup, I have no complaints. My bills are paid. I ain't got to struggle. Nice car, nice house, living in the sky. You know, so I guess it helps a little bit for me. And that's not to you, but, you know, I'm just saying.
Oh. Shout out to our dear sister Ashley Dalton over there. Ashley say, look, all right, let's call this what it is. You do what you want. I'm going to do what I want. I'm getting results. Ashley said, I'm getting results in real life. I don't care what you're talking about.
Twinkle, twinkle. What is it?
Hey, twinkle, twinkle, sprinkle.
Sprinkle. I'm sorry. It's a sprinkle.
Hey, all of it. Drizzle. Hey, Ash said, I hear you and I see you. You can't talk mess to someone that's getting results, and that's the whole energy. I don't care what we think about Ashley. You heard her, and she pulled that card out fast as heck. I tell you what, I'm getting my results. I'm high in the sky. My bills paid. My sugar daddy getting all the sugar he need. I'm good to go.
Why does she feel the need to pull that card out though?
Because
justifying herself because the lady tried to throw shade. I look at you and I see I wouldn't wear that blush. I would never have said that. I wouldn't have did it. But then she felt some type of way. Right?
You wouldn't have did it because you'd have got that same result.
Yeah, and she said, I don't care what y'all say. I'm getting the sugar daddy. I'm getting paid. I'm getting the money. I look at her as another sprinkle lady. She's just a little bit more subtle than the sprinkle lady. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
She's a bit more refined.
There
like
she
can speak, and her package is a little bit more wrapped up tight, but she is definitely a sprinkle.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Because she's really like having a cockfight with this lady. Like, she's, the lady is giving her honest, true opinion, and she's sitting there trying to like do the what do you call it? The order 66 or, on her. Like, no, you asked for them to call and tell you what they thought. They think the makeup is too much. And I love that she gave her an example and called out her blush because it's not even on each side. And it is a bit much. I also worked at Bloomingdale's in the makeup counter. So, I'm not a professional makeup artist, but it's a bit much. And I don't think it's her doing it. I think it's her adding that extra, whatever face tune is heightening the brightness of that blush. But
it's the foundation. It's the foundation. Why do women? I guess if you need the foundation, I don't know. I just never needed foundation. My skin has always been evenly toned, so I never needed that. I only put lashes on and maybe some lipstick, and I was ready to go, like I am right now. So she has foundation, eyeliner. She has the whole package. Red, orange, everything is everywhere.
Here's the thing, though. Is
red, orange.
Is it safe to say that this is an art? So, like I said, she does this for a living, and she knows how to do it herself. It's like addict knowing how to make their own product. All right, they're always gonna be high. It's just here's what it is.
Yeah, this is awesome. I love this display. Ashley trying to be so polite, but this woman here, she came up for smoke. Anytime these contestants come up and they look away at the camera, they start talking to other people, you in trouble. They come up here to disrespect you, and they start off doing it. Yeah, I got this out. I'm antsy to hear what else they got to say. I want to hear this go off.
So here we go. We're going to get back into it. Shout out to Evie, says Ashley uses the same makeup we use at the funeral home.
Okay.
Ashley gives 1 p.m. chapel funeral service.
God dang.
Money.
Shout out to my guy TJ over at Through the Fire. He says, Raquel Rose, why you just push out a huge cap saying HQ don't have on lashes? That's crazy work.
Why you hating?
I couldn't tell. I'm sorry.
At a certain angle, you probably couldn't tell, but
I couldn't tell. No, I couldn't tell either.
It's just lashes, little. I go to the makeup place and they make your total face up for $25. I do that.
I see
that part.
I don't know how to put makeup on. I just don't know how to do it. So,
and that's why I said if all women did, I think more women would be walking around looking like Ashley Dalton.
Okay.
Because it ain't so easy. It ain't like you can't just do it yourself and it's expensive. So
I never thought it. I never crossed my mind how if it's hard to put on makeup. But I guess we do know. We see Mucho put on her makeup.
I can't do my makeup. I can't do my makeup for the life of me. I don't know what I just go to there's a makeup place and they'll put your makeup on, your lashes and base and tell you what you need, and then boom, and I just go there whenever I want makeup on, and then they do it for $25, and I'm good.
You gotta know what you're doing, depending on your skin complexion. You gotta make sure you're getting the right stuff. You ain't looking wild.
The funniest pictures be them sisters that get their lashes done and their eyes be all red afterwards from the glue getting in their eye. Oh, y'all crazy as all heck.
And shout out to Skinny Boy. Says commercial makeup contains heavy metals and toxins.
Amen. Amen.
And Divine says all that makeup can't hide your character flaws.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh.
Shout out to Miss Charming to you. Says I wear concealer and mascara and a little eyeshadow on occasion. Foundation makes me feel suffocated.
Okay. Shout out to Miss Charming to you.
Me too. It's like too much on. It's like a mask. Yeah. Like it can be a lot.
And she come back, says my husband likes the natural look. And that's what I would say. As far as single women out here wearing makeup, I mean, it's a double standard. Married women, they got a whole different set of rules. They got to negotiate with their husband. As a single woman, you have to negotiate with the entire dating market. You ain't just negotiating with one man about this. You negotiate with the whole market that fluctuates. Everybody doesn't feel the same about it. Most people really don't like it. And you try to negotiate with all these people.
See that? Very well said. But when you got your husband, you don't got to worry about what that ninja care about. And you good. Easy, done and done.
That part. And Cousin Walker says, get the likes up. Makeup cool, cake up not cool. My picture is my face. Either people like it or not. I don't care. Says he likes my face.
Shout out to Cousin Walker. We know that's right. Shout out to Mr. Walker.
That part.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And shout out to Project Leroy. Says it took one lady to call out Ashley's nonsense up front and personal and earn their respect from men. The rest of Ashley followers are catch and release.
Uh-oh. Who said it best, man? It's gonna start to backfire on who is it? Kendra and Ashley. You can't give too much pushback to these sisters, man.
And my guy EV, forget makeup. Can HQ do the Kendra cam?
Yes, I can, but I ain't doing that. Seeing as how I don't have no, I ain't doing that.
So here we go. I'm gonna let him keep going. Hit the like button. Shout out to EV.
Right. And I think some people just feel a type of way because for me, it's like the same thing. And I don't want to change subject, but it's kind of like the same thing for me. When I see females getting online, like TikTok or just on social media, period, and they do 304 work or 305, whichever one. I hate that females get on here and they want to push that on so many females and make it seem like, oh, you can't have the same lifestyle as me if you don't, you gonna say and get it the same way, or I'm better than you because I'm getting it this type of way. And I think that's where we need to kind of cut it at when we're explaining one thing. We don't have to kind of compare it to something else as it not being as best as this one.
What made you bring up 304? Like what made you bring up 304?
Because it's kind of like the same thing. You feel like because you feel like when a female wear makeup and a person that don't wear makeup, they're not in the same class. It's basically what people got that message from. So I'm saying that's kind of like the same thing of females who get online and make you feel like because you're not doing something that you're going the wrong way.
Okay, for the record, let me just put this out there.
Or did I not put that right? Maybe I shouldn't use that as an example.
No shame to the girls who have to feed their kids and maybe they have no other way. So they have to do certain things and be a quote unquote 304. But let's be crystal clear. I have 2 degrees.
No, I think you listen when I said that. I'm not calling you a 304.
Okay. No. I want to set the record straight.
Oh no, I'm not calling you that. No. Okay. You don't give me none of that.
Let's be crystal clear, baby.
No, that's not what I was giving. I was giving an example for the other women who get up here. And basically what I'm just trying to say is when you talk about makeup, you don't, where a lot of people is, I don't care because I wear makeup. So it can't offend me. But I'm just trying to speak from a different perspective of somebody who don't wear makeup. I think where they're kind of feeling some type of way about, or even stitching your videos, is that you don't have to, because I wear makeup, I don't have to tell the next woman, hey, if you wear makeup too, you can get high value men, you can get this, you can get that, because that's not really true. I know plenty of females who don't wear makeup and have high value men, and they're high value themselves. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where certain people are like kind of feeling the type of ways, like you comparing the two, because you feel like, oh, I wear makeup, you don't. I got the best of the best. You gonna say?
But I think 2 things can be true at once, right? I think there are exceptions. There are girls out in the world who maybe got the guy with no makeup. I'm not saying that's not true. But if we're being honest and we're looking at the majority, if you go out, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with your bare face,
But if you go out with your bare face to a really nice upscale restaurant versus you don't go with, not done up. I'm not saying a caked up face. I'm not saying a full face. But makeup, having your hair done, having a heel on, and having a dress on, you're going to get two different results because we live in a superficial world.
Let's get ready to rumble.
So here we go. Her and Ashley Dawn. Ashley gonna defend herself. Y'all ain't gonna come for her.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Shots fired. And she ran behind the barn like she didn't shoot no gun. That's what she was trying to do. Run behind the barn after you took shots. That's what you did. You see, she backed up real quick when Ashley was like, hold up. I got 2 degrees. She knew she was coming for her. She ran behind that barn after she did them 2-3 shots. Right? Tell me I'm lying. She knew what she was doing. She knows she was taking shots at Ashley. She was.
Now, at the same time, to be fair, all right, she definitely took shots. Them was fairly direct shots. But Ashley kind of brought that into the room where her pushback on the sister. She said whenever she said she didn't too much care for Ashley's makeup, but she also said it looked nice on Ashley. And Ashley said, "Don't worry about me. I'm getting my desired result. My stuff paid for." And that sounded very 304-ish. My bills are paid. You see because how she sounded was saying, the way I look keeps my bills paid. The way I look, brings in my resources. And she ain't no movie star. So how is she bringing in these resources via her look? She ain't no runway model. So it was, could
and
be.
That's why she said it. That's why the young lady said 304, because that's the energy that Ashley gave off. You said, I got my bills paid. I ain't wanting for nothing. How you getting your bills paid and you ain't wanting for nothing if you ain't giving away the snacks for the money?
And Ashley didn't say she wasn't no 304. She did
She
not
never
say.
said, that's right.
Yeah,
Right,
she never
that's
said
right.
she should. If Ashley wanted to really set the record crystal clear straight, she would have said, "I'm not a 304. I'm not a sugar baby. Never been one. Ain't never gonna be one. I guess my bread the honest way." Only thing she says, I got 2 degrees. How many models out here got 1, 2, 3 degrees? Get out my face.
She shouldn't have never said, I get my bills paid. She should have said what you just said. Then it would have shut all the garbage down. But she said, she went the other direction. I get my bills paid. Men pay my bills, regardless of whether my makeup is this, that, and the other. She didn't say men, but it was implied. It was implicit. In the words that she stated, we all thought a man must be paying her bills. She could have took it another way. I make enough money in my regular job that I don't need to worry about getting stuff paid. I pay my own stuff. She could have said that, but she didn't. So now you got to take the consequences of the girl coming at you, calling you a 304. It is what it is. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying Ashley is a 304. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you put it out there.
Hey, that's it.
And
that's
we interpreting it as that.
I'll say this. We're going to cook. We're going to walk through all this. There's a couple more women come up after her. We'll get you in here real quick, Raquel, if I get back into it. What you got?
Yeah, she just keeps on inserting. She's asking the callers for their opinion, and then she's browbeating them with her point of view. What's the point in asking the question if they're not going to be able to come up here and tell you why the hell they've been dragging you all week? So it's like you asked the question. Kevin Samuels didn't care if the guys appreciated him, and his colognes or his suits. He came in, he sat down, he told you, oh, this cost. You know what I mean? But when he was speaking to other men, he never did that to them. He didn't make them feel like because they didn't have on a $3,000 suit jacket that their point of view didn't matter. He would say, okay, I see that you feel this way, but how is that working for you? And that was basically the same thing Ashley's saying in a mean way back by saying, I got 3 degrees, I got my bills paid. Really, how is how are the results working for you? And if they're working for you, great. Thank you for calling. Let me get the next caller. It doesn't have to be so contentious. You're the one that asked the young ladies to call and tell you why you went viral and why you might be sitting over there feeling some type of way about how you came across to them. You know, I feel like she is definitely giving off those sprinkle vibes, and she's probably not even wanting to or realizing it, but that's why she's getting dragged, because you're sitting up here trying to say that you're better than the sprinkle type, yet you're putting off that same sprinkle energy.
Sprinkle.
So here we go. We're going to get back into it. Like I said, it's a couple women. They're going to come up. Ashley, they're going to get into it. So here we go.
Even if you feel different about that, that's just how the world perceives people. That's just the way it is.
I think that's kind of something we kind of putting on people, of why people feel like that. Because I feel like I can go out to dinner and I can wear my heels and I can look good without my makeup and my hair done, and I'm still going to attract the same man because I am a beautiful woman with or without makeup. And I feel like a lot of women should not feel like you're just beautiful with makeup on.
I said makeup, hair, dress, heels. I said the whole thing.
Yeah, and I'm saying the whole thing without the makeup, and I'm still attract the same man. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, all right. And let me, if you know, I'm asking this respectfully. Do you date high value men right now?
My man, my husband just walked in the house, and yes, I have a high value man that makes 6 figures. Doesn't care for the makeup at all. Most men who like the way you look, they don't care for the makeup. If you got that person, some female can look good. Makeup, hair, nails, outfit, banking, and got horrible personalities.
Hold up.
That does not mean because you look a certain type of way, you're going to attract that certain type of man.
Are girls who look like
smoke.
Okay, there's a lot going on.
Ashley invited this smoke. How you gonna invite this smoke and got thin skin?
I smell cap. I can't. Hold up. This woman on the right been talking this whole time as if she was single. She's like,
yeah, that's right.
I don't wish. What married woman gonna sit? She said her husband right there. What married woman gonna sit next to their husband? Talking about, I go out here and pull a man. Talking about pulling men in any context. I get these men. What the finnuck is you talking about?
I thought she was single too. And then she said, "Oh, I got a husband right here." I was like, "Wow. How you sitting there talking like that and you got a husband right there?" Wow.
That's all I got. Trigger. I'm like, whoa, now you married? Like, you were up here representing your husband. The terrible representation. Terrible.
All right. And shout out to EV come back. Says the girl looks like Billy Porter. And shout out to Michelle. Makeup is not the enemy. It's to enhance, not to catfish.
There we go. Amen.
Shout out to the block repping. Peace, SBC, Carpet for the Horse family. He says, unfortunately, it's going to take something real catastrophic for women to fully get it. Salute.
That's a fact. Appreciate you, block repping.
And Divine Photos. When you ask someone for opinion, don't get mad, Ashley. You brought this on yourself. He says, by bringing that topic up. If the shoe fits, wear it.
How you got thin skin? How you asking opinions about yourself and you got thin skin? You can't have thin skin and ask for that kind of, and makeup for real. Opinions of millions of hundreds of people, you asking their opinion. Of course, somebody's gonna get up there and call you not ugly, but somebody's gonna say something out of the ordinary, and you invited it. So take it on the chin. Don't be defensive and keep moving. But she can't help it. You cannot help it when you already done heard this criticism, because you can't tell me she hasn't heard it before. You look like a clown. You can't tell me she ain't heard that. So now she's defensive. Let's go.
Man. And shout out to Project Leroy. He says she's not buying any of Ashley's gaslighting.
She sure ain't. She said, I'm married. See that? If you ask me, she automatically above Ashley. Now she got a husband. Ashley don't. And they debating in this debate.
And EV says that apartment don't say high value.
Not really. It depends.
Maybe they're at an Airbnb and they're truck drivers that just pulled off the road. Like, we don't know what these people's lives are. They're just calling into a show to give this woman the opinion she asked them for. You know,
and I'll say two things is true. High earner and high value is different. So,
thank you.
You know, it's hard for her to call her husband a high value. It's like him calling himself. You can't be self-proclaimed. So It has to come from other men of the same stature.
That part right there. That's why I always will say high value or high earning. But typically what these women want in this marketplace, they don't want a high value man, because a high value man has high values. They want a high earning ninja with low values.
Man. And Divine says, Ashley and Kendra are getting the backlash. The lesson of the day: stop pandering, because the same people that you try to help will come for you.
Yeah, there you go.
So here we go. We're going to keep cooking. It's a lot here. Hit the like button.
Nice and have great personalities.
And
So
baby,
we
you got
can't
it
put
all.
everyone
You
in
got
a
it.
box. We
But
can't
just
put
wearing
everyone
makeup
in a
ain't gonna
box.
get you a high value man at all.
Okay. All right.
I'm just being completely honest. It's not. It's,
No, that's fair. You said you have a high value man.
it's the outside, because anybody can really get a man. That's really not hard. I feel like any woman can really get a man,
anyone,
and
but
even
we
man
want-
with money.
Right, but you want a certain kind of man. And it's just not the money. I don't want to just put it on the money. It's the lifestyle, right? So where you like to go, who do you like to associate? What type of places you like to frequent. So I can't say it's just because you have money. It's the lifestyle. That's what people want to date, not just the man who has money in his account.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes.
I definitely get that. But yeah.
Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
So when we think high value man, I don't want to just put it on, oh, he has $1 million in his bank account, because it can be a guy who's scamming. It can be a guy who's robbing the bank and he's a millionaire. It can be a man who's taking, going house to house and robbing homes and he's a millionaire. So I don't want to just say it's a money thing. I want to say it's a lifestyle thing.
Hi, Ashley.
Hi, darling. Welcome up. It's nice to see you again.
Oh, you as well. I had to hop in because I'm enjoying this conversation so much. But I wanted to just share my 2 cents, both from a personal perspective and a professional. So from personal, I'm married to what people on here would call high man, very successful, provides a beautiful life for.
The blended gap. Hold on. You're cutting in and out. You're lagging a little bit.
Is that better?
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay. All righty. Okay.
Hopefully this is better.
Yeah.
All right. So he provides a beautiful life for me. We get to travel the world, live in a beautiful home, go shopping. We're very connected spiritually. And I can tell you for a fact that I would never have gotten my husband, regardless of how sweet I am, how intelligent I am, if I didn't look a certain way, right? If I didn't take care of myself, if I didn't present myself in a certain way. I think a lot of women here also, they live in very competitive cities. I lived in Los Angeles, California. That's where we met. And, he was in Hollywood. He was surrounded by models and just gorgeous women. And of course, it's not just about looks, but if I didn't look a certain way, I wouldn't have gotten him. That's an unfortunate reality. So that's from personal. And then professional, there have been so many studies where if you are attractive or you present yourself a certain way, you're automatically deemed.
First of all, Becky, you ain't black. You don't know about our struggle. You weren't in Jim Crow. What you know? You ain't married to no black man. You ain't been through what I've been through, Becky. What you know about the struggle? How you gonna come on the black internet talk about the struggle? What you know, Becky?
She's a 5 at best. She's one of those people that need makeup. So she's one of those females that need makeup, because you take that makeup up, she's what you call a plain Jane. Listen. And a plain Jane always needs makeup. So she's one of those.
Tell you what, I bet you her man making that bread. You see that background.
Yeah, but the white men marry the ugly women sometimes too. So
that's true. But forget that. You know me, I'll be background stupid. Shout out to that background. I like that library. Smell like oak
money.
and mahogany in there.
Smell like money.
I was gonna say mahogany.
My man, Ron Burgundy say smell like leather bound books and mahogany.
So she go up there. I had to tap into my inner tyranny for a minute. That's all.
That's it. And you know that's what they go say. Why she up there? But Becky know. They talking about makeup. All right.
I know Becky didn't come on here trying to roast, did she?
No, it wasn't. They don't know yet. But she got pushed back. She's saying Ashley.
She got pushed back. Okay.
Yeah, she telling Ashley she would not have met her man, would not have had a chance with her high value man out there in Hollywood if she wasn't made up. Just wasn't now. And then we got to get into it. What was you beat to the gods, or did you just have on some light makeup, just some enhancements? But yeah, I don't know. I'm not authorized to.
She got on foundation. She got on lipstick. She got her eyebrows tinted. Maybe some. She got on mascara. She's made up to the full tilt. She's there.
But I say this, y'all saying, why did he marry her? And we talked about this. All right. Shoot, a lot of these men today, especially today, you may want to go down in superficial looks for cooperation, fitness, and femininity. So maybe she ain't no model, but he like, shoot, she also ain't coming across like no 304 either. Like, come on. So
is there degrees in which your meat get hard?
What?
Is there degrees in which a man's meat get hard? Like the meat gets really, really hard for the number 7, and then the meat.
No,
gets
man got no control.
5.
You got no control over that.
Oh,
the meat got a mind of its own.
So I'm saying, then let's continue.
There we go.
Seems to be more competent. People will pay you more money. Your salary will increase. People will respect you more. As well as for women, especially, it has been proven that it is more valuable for a woman to lose weight than to get a master's degree. There have been so many studies that have replicated this over time. And I'm not saying that that's a great thing. That's just the reality of the world that we live in. So I don't know what else to say other than, yes, how you present yourself really does matter. And for me, I'm always going to present myself the best I can. Even today, I'm very casual, but I always want to show up with makeup on, with my hair brushed, smelling good and looking good.
You represent well. You look beautiful, darling. As always, thank you for coming up and sharing. This will be going up.
Looking forward to it.
Bye, darling. Thank you for coming up. Thank you, darling. Thank you for coming up. She says she dates a high value man, and from the background, I can tell, honey. Okay. The study. Let me go get the ladder so I can get that book way up yonder. She said if she didn't have herself put together, then not saying she's not a great woman. She's not a great woman, but maybe she would have never attracted that man at that time and at that place.
Here we are. I'm gonna switch gears. All right, that was the first 2 women. They came, and then, like I said, it's a lot here. So y'all ain't seen nothing yet.
I told you. I knew Ashley was gonna be, impressed by that background because she all about her bread. But it's funny as heck, Ashley, y'all, couture fashion. I promise you, this is funny. Y'all always talking about my shirts. I got an ottoman upstairs that's the same pattern as her shirt, as minus the pink, same pattern, same exact pattern on there. But I got it. It's crazy. Same pattern minus the pink.
So here we go. They come in all shapes and fashions. Hit the like button.
Oh.
Volume.
Oh, yeah, no sound.
About wearing makeup every. All right. So I have my fiance here. He wants to talk on it about wearing makeup every day. See, right now I'm not wearing makeup. I don't feel like makeup should be an everyday thing because your face will get played out just simply. I feel like special occasions or, here and there, but every day, no.
Your face will get played out from wearing makeup every day. Your face will get played out.
Yeah, I feel like, and your face breaks out. Some people can't handle the whole makeup every day.
Okay.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Welcome. So what are your thoughts on the makeup topic? Should a woman wear makeup at all? Is it okay for a woman to wear makeup every day? Give us your honest opinion.
All honesty, it's okay going out and going out on dates, etc. Interviews. It's not a necessary thing, especially if you're just naturally born beauty, especially with, women being queens that they are. Is it a necessary every day? No. But I don't feel like it's something that a woman should apply every single day consistently. No.
Is this green card, bae? Here we go, He the Queen. What He the Queen say? This a big sister. She got a fiance.
Look, Becky need look. I mean, look. We have to live in reality. Big girls get men too. It just is what it is.
What kind of man though? But what kind of man? Look at him.
I mean, we can't. I don't know what to say.
Guys,
they do.
They match. Yeah, I was gonna say they look like they go together. Black and hair and
listen. We'll say, listen. Two things is true. What we're saying is this is never the man they describe.
That's right. It's not the Idris Elba, the 6 feet. Got it.
I ain't never heard no woman come up here and say, I want my man to have sausage fingers. That ninja's fingers got gout. They gouted out. That ain't him. He is not well.
They are good coffee.
Mr. Walker. Oh my God.
You HQ, you bought up the weenie. That ninja.
They look good together. Let's leave them alone. We want them two people to be together. We want to encourage them two people to be together.
That's a fact. But here's the pushback for both of them. All right. Neither one of them need to become here talking about nothing. None of this. We up here talking about the superficial. We talking about superficial aspects, makeup and ish. They need to not be talking about makeup. They need to go to the gym tonight. That Ashley would be a saint. She would be Saint Ashley. Said both of y'all get off my computer and go to the nearest 24-hour fitness, sign up and get it in.
This is a match. We found a match. Check.
They got a match. And they better go ahead and get healthy before they have matching caskets. Get healthy.
Well, what you don't understand, Mr. Walker, is they do got a gym fitness and they go to the gym every day. That's what you don't understand.
You right.
They eat Oreo. When they come from the gym, they eat the Oreos and the Twinkies. They do everything together. That's a match. Check and check. She swiped left and he swiped left, or however that thing go. They work together.
Have mercy. That's a lot.
We're gonna let it keep going. We'll let it keep going.
It starts. It's like, well, if to wear makeup every day, it's like you gotta, at some point, whether being intimate, whether whatever it is, self is gonna kick in at some point. You're gonna ask, what do I need makeup for, especially. With the person that you with, if he wants you to be in bed with makeup, outside with makeup, walking around the home, then it's something that either he lacks or if it's not him, it's that one individual. You know what I mean? So is makeup worth it? Is a woman supposed to wear makeup every day? No, it's my answer.
And let me ask you, when you met your fiance, when you met your queen, was she wearing makeup? Were you wearing makeup, hon? Were you done up, or was it more you met casual? Y'all were outside at the store.
I was pretty natural. I had lashes on, but maybe a lip gloss. But
first thing first, what in the hell is she the queen of? Y'all gonna quit calling her queen. We gotta quit using that word so loosely. This is a peasant at best. Listen, This Bonquisha with the lashes and the look at her nails. She got the 2-inch nails. This is like a come on, queen.
This is why we calling him a simp. He's a simping a simp. He can't look at her. If he say anything that's not in agreement with Order 66, he will get jawed right here on camera. Whop! That's Rasputia with them nasty claws. Why we compounding bad hygiene? These sisters come here talking about these niggas with bad hygiene. You big. You got extra flesh and stuff you have a hard time reaching. And now you got them raptor claws. Glory to the Godfather. And what
let
you
me
doing?
ask y'all this. Are they doing that to de-escalate her? Are they trying to keep Bonquisha calm and settled? They keep calling her queen and they stressing her. They're like, let's keep her cool.
You see his demeanor, right? He ain't making no kind of sudden moves. He ain't doing nothing out of the ordinary. He's saying exactly what you want. She got on there and said, this is what my man is going to say. He better not get out of order. He better not get out of line or he going to get jawed right here on camera. Right here on camera. He know what he need to say. He understand that. His country, he come from a different country. There's submission in that country, and he's the submissive one right there. There you go. Right there.
Big Rasputia saw that whatever video with Ashley talking about makeup. She said, listen at her. And her man was like, yeah, you ain't got you so beautiful. She said, you right. Matter of fact, I'm gonna call Ashley. You tell her how beautiful I am. And here we are. And he gotta follow through. He ain't got no nuts.
So here we go. Grab these super chats here in a second. Hit the like button.
But I mean, I always have my nails done, stuff like that. I always put myself together. But no, I wasn't wearing any heavy. I want to say like heavy makeup, no foundation or anything, because I have beautiful skin. So I just wanted him to see me naturally, and then when I get dolled up, that's something, you know what I mean? But when I met him, no.
Thank you both for coming out. Is makeup necessary? Is it a requirement? Hello, Tony.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. I wasn't expecting to be picked like so soon.
Yeah, I saw your name. I was like, okay, let's bring her on.
Well, when you went viral, it was like the first time I'd ever like seen you on TikTok. So I don't really know your entire platform or the entire context of what you were saying. But I know that like I'm not really a makeup girly. I don't wear makeup every day, and I've gone on dates without makeup as well. I've done like some modeling in the past, and I've done like fitness competitions where I've had to get dolled up and wear makeup. So I've worn it in the past, but my day-to-day, I don't really wear makeup. I believe in natural beauty. I value natural beauty. And when I saw your video, you know, I thought to myself, oh, that's so shallow.
Okay, let me stop it for a second. Is it safe to say that melanated women are late to the makeup train? Like other races of women were doing makeup first, or they're more predominant for using it? Because
that's a little unfair to say, because back in the day, they didn't always make shades for Black women.
There you go.
If you look at Naomi Campbell in her modeling days, very early on, she does look like she's a Walking Dead person, because the makeup is like for a white girl, and they're putting it on a Black girl. It's on a Black girl's skin. So for a very long time, and that's why Rihanna's Fenty is so popular, because they I'm sorry, my dog and this damn chew toy, but they make shades for more darker shades of makeup, if that makes sense.
Okay, because my take was, you know, hearing a lot of these women coming up here and they're talking to because Ashley comes from that background, like Valley Girl working at the Sephora. She was in. There's not a lot of sisters in that culture, so we see women coming up here that are not. Obviously not of that culture. These sisters got the sister locks, and you know, and Ashley comes from a different world.
And I think you made a good point there, Raquel. You know that nowadays they got, you know, Rihanna and these other melanated celebrities coming up with, you know, promoting makeup lines, and they are coming up coming out with, the right
More
tones and shades.
shades.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so now it's even amplifying, if you ask me, Mr. X, because now, our melanated sisters, they feel heard. Now they feel seen. And now they're going to do it even more. I'm going to get that expensive Fenty, all right, because they got my shade. They got excuses. They can rationalize. And it's only going to be more makeup, if it asks me.
Okay, so we get back into it. Shout out to Frederick Howard. Jezebel wore makeup. Check history on it.
Jezebel.
I mean, we're not denigrating makeup. We're not doing that. Some ladies need it. Some ladies want it. Some ladies flourish wearing makeup. We're not saying that. What we're saying is learn to use it when it's needed to be used, and not just a cake or troll type, or just caking it on every day is not what attracts a man. And most men want to see you with maybe a eyelash here, or maybe a eyeliner there and some lipstick, and that's about it. They don't want to see the whole face. I say the only way you would be dressed or put makeup on like Ashley has on is if you're going to a premiere, you're in that lifestyle. Maybe she's in that lifestyle, but most men are going, and she's on camera a lot. So most men are not really going to deal with that off camera, right?
And I'll say this, a lot of this advice is only for the single women. The problem is you can't say only because, 70% of our women are single, but that's who this advice is for, the 70%, because it's about going on these initial dates with these men all caked up, and he don't know what you look like. Y'all don't live together yet. He don't see you in the morning. So once you get with a man, and if y'all can negotiate that into the contract, that's a different story. But you can't be deceiving men out here.
That's what deception. Let the man have a choice. Do he want to be with a woman or a big strong boy?
And shout out to 08. He says Ashley is a complete and utter fool. No brothers are robbing banks to become millionaires.
You don't know that.
Shout out to 08.
So is the advice for women to wear moderate makeup? Is that what you all are saying? Like, if you are a single woman, you are on Ashley Dalton, you are going to Kendra for dating advice. What is the advice that the men want the women to come away with? Don't wear the makeup, or wear moderate makeup, or come like Ashley.
Yeah, women are not going to stop wearing makeup. They're not going to stop because women they're just not going to stop. So I would say wear light makeup. Stop wearing the foundation, the mascara, maybe the lashes, maybe a little lip gloss, lipstick. But if you got to wear foundation, that means something is wrong with your skin. And I get that. Some women wear foundation because they have bad skin. But if you don't have bad skin, don't put foundation on. Just don't do it.
I think they looking too superficial. And that's why I asked you, was your diet like today's modern woman's? Because their diet is going to show what
their skin.
Yes, yeah, sure.
Yeah. I mean, I eat once a day. Like today, the only thing I ate today since yesterday was 3 eggs and 2 pieces of bacon, and that's the only thing I ate all day. So I mean, I just naturally put in juice and that kind of stuff. I just don't eat a lot. So therefore I won't have that kind of breakout. I just don't want that kind of breakout on my skin. So, I mean, but I'm on a specific thing. I'm on my own little thing. So where other women got to do what they got to do to help their skin, to help their face, their skin, whatever. Right.
Okay. So here we go. Shout out to DeMarcus in the Cash App. He says, Dylon out here spitting straight tether babble. F is you talking about? Ashley's getting triggered.
Dylon.
And shout out to Michelle. She says, fresh makeup, like the white girl look perfect. Like that's okay. Like she had on looks perfect.
Okay.
And shout out to Bernard. Says, hands look like shovels.
Talking about that dude, man, right? And the big wild head, scary.
Divine Photos. Forget the makeup. Both need to unbig their backs.
Thank you. That's what I got triggered by.
My guy TJ, take note and a shot every time one of these people say, I feel like.
Take a shot of water. That's a bet. Shout out to TJ.
Shout out to Pretty Sama. Come through with the channel membership.
Appreciate you, Petty Sama.
Or Petty, my apologies. Come back with one on both channels.
Appreciate you, man.
And shout out to Bernard. Says, how much you think their grocery bill is?
Now y'all being ignorant. Now y'all being ignorant.
You know what? Ain't no grocery bill. They don't cook. What that Grubhub bill, huh? What that Uber Eats bill? Astronomical.
That part. And Project Leroy. No amount of makeup can hide Naomi's big forehead.
Poor Naomi. She got traction alopecia to the moon, man. Hey.
Five photos. Big Shirley thinks makeup, lipsticks are push pops.
Shout out to the brother. Some dude says makeup is made out of dead bugs. Y'all put dead bugs on your lips?
And milkshakes too, you guys. Milkshakes also have dead bugs in them, which makes them all foamy.
I don't eat milkshakes, so that's fine. I know
Especially when they
Fake news. Here we go. Shout out to the Block Rapper. Says heels are stilts, wigs are hats, makeup is a mask.
Gav like Milkshake Factory. Gav said fake news. No, see, I can't. I'm damn near lactose. It's over. But yeah, milkshakes, that's fine. It got bugs in it. It do.
And Project Leroy, Raquel, they wear makeup for themselves and not for men.
I believe some of that a little bit true.
I do too. I can say when I'm going out with my girlfriends, I probably put on a little bit more than I do when I'm going on date nights with my husband, to be honest. Like I'll probably do a red lip, more mascara. So I agree with that, Project Leroy.
Ain't no wrong going out with your female friends don't want to look busted. Y'all like to compete amongst one another. Little subtle.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
So here we go. We're going to get back into it. DeMarcus back in the cash out. Says this BI with the locks look real easy to draw. Avatar looking. And he says, Raquel, please silence your parakeet.
Parakeet.
Sorry.
I did thought it was a bird or so.
That's honestly what I thought to myself, but I don't even know. I probably don't even fit into whatever sphere that you're in. Like I wear locks, I got my side shaved. I probably don't even fit in. So
even Toya, I can't even say you're 100% natural because your hair is blonde and the root looks black. So I think you dyed your hair I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong if you dyed your hair.
Yeah, it's dyed, but in the context of makeup and not wearing a whole bunch of like lashes and layers of makeup, that's what I'm referring to.
Yes, but okay. I thought you were saying completely natural. So I just wanted to mention that. Although the color does look good on you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that makeup is wrong or anything. Like makeup looks good on women, but I was just like, saying that women should wear makeup. I was just thinking, okay, I just thought to myself, that's shallow. I'm not saying that you're shallow or anything like that. That's just what my thoughts were when I saw that video.
I would just assume if it was coming from me and, if I was the messenger, then I would assume you're calling me shallow. And that's okay. That's fine. But if we're talking about beauty and all of its scents and additives and makeup and hair, your hair is dyed a different color. That's not doesn't naturally come out of your roots, since we are speaking about being superficial and things like that. So I thought I'd add that in.
Oh, wow.
Okay. All right, hon. Well, I thought that I would give like just a different perspective because I feel like in this society in 2024, natural beauty isn't valued anymore. It really isn't. Like you have to
Listen, actually, like y'all are not gonna come for me. Like I'm gonna find something on you, and I'm gonna hold the mirror up, and I'm gonna come for you. So y'all, your hair, you bleach your hair. That ain't natural. That ain't come out your scalp. God ain't give you that.
A little bit true. See that? God, dog, y'all sisters got it hard, huh? He the queen. I ain't making no excuses. But it do seem like any little bit of pushback, you try to hold somebody accountable. It's heck out here. That's crazy.
She is so thin-skinned, and I get it. She has to be sent without all of this attention. She was thin-skinned about her looks anyway. Because if you're confident in what you look like, this would not even have bothered you. I would have just walked it off. See, I'm not one of the people who wear makeup every day. So if you come for me and say, hey, you don't look good in the lashes, I'd be like, I don't care because I don't wear them every day. But Ashley seems like the type of person that goes outside the house with the makeup on, with all of that on. Maybe not as much, but she seems like she's that type. Because she did say, this makeup is getting my bills paid, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
So she is the one who put herself out there. The people are throwing shade. See, you don't want to get kicked off the live, so you don't come on there and say you look like a clown. See, Heathen Queen would have went on there and said you look like a clown, and I would have just got thrown off. I wish I would have known she was doing open things, because I'd have tried to get up there and tell her, you need to back up off the makeup. It's too much orange and red on your nose, on your forehead. It's looking crazy, clown-like. I would have said that before she kicked me off. But she would have kicked me off, but I would have said it. But who knows what other responses she got before these other things. She could have got people that came up there, but I would have been one of those people because I don't care. I just, if you want my opinion, you shouldn't have got on here looking like a clown. That's just my opinion.
Excuse, she'd have cussed you out so terrible.
Right? I'd have been laughing too. I'd have dropped my own self. I'd have been laughing. Don't be mad. Live with your clown looking self. Don't be mad.
You would have been mad. She would have started frothing at the mouth.
I'd have been like, don't be mad. I'm just telling you, as an older woman, tone it down a little bit more because you're a beautiful woman, but you can tone that down a little bit more. Maybe you put your makeup is like at an 8, tone it down to like a 5, and you be in there. Just like that.
There you go. Go tell her that. Go let her know that.
No, I ain't gonna do it yet. Unless she invited. If she invited again, I'll go up there. If she invited again, I will.
And she gonna look at HQ.
I would call your ass everything but a child of God is what I do. Now get your little bitty ass up off of here. Fuck you think this is?
All right. That's
just like that.
So here we go. I'm gonna let it keep going. Hit the like button.
Have like the weave, you have to have the lashes, you have to have like the 50 pounds of makeup. And I'm really a firm believer in natural beauty, and that you don't have to have all those things in order to be beautiful. So that's just my belief system. I'm not saying that anybody else's belief system is wrong. I'm not saying that other people wearing makeup is wrong. That's just my personal belief system.
But I would have to beg to differ, Toya, only because there was over 200 stitches and thousands of comments, over 1 million views of natural women, saying they don't wear makeup. So we can't say everyone now wears pounds of makeup and they want to wear weaves and sew-ins, because this video proves there is a demographic of women, hundreds of women who don't wear makeup, who don't wear sew-ins, who don't do wigs. So I would have to disagree with that point.
Well, I think like when you say like the people who don't wear makeup are like homely, I think it just goes to this overall how do I put it? This overall agenda of that you have to be like a certain type of woman, you have to present yourself a certain way in order to get a husband, in order to get married. And it's all based on superficial things. It's all based on shallow things. It's not based on a real connection. It's not based on love. It's not based on really getting to know a person on a deep level. And I think that's what's popular right now, especially on social media when it comes to these relationship experts. So I think that we're moving away from what's real, what's of substance more and more. And I'm glad like there were people that were stitching you that were saying, hey, natural beauty is still, relevant and still, acceptable and blah, 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 blah. But I think we're moving away from that. What's becoming more popular because of maybe people like you and your platform is that we're moving more toward something that's a lot more shallow and lacks substance.
Well, I don't think I lack substance at all because I'm transforming women's lives all around the world. I mean, of different races, and they're leveling up, not just physically, but internally. And just to add also, the viral video about the makeup, I never once mentioned.
And let's stop for a second. Desired outcomes. And we let Heathen Queen tell it. These women don't want to get married. These women are getting what they want. But these women are telling Ashley, we are not getting what we want. Ashley, you messing the game up. We ain't getting married. So we are not getting results, Ashley.
We gotta.
Hold on, Ashley trying to tell her. Ashley say, well, the women that are watching me are getting results. They're not, Ashley.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I don't know why she said that.
They're getting Birkin bags. They're getting flowed out. That's not the results they want.
It's not, and that's not long-term results. And those results could be taken. These petty ninjas, they break up, they taking them Birkin's bag back. Telling you could take them purses back and trade them into the store and get cash. I done been in the stores and seen them. Pre-used Louis and Gucci is crazy. I'm like, that's wild.
See, we gotta get to. First of all, we're at this point. I believe that a person should present their best self. Whether that best self is without makeup or with makeup. You have to feel as though you're presenting your best self. That's the whole point of the fit, feminine, and friendly. You're presenting your best self when you go out. Okay? Now, Ashley feels her best self is made up. Ashley feels her best self is with the makeup. That's great. You have to be confident within yourself, regardless of whether you wear makeup or you don't. Otherwise, you're not presenting your best self. I feel like a clown when I put all makeup on, but I feel okay when I have lashes on, but I feel more natural when I don't have makeup on. So for me, I would be presenting my best self when I don't have makeup on and I'm just walking around as a plain Jane. Some people, we have to promote feeling your best self as opposed to saying makeup is superficial and plain is the best. That's not always the case. As the lady said in the audience, the white girl Becky looked really good with the makeup. She's presenting her best self. That's what we want. We want everybody to present their best self. Okay. And so them coming at Ashley because Ashley is exaggerated. Ashley's face, we have to admit, she's exaggerated. That face is exaggerated.
Yes.
And she could tone down the makeup, right? But to Ashley, that's her best self. You see what I'm saying? We can't say what your ego is going to do. You know, we can't make your ego be okay with plain makeup when it's not going to be. See, we want you to present the best of you, the best self, to get the better outcomes. Because if I'm walking around with a face full of makeup and I'm not comfortable, how am I presenting an authentic person to another person?
There you go.
Pulling that person into my world, and I don't even feel authentic myself. So this is what we're trying to do.
This is Ashley's Instagram here.
First pictures of damn Rolls Royce. So superficial. I understand what the sister with the locks is saying. You know, like you talking about, you know, superficial stuff, but it don't ever seem like Ashley has discussions about, you know, more wholesome things.
She's a sprinkle lady. She's
superficial. So that the sister with the locks was not off base with that. Very superficial. And actually, if she thinks she having positive change, she need to check that, because that's just not what it is.
And this photo here, Ashley is in Vegas right now. Right. Don't ask me how I know, because that building, that's the building I'm talking about back here. That's the Strat. I see y'all was coming for me. I guess it's the largest structure in the world. I said it was the largest building. It's not a building, it's a structure. So It's like, you know, the Eiffel Tower, you know, Statue of Liberty, all that type of stuff. It's the largest structure. And I had dinner at the tip top. So if y'all look at that thing behind her, me and my wife had dinner up top of there, and the room spins real slow while you sitting down.
That's dope. Hey, they said, hey, Lord, I love the chat. I love the comment section. They gonna correct you. That's what that goes show. But look at Ashley. She looked dang near like a Martian. That's not it. This is superficial as heck. Like, you see a sister like this, all you think is, now that third picture looked crazy. I don't know what she looked like. That's wild. Very exaggerated. She looked like a Bratz doll. But if that's what she going for, if that's the man she trying to appeal to, then that is what it is. Wouldn't say she ugly. She looks like AI. She don't look like a natural human. No shade, no disrespect. She just don't.
She's a beautiful woman. We're not going to take anything away from her. She's
attractive.
Her beauty is enhanced.
Yeah,
right?
I want to say beautiful. I think, I hate people using the word beautiful so much. I think beauty is more than skin deep. Yeah, to be beautiful. That's my opinion. That's my strong ass opinion. Beauty is more than skin deep. She's attractive.
I'm more concerned with the big bustier and the skinny waist. Where we getting that from? It's just
that's her claim to fame. They say she sleeps in her waist trainer.
What?
I swear.
She sleeps in a girdle. Like, that cannot be comfortable. And that's what a waist trainer is. It's a girdle, ladies. It's not a waist trainer. It's a girdle.
Look, she's waist trainer queen. Look at that. Look at that. It's that's her claim to fame. Yeah, that's her deal. She done squoze her waist to epic proportions.
No.
Look,
she got her ribs. She got ribs taken out. That's how you get that small waist.
She didn't.
She did. Yes, you can. The women in the 30s used to do that. They get their bottom ribs released.
This last one right here.
Yes. And then that makes the
floating rib. They will remove those floating ribs. Marilyn Manson removed his so that he could do weird things to himself. But yeah,
right.
That's a fact.
That's what she did. That's exactly what she did.
Okay, so here's my question to her now. One question, Ashley.
You must got some fire vagina.
I got.
No, not that one. Not that one. Where am I drop that? I can't find.
Her bills stay paid. But man, this is crazy.
That was a perfect accident, though.
Is this not the equivalent to the Asian women back in the old days collapsing their feet? Like, this is extreme. This is an extreme for
when they would bind their feet. They would bind them so they would be small. Yeah.
Yep. And all deformed. That's what we getting. Like, it may be attractive upon first glance. It may be alluring and striking, but nah, it don't look healthy. It don't look comfortable. I'm getting uncomfortable. My stomach hurt looking at that.
There's no way you got that body type without removing the ribs.
Well, this is what I wanted to say. If she removed the rib, here's my question.
Bitch, I can eat my own cootie and it tastes good. Can you do the same? Can you eat your own groceries? Huh? Can you eat your own groceries? No.
Can she eat her own cootie now?
Yes. Yes, she can. That's why Marilyn Manson removed his, so he could fillet himself.
Really?
Yes.
Here we go. That's a rabbit hole. That's a whole rabbit hole. And she's gonna say, really? Oh my God.
Yeah,
here we go. We'll get back into it. Hit the like button. We'll grab these super chats here in a second. Oh my God.
That's wild.
A man. But since we are on that topic, I want to say if you want to date a certain type of man, then it requires a certain type of look. But I think there is a demographic of men and women who prefer natural beauty.
Yeah, I can respect that. And to be honest, I don't really know much about your platform and what you stand for. So I'm kind of speaking from an uninformed position. But you know, you are very very beautiful woman, and I appreciate you letting me come up and speak my perspective. I do.
Absolutely. Thank you, Toya. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're almost at 2,000 people. Wow, y'all like the drama. Y'all like the mess. You see how we didn't have the same point of view?
but we were still very respectful, very mindful. That's how it's done.
So here we are. That wasn't the end of it. There was one last woman here, and she came with some real smoke. So, but what y'all got?
Real smoke. Real smoke. We want some real smoke. She needs smoke. See, some people you need. See, here's the thing. If you fly along in the world and you think that everything is okay and you don't get no pushback, you think everything you do is correct. People need pushback on these forums. People need pushback. Sprinkle lady need pushback. All of them need pushback. Okay? Because your thought process may or may not be right. I'm not saying she's right or wrong. What I am saying is she's sitting high on the hog right now. You need more pushback than what you got from the first lady because you're thin-skinned. So you need to toughen up and hear the truth. Maybe she ain't hearing the truth. Maybe she don't want to hear the truth. But you need to hear the truth, and she need more pushback than what she got. She just and Kendra need pushback too. But Kendra will cut you out and drop you off. But Kendra needs pushback too. So
yeah, Ashley wasn't respectful. There's so much shade thrown. She's talking about her roots and her dad locks. It was pure shade.
And like HQ was saying about pushback, like I said, prime example is HQ bidding over here. A lot of times she's not always agreeing. And as a creator up here, you got to be able to stand on your square, not be able to get knocked off so easily like Ashley, just because somebody up on your platform and they don't agree with you. Like your point, you still got to have your points. Regardless of what they say, let them talk. You get your points off and y'all can agree to disagree.
There you go. And it's easier to stand on your square whenever your square is sound, but anytime you stand on a square that's mostly made of bias and mostly bias and insecurities you're trying to cover up, good luck with that. Somebody gonna get you.
I'll go over there and kick her table over. Then she really mad. You got to go over there and kick the table over. You can't be over there trying to bump into furniture and not make no noise. You got to go over there and kick a table over.
I like that.
Hey, you make your way around these YouTube streets. You should start pulling up on some of them big channels like that. Talk to them folks.
I tried to pull up on Sprinkle channel. She wouldn't talk to me.
She won't.
After I told her that
you don't want to go over there to that dusty woman.
She didn't want to. She didn't pull me up.
She could only do it to that old man that she doing all that craziness to. She couldn't take that out here in the streets and come to Kirkwood talking like that. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. You sure have her up, down, and all around them streets doing whatever.
You know she don't take no panels. She don't do none of that. She just takes questions out of the audience. Yes, because she knows she probably took them early and started getting dragged, and that's why she don't do it no more.
Yeah, that ain't her thing. She lives in the echo chamber. That's how she likes it.
Right. She does what she does. Kendra, on the other hand, I might pull up on her one day.
Let's call her. Listen.
I might pull up on her one day.
HQ, you doing a whole bunch of talking. We'll wait. We'll wait to see.
You know I pull up when the name. I'm just like a genie. When my name come up, I show up.
Listen, I think the whole world waiting for HQ to go on the Kendra show. That'd be epic.
Yes, that'd be awesome. Give it to them real.
You know they gonna stalk you for the Kendra cam, and then you know all the guys that are over there dropping comments.
Coming near you. I'm gonna show up on that. I'm gonna show up on Kendra's show if she pull me up. But see, here's the thing. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. I think she know who I am because I done sent super chats and she won't read my super chat. She won't acknowledge me.
You gotta go on the YouTube. Go when she doing the YouTube stream.
I do. I go on the YouTube and she don't read none of my super chats.
Well, I'm saying go in the studio. Like click the link. She'll bring you up.
Oh, okay. Well, I ain't did that yet. I just tried to do super chats. She won't read my super chat.
No, she don't care.
We waiting on it. Listen, we waiting on the HQ. But in the meantime, we got some super chats here, Mr. Walker.
Shout out to Jasmine. Appreciate you, Mike. Says if you have bad skin, you shouldn't be wearing makeup. You should be at a doctor. My husband said, oh, I'm sorry, Miss Jasmine. My husband said no makeup, and that was enough for me. Amen. There you go.
That part.
Shout out to brother TJ at Through the Fire Podcast. Says Ashley is pretty, going after that woman's locks. Or petty. Pretty? Said Ashley is 100% triggered. Shout out to TJ. Shout out to the block repping. Says HQ is pretty without makeup. Just nutty as F at times.
And shout out to DeMarcus back in the cash out. Says Ashley pulling out the razors on hyena mode loading. Shout out to HQ for the Saturday night accountability. Trying to stay gulag free tonight.
Good luck.
That's all. Yeah, we got one last Ashley video to get into, and then I think HQ gonna start getting into her mode here on the back end of the show.
Start warming up that windmill.
And DeMarcus come back, says Ashley giving straight what advice? While she I'll be having to be careful with you, man. You be saying some wild stuff. He says the layers of makeup, I'm sure she looks great without it. Or not much, or not as much. So yeah, we're less makeup, Ashley. We're less.
That's all. If you can.
So here we go. This was the video. This woman had a little bit of smoke. Here we go.
Is my camera on? Hell no. I don't know. Okay. So a lot of girls getting on here talking about some, oh, I look crazy. Y'all look fucking beautiful. You look fucking gorgeous. And you talking about some, I look crazy. You look good as fuck. You don't need makeup to look good. It's all about how you feel about yourself. It's all about your confidence. That's just how I feel. Hi, Ashley. Thank you for joining. Let me in here. This is my first time doing a live or any of this stuff. But yeah, no, you don't need none of that stuff. You need to have confidence and you need to love yourself. Period.
That's all I said.
Huh?
You got anything else?
Hell yeah. I feel like everybody needs to. I think you be talking about this too. Eating healthy, working out, going clearing your blood. Eating healthy is going to clean your blood. Your blood pumps through your heart. It's going to pump through your brain. And that is going to, basically, that's your hormones. Thank you. They said skin glowing. Okay, I feel like a lot of people is just getting on here because they just like, oh, I just want to be seen. I just want to talk about this and that and the third. Say something that's going to help people love themselves. It's all about loving yourself. You can't love if you're not eating healthy and if you're not working out, you don't truly love yourself. If you don't truly love yourself, you can't truly love anybody else. It's impossible. Straight up impossible. So I don't want to like say anything that's going to put anybody down.
We talked earlier about the woman that was not the messenger. We back to square one again. She come on the screen cussing, acting all masculine. Then she start talking, trying to give good advice after all of that.
Again, like the toxic barber, huh? HQ, come up here, cursing. Now you talking about exercise, workout, the blood that's in your bodies, in your heart, go to your brains, and your foot bone connected to your knee bone. Like, what that got to do with the makeup?
And she got makeup on. Do she got makeup on, or she don't have makeup on?
They said she don't. I would imagine.
Yes, she do.
She has on mascara or she has on lashes, and she definitely has drawn in her eyebrows with a little pencil.
Right.
So.
Okay.
So she got on makeup, and she got bad skin. So you know.
Dope. What? Everybody.
She got bumps right here next to her nose. You gotta look. I'm a woman. I look at these things.
Okay.
I look at the skin.
All right.
Nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying she up here talking about you don't need to wear makeup on, and she got a face full of makeup. Make it make sense.
But
I'm trying to get a different angle there, but yeah, she, I don't know. She ain't got no nails on. She got bare nails, huh?
There you go. She come across like a natural sister.
Natural hair, it looks like. Huh?
And that's what's up. But why she got to come on cussing, being ratchet and raunchy? Not raunchy, but she ratchet at this point.
Yeah, very off-putting. The way she just like bust up on the scene. It was too much.
She kicked the door in, and then she almost told Ashley. She's almost said, "Thanks for joining me." You right? This your show, Natural Hair Bone Quisha. She almost told Ashley, "Thanks for joining me on her own show," and she called herself.
She's gonna be a hyena. I can see the energy right now. Do she got more smoke for Ashley?
Yeah, we gonna let this go.
She got more smoke. I can tell she's gearing up for it. I would have just came straight out and said, "You got too much makeup on. I ain't gonna play with you."
Here we go.
I just be feeling some type of way when people get on here and be like, "Oh my God, I look crazy right now. Oh my God, I feel like this. Oh my God, I'm doing skincare." If you're doing skincare, you're doing skincare. If you don't got no makeup on, you don't got no makeup on. Like, it is what it is. But if you truly love yourself, it doesn't matter what you look like. But at the same time, I do agree with what you said. Like, oh, if you want a certain type of dude, then you're going to have to look a certain type of way. You're going to have the little lashes. You're going to have this, because that's what they want. But at the same time, I feel like those are superficial ass men. You know what I'm saying? If you want a man that's going to pay your bills and you're going to like, I attract everybody. I attract fine men, rich men, broke men, dogs, cats, like everybody loves me. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. You got to love yourself I don't know, girl, I've been drinking just a little bit, but it is what it is.
Okay, so your thoughts in conclusion is like makeup is not important. That's your take.
But I want to agree with you when you say if you want a certain type of man, but sometimes you get a rich man and he gonna try to control your whole fucking life. You know what I'm saying? He wants this and he wants that and da. Do you really want to be that type of woman that's going to give him any and every motherfucking thing just to have a man that's gonna pay your bills? You know what I'm saying? You're gonna put up with all of the bull or put up with the other women, because most men that's like that, they can have any woman that they want. You know what I'm saying? Any woman that they want that wants a man that's going to do all of those things for them, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? So
how I think about it is you're not any woman.
Any woman?
You're not any woman. You're saying he can have any woman, but you're not any woman. That's how I would feel. So where you going, baby? Nowhere.
You can go somewhere with a man who
she insecure. She don't want to compete like the rest of them. And the title of tonight's show: Modern Women Have No Clue What Men Want. They have no clue, Mr. Walker.
At all. Look, anytime a woman twists her face up like this, it's a problem. Twisting your face up. No, they don't know what men want because they think this is okay. She up here talking about, why would you even, this is moving in scarcity and lack. She said, why would you even want that man? Don't you know he gonna want other things? Don't you know he gonna have certain standards and values you got to live by? Why would you even put it with that just to have a man by your side? Did she twist up her face?
This is Bum Keisha, one level up from Bum Keisha.
There you go.
Somebody hurt her. This is the ghetto ratchet with rainbow clothes on. This is who this is right here.
Somebody hurt her, man.
She one level above her. Hey, look. She understands how it works in the real world. She's a hyena. She is what he is. She got a little makeup on, got a little money. Now she thinks she can give advice. Ain't no advice to be given because you in the wrong lane. Ashley is in the right lane, but Ashley is a gold digger. She's a gold digger hiding as a consultant. We get all of that. I'd rather take my advice from the chick that's hiding, that's a consultant, than one step above the Bum Keisha, because that's what she is. Look at the mouth. The mouth is, you already know you're getting punched in the face if you say something crazy. Man. Girls, she punches women in the face too, because she seemed like that type. She'll punch her girlfriend in the face. She'll punch any female in the face. She'll get up in a Waffle House and act up and call men out. That's the kind of female she seemed like. She just seemed like that type. I didn't seen that type. I done stood in the corner and seen hyenas come in the restaurants and act straight crazy to a man, right? And she seemed like that type. Okay, so she may not be the messenger, but she coming with the message, all right. Ashley, you ain't no better than me. You just got on makeup. This is what the message is. Y'all don't know. She's that female that's finna come for Ashley and say, you ain't no better than me. You just got makeup on. Boom.
Okay. So what you got, Raquel, before I let her keep going?
She is whack. How she came in the room. I mean, she laying down. I don't know if she was on the couch or on the bed, but she got her purse on. It's like she worried about things that just shouldn't even matter to her at this point to her. She doesn't have a man there clearly in her house or apartment. And she's got this opinion about things that she shouldn't be worried about. Like, where's your man? Where are the things that you want in your life? You sitting up here calling Ashley when it just, and then to say that you're drunk on, she just went viral. So now you're coming up to the stage to display bad behavior and really think that people care about the opinion you hold. We don't care. Next, she looks dusty. She's dusty.
She's up there to tell Kendra, she's up there to tell Ashley that you ain't no better than me. You got on makeup, but you ain't all that in a bag of chips. I bet you. Just read between the lines. That's what she decided she was gonna do tonight. I'm gonna get up here and be tipsy. Now I'm gonna act up.
One thing I noticed from these couple little interviews, Ashley, she be listening. So Ashley about to dress all that shade this Bonquisha threw her thus far. It's coming.
That part. So here we go. Hit the like button.
I'm just saying.
Bullshit. Superficial ass bullshit. Yeah, that shit is superficial. You know what I'm saying? Some women, they got all the makeup and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, they wash all that shit off and they look like shit. You be seeing that shit on here all day long. They be looking like, and then they pull the camera back and they got the whole weave, they got the lashes, they got this, and they be thinking they look good as fuck. But at the same time, that bitch jump in the swimming pool, she gonna be looking like, ugh, no. She ain't got no hair. God said he gonna smite the scalp of a haughty woman. But that's about people who believe in God at the same time. But at the same time, it is what it is.
Wait, what not? Oh. Yeah. Shout out to Bonquisha. Bonquisha said God said he gonna smite. Pow! He gonna smite the scalp of an unworthy Bonquisha.
Whoa, brother Q. Can you check that biblical reference? But here we are. Let's take it at face value. Is a prophecy being fulfilled? These haughty, proud, arrogant Bonquishas, are their scalps being smited at this time? Forget traction alopecia. Is this the plague of smited scalps?
No, she's talking about Ashley. Ashley has a receding hairline somewhat. So that's what she throwing shade right now. Y'all got to listen to what she's talking about. You got to look at Ashley and listen to what she's saying.
Understood.
She's throwing that shade. Low key, she's throwing that shade.
Let's see what we got. Here we go.
That's bad.
Well, I heard pretty is as pretty does. So it's an inside out job.
What does that mean? I don't understand that one.
Pretty is as pretty does. It's the inside out thing.
Oh yeah, so I just wrote that to my cousin today, and I was showing her or sharing something about how she said sometimes I shave my legs and sometimes I don't. Like I'm not built like a supermodel. My worth is not determined by the price of my clothes, but I learned to love myself unconditionally because I am a queen. Period. You don't gotta shave your legs. You ain't gotta do all this other bullshit in order to be accepted by people. If you accept yourself and you love yourself, people are going to love you and accept you no matter what. You ain't gotta shave your legs. You ain't gotta paint your face. You don't gotta do all of this other stuff. Do what you want to do for yourself. Cause I'm known to wear a little lipstick and a little blush. I'm not finna paint my face every day. I'm not finna wear concealer, foundation, boom, 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 boom. And I be trying to do that shit, and that should be cracking down here and stuff like that. I know I probably need to wear some or watch some more tutorials and stuff like that for my makeup, because I do like it. It's cute when you want to do it, but not to just attract the men. You know what I'm saying? I feel like anybody's going to love somebody who's genuine, who really truly loves and values themselves. You know what I'm saying? You got to truly love and value yourself, and then you'll learn how to give that type of love to somebody else. That's just my perspective of it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's going to have different opinions. And I know you probably, you know what type of man you want, especially when you make a certain amount of money as a woman. You really not going to want no dude who make money under you. Because I'm like, I go out and I'm buying $800 bundles for myself and I'm paying for $500 installs. You ain't gonna want no nigga who like, oh, well, I want to take you to motherfucking Applebee's. You know what I'm saying? If you take yourself, as me and my brother was talking about that before, he's like, you know, I understand where you be coming from because you taking yourself to these high-end places and you be sitting at the bars and like, I be calling my brother like, hey, come pull up on me at this place. This place is nice.
Oh my God. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save her. Just as we suspected, she came into the room cussing, masculine. She ain't disappointing. I'll say this is exactly what we expect right here.
Ratchet. She ratchet as the day is long. She a whole hyena. She up here talking about hypergamy, saying you don't want to date no guy that's making less than you, cursing. I'm surprised she got as hyena-esque as she is. I'm surprised she got pushback for Kendra. But like y'all caught in the chat, she up here quoting NDRE lyrics. So she like semi-woke. Huh? She on her path to wokeness, but she's still wearing $800 bundles.
Let's not forget that it's not that. Let's not forget what your mission is on this planet. You can want any man you want to, but does that man want you the way you come? If he don't want you the way you come, you have to be what he wants. It's always what he wants, the way he wants it to be. If he wants you to have makeup on and he wants you to look like Ashley, then that's the way you're going to have to come. If he wants you to be plain, then that's the way you're going to have to come. So either way, I'm good with either way. A woman should be good with either way. But a woman should also know what the man she wants. So I can say I want Denzel Washington all day, but Denzel Washington may not want me without makeup. I have to come with the makeup if I want to get Denzel Washington. I have to get into his yard first. His yard, only in his yard is women with makeup. If I don't have no makeup on, I can't get in the yard. So you have to understand what that man wants. And most men want a woman with a little light makeup, a little light mascara here and there. Like you all said, when you want to go out with your wife, she puts on a little light makeup. She don't want what Ashley got. Ashley man, whoever he is, wants what Ashley is presenting. Okay, so Ashley knows her lane. You got to know your lane, and I'm not saying her lane is wrong. I'm not saying that.
And I'll say this: this woman on the screen, like she's double talking, but this is an archetype of woman. They're extremely masculine. I'm gonna pull this.
I'm getting out the elevator.
Yeah, check this out. This is the same archetype of woman.
Yeah, I'm getting out the elevator. It is me. I'm talking about some ladies first. Boy, I am a hoe. It's too early for all that. Don't nobody want to hear that fucking good morning, beautiful shit. It is too early for all that nice, kind, and generous ass shit. Like, bro, it don't matter who go first. Just fucking go. It's too early.
Huh. This is the modern woman. They have no clue what men want.
That's wild.
No, this is, see that? You see that? Men don't take disrespect too well. So it only take one woman, listen, women, it only take one woman out in public to address a man like this. And I ain't talking to y'all no more. I shall not hold the door. Last time I did, I almost had to slap a 304, trying to be polite and chivalrous.
Wait. Did she say I'm not a lady, I'm a 304?
Yes.
Make this shit make sense. Excuse my French. What the hell?
Don't be nice to me. She said, don't come with all the pleasantries in the morning. I ain't got time for that. I got to go work.
When somebody is willing to do that to you, you say they step aside and open the door. You're supposed to say, thank you, sir, and walk through the door and keep moving. Don't do nothing else but that. Even if you don't look at him, even if you don't acknowledge nothing else, thank you, sir, and walk through the door and shut up.
Is that
Where is that?
Is that so difficult? Is that so difficult? Like I couldn't say it better. And I like the sir. Thank you, sir. You ain't gotta look him in the face. Don't thank you, sir. Go on. You can run. Just acknowledge that he did it and go.
I said, regardless of the age of the man, if the man stands back and holds the door for me, or he stands back and lets me go first, or he does any of those things, I say, thank you, sir, and go ahead and handle my business, regardless of that person's age, whether he's younger than me or older than me. I say, thank you, sir, and do what I got to do. That's just ignorant right there.
I'm going to take this back for the people in the back, and we'll get your take, Raquel, and I'm going to bring the other sister back up. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm getting out the elevator. It is men talking about some ladies first. Boy, I am a hoe. It's too early for all that. Don't nobody want to hear that fucking good morning, beautiful shit. It is too early for all that nice, kind, and generous ass shit. Like, bro, it don't matter who go first. Just fucking go. It's too early.
You know what? I approve this message. What you got, Raquel? Because this what you get for being a simp. Look at this woman got tattoos on her face. What you opening doors for her for?
Okay, but what if I was standing behind her and the gentleman is really talking to me, but is saying ladies first? You know, I am going to say, oh, thank you. You know, when is kindness and generosity too early? Or like, you can never be too kind or too generous. I mean, in a situation on a public transit station, you know, like you something. Oh, sir, Mr. Walker, you dropped your wallet, or you're leaving your laptop bag. You know, when is it a bad thing to be generous and nice? Like, I think that she's projecting her inner ugliness out on the world.
100%. Yeah, 100%. That's all it is. Yeah, she's miserable. Misery loves company. Crabs in the barrel. How dare you wake up with an optimistic outlook and trying to put that on me? I'm miserable, Ninja. Yeah.
No, how do you wake up and say, I'm not a lady, I'm a 304?
Look at her. Gavin's right. Gavin, no, look at the package. We got to stop acting like we can't see the beast before us. She got face tattoos. Come on, man. We can't see the rest of her. She probably got on Timberland boots and a high-vis vest. She probably going to do construction works.
And Mr. Gavin, I feel like it's simping when I'm at the gas station and I'm out there, I'm pumping my gas, and some young man or older gentleman comes up to me and is like, let me get that for you, baby. That to me is simping. But we're on a public bus or train and we're shuttling from one station to the next. I don't think there's anything wrong with a man saying, you know, good morning, beautiful, go ahead. Or,
well, yeah, if you actually speaking to a beautiful woman. But this woman, she come up here looking like Queen Latifah from Set It Off with the cornrows, face tattoos. She had a scowl on. She probably got on a black hoodie, some black Air Forces. If you don't let her open the door for herself and keep it moving.
But we have to understand. We got to make the distinction. Some women get that. Some women don't get that. Opening the door for them, getting that respect. I normally get that respect from most men. When I walk to the door, I stand to the side. I let him open the door, and I say, "Thank you, sir." Or if it's a female, or if it's any person, female or male, I say, "Thank you, sir." Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, miss. It's just a common courtesy. Why put the energy of being an asshole, excuse my friend, into the atmosphere? Why not put positive vibes into the atmosphere? And you go out of your way to hold the door for a female out of respect, and she says, "Don't open that door, I'm a 304." I'd be like, ooh, no, I'd be embarrassed. I would be embarrassed if I was coming behind her and I heard that. And I would be like, thank you, sir. Thank you for opening the door for both of us. Because I'm embarrassed for you.
Me too, right.
And I just, no, don't do that.
Ain't that a shame? See that? Even that will give you like second, third person embarrassment. It would, I agree. But that's why you just got to stay away from it. You see that? You having everybody on public transit having a swell morning. and then you try to project your positivity onto a negative individual like this, and she like, no, you won't. And now she gonna make the whole area tense. Who you talking to, you old simping ninja? Shut up. And now everybody tense.
304 is nasty work. That's
I'm a
nasty
304.
work.
She's like, I'm a 304. She is. Listen here. Later that day, she jumped in her Caprice and drove through some tunnels and got shot.
Caprice, a Malibu, a Caprice.
Shot at somebody, pulled her gun off from under the seat, showed somebody her gun, probably shot in the air. You never know what's going on.
With the Auto Nation pink car tag.
All that just.
It's a 22. Blah, blah, blah.
All right.
Shout out to Queen Latifah. Shout out to Glorious Love. Appreciate you coming through, sister. Says, but why the hate for Ashley? Because she fixes and wears makeup. Is coming across as bitter and jealousy. For some of the sisters, it kind of does a little bit. Yeah. Because like we said, Ashley's getting her desired outcome. But if they start talking about, being superficial, and that Ashley is that. That's her message. It's very superficial. Shout out to Jay Gray. Says, look at HQ all up there, dainty and demure. Shout out to John Henry. Says, you don't attract, you invite with your foolishness.
My dad used to say that all the time.
Shout out to Living Humbly. Appreciate you, man. Came through, became a YouTube member. Thank you.
Appreciate that, brother.
Shout out to John Henry coming back through. Said John Henry, the hyena sphere never fails. Okay, shout out to hyena sphere. My goodness, that's a terrible thing. Shout out to everybody, judges. Says Isaiah, what's that? Chapter 3, verse 17. That's the smited scalps. That's a bit.
Okay.
Shout out to Jay Gray. Appreciate you, brother. Says, look up Isaiah 3. It talks about B-Dub's hair. Okay.
Oh, gotta look into that.
Shout out to John Henry. Says another self-coronated queen without a king. There you go. This is fascinating. That whole Isaiah chapter 3. Like, man, why don't women ever bring these verses up? Like, why? I never heard it. Shout out to No Cupcake Zone Podcast. I know that's right. Says HQ got a man now. She's not capping. She 100. Huh? Yeah, man.
Okay. Something we don't know, HQ. All right.
Shout out to John Henry. Says she's pulled up to the bar with her brother. She's
like, I'm at the bar. I called my brother, tell him this woman is, y'all know, this is Hood Keisha.
Pull up on me. Shout out to John Henry. Appreciate you, Mike. Says everyone needs to understand qualification is real. They all qualify, John, because they all queens. You're not getting it.
Man.
Appreciate you, Lee Turner. Says this chick pegs midgets.
Oh. And the thing I was getting at is that young lady we just had up on the screen is the same as her, same kind of prototype. That was my point.
Shout out to Living Humbly. Says supporting the show. He who is faithful in little shall be faithful in much. Respect. I enjoy the streams. Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you, brother.
Shout out to No Cupcake Zone Podcast. Says with the real HQ, please stand up. This kind of weird. Huh?
What do you mean? It's kind of weird.
They said they told you. Yeah, they told you.
No, we had a break. I got shook up a little bit. We had a break, and now I'm being a real HQ. We just
there we go. Really? Shout out to Truest Do. How you been, brother? Says, how dare you show me respect? Women in 2024. There you go.
It's nuts out here.
Appreciate your sphere. Says HQ still 54 and single. What up, fellas? Ashley looks like AI. The hood rats made some sense. That ain't true. They said he's a quick guy.
HQ is dating. HQ is single because HQ want to be single. I could be married if I want to. I could have been married.
Excuse you, don't stop this. You started to sound like these women up here. Like
I'm old and cantankerous, and I'm set in my ways. And
it's something about that question. It's something about that question in particular. We're gonna bring it full circle here in a minute later in the show. It's something about that question to women. All right, so here we go.
Shout out to everybody, judges. Says face tattoos and a bunch of piercings tell she is internally ashamed of herself, regardless of what she tells the world. These women depressed.
I agree. That is exactly what I was trying to say. She's acting out what she's feeling internally about herself, and that's sad. Mr. Walker, you talked about it, like the tattoos and how there's like a dimension of like hurt and toxicity kind of behind. Like I can tell you each thing that was going on in my life as I got the tattoo, like this one, my restaurant was closing and I was depressed about having to lay off workers and a lot of debt that I had accumulated in 5 years, and I was just like wrought with depression. So I get it. Like you can see the tattoos on her face, her piercings, like each of those things to me is like a sign of a traumatic thing that happened to her. But you guys don't have to stay committed to the piercings in your face. You can take them out. You can wash your face. You probably can't get your tattoos removed as fast as you want that to, but you can change a little bit. You don't have to walk around being so angry. I see it too. When I'm walking my dog at the park, I automatically know in a body language as I'm walking up, and my dog, I don't know if he can tell me too, it's like, this lady, don't smile at her, just keep walking, because it's like you don't want to set nothing off because it's already looking unstable, whether it's tattoos or not. You can just tell a vibe is bad. So I feel bad for whoever has to come across her while she's feeling like this, because she's dangerous, to just bust out the gate. I'm a hoe, sir. We don't have time for your kindness and generosity. So you're identifying that someone is being kind to you, and that generosity is something that we should be in the world, but you're choosing to actively repel against it and be this negative, mean, mad person. It's sad. It's sad.
There you go. She volatile is the word. Volatile, like nitrous oxide.
Right.
Shout out to JOB. Says Gavin X, this woman shows no self-control nor discipline. She was not trained in the home, but in the wild. She has no manners. Voltron needs to slay these road beasts. All right.
Shout out to Transformers coming out next week.
Okay.
All right.
Shout out to the brother Red Pill Ranger, Truth and Reality Undefeated. Says HQ got some meat in her life. Now she's civilized.
Mind your business.
That'll do it. Shout out to John Henry. Says HQ, you will not be married until he decides. You know the drill by now.
Do you honestly think I don't have simps in my life?
100%.
All right, then. So I can be married tomorrow if I want.
Exactly, but you don't that qualify.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go. So
how y'all want to go down that rabbit hole?
Shout out to everybody, judges. Appreciate you, man. Says women need to tell other women they ain't ish. Good. Why? There'd be so much violence in the streets.
I don't like getting punched. I ain't never been punched in my life. I'm not trying to get punched by a female.
No woman should ever be punched. Shout out to Jack Betty. Says people just need therapy. Got it. Appreciate you, Jack.
So here we go. We're gonna get back to this aggressive sister here. Hit the like button.
She mean.
Gapplebees, you know what I'm saying? If you take yourself, because me and my brother was talking about that before. He's like, I understand where you be coming from because you're taking yourself to these high-end places and you be sitting at the bars and like I be calling my brother like, hey, come pull up on me at this place. This place is nice and da 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 because that's my friend. You know what I'm saying? He's my friend. I don't be just on it for just a man. I do this for myself. So we had a conversation about, how he don't really take a lot of women to the type of restaurants that he invited him to and stuff like that.
Why doesn't he? Yeah.
Because my daddy, I guess, my daddy just not like that. My daddy, he not no over the top ass man, but at the same time, he the type of man where his wife, she got her own little section in the house, her own room, you know what I'm saying? He got a nice crib for her, like to where she decorated it. It looks beautiful. I never seen my daddy have no house that looks as nice as it is now. But my daddy is a passport bro. My daddy, my stepmother is from Dominican Republic. So she's beautiful. She is stunning, gorgeous. She don't wear a whole lot of makeup. She wear her natural hair though. She's natural. She gets like flat iron sometime, or she'll just roll her hair up and stuff like that. But she is stunning, gorgeous, and she cooks. She clean the house. She decorate the house and stuff like that. He made sure she good. He pay all the bills. He take her to work. He helped her get a car. He's helping her get her license, and he's doing all of these things. But he ain't 801 Chop House. He's not what's I don't know if y'all know all this stuff that I'm saying because I'm in St. Louis right now. But yeah, Ruth Chris. He ain't Ruth Chris, but
you said he's not Jeff Bezos. Is that what you're trying to say? But he does all of the things for her.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You got to get you a man who just love you and who care about you and who want to do for you. You know what I'm saying? But
I'm gonna stop this. That was a lot right there. If she don't take heed to what's going on in her own life, she said her daddy got a woman that he treats like gold. And this woman, she said, my daddy's a passport bro. This woman is from Dominican. She light-skinned, good hair. She don't wear makeup. She cooks, she clean, she feminine. She said, my daddy ain't even Jeff Bezos, and he be doing all that for her. Because that's what a man does for a woman that he likes and loves. A pleasant woman, he gonna give you everything.
She don't know how that came to be. She just like, I ain't never seen it before. A feminine ain't nothing like a real feminine woman. And most likely her mama was not that. I wish she told a little bit more.
So why she ain't got that? I'd be like, why you ain't got that?
She don't know what she's observing. There you go. She don't know what she don't know what she's seeing. She know her dad's passport, bro, but she know that her dad's new wife is beautiful and all that, but she didn't say nothing about feminine or cooperative. And those two things, I guarantee you she is. That's what I'm saying. She don't know what she's looking at.
You have to have examples in your life.
It's far too late. She probably 30 years old. You can't just change. Her dad met this woman probably a few years ago. You ain't just gonna change your behavior. She is who she is at this point.
You got to be determined. You have to be very determined in order to change your behavior and to get the results that you want. If you have never seen a fit, feminine, and friendly woman who gets a man, keeps a man, cooks, clean, does all of those things, you don't even know what that's all about. You only understand what it is on social media to be a woman. I'm assertive, I'm aggressive, I'm a da-da-da-da-da. She has never seen that woman like her father married, okay? Her father went to find the woman that he wanted. Now, in order for her to change, she has to be determined to change. She's looking at this other woman saying, dang, my daddy got this fit, feminine, friendly woman. Where the hell she come from? She ain't no anomaly. That's all you got to do is mimic behavior. That's how people learn. They learn through rote. Learn to do the things that you want to do. Learn to be fit. Learn to be feminine. That's all you got to do. It's a skill. Learn the skill. That's all you got to do, and it'll become habit. Do it every day. Be fit, feminine, and friendly every day, and it'll become a habit. And you'll look up 30 years later, and then you'll be a fit, feminine woman and never know you was a bum Keisha. So it's a habit. These are habits that you get into. People can be born from the ghetto, from ratchet circumstances, but you can learn to be fit, feminine, and friendly. You don't have
And
to
this
live
woman
there.
here, she said she never seen her daddy treat a woman like that. He got this clean house. He doing all this stuff. You know,
Right.
he definitely could possibly be a simp and all of that. But as he the queen say, most men are simps. So that's arguable.
Now he the queen. Now you said that women coming from the hood, the projects can grow up to be fit and feminine. Now here's once I'm gonna go on to say this is my educated opinion that once women dive into the realm of hood masculinity like this, it's over.
Right.
I don't think you can get this up out of her to where she can really be an effective wife to a man. I do not.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a skill. I'm saying it's something that is learned. You have to be determined to get that out of your blood. You have to be determined to get it out of you. If you're not determined and you like what you are, you like what it is, and that's fine. You like it. But if you don't like it and you're determined to get out of that, you can get out of it. Look at Cardi B. Straight up hood. Don't want to change. Straight up ghetto. But she got all this money and all this fine stuff. That's a hood person that has resources. But look at a hood person who got resources and changed their whole background, changed their whole persona. It could be done. You just got to be determined to do it.
Good luck. Good luck.
It can be done. There's plenty of people born from ratchet circumstances.
I think is men. I think for men, well, that's the thing. See, that's women aren't men. Men are supposed to go through hard times and trials to build themselves up. A man must prove himself to himself and his peers. That's not the journey for women. But under those circumstances, women, they become stout and hardened, and I don't think that they can really I feel like very few can transition out. And like you said, they got to want it, but they can't be surrounded by ratchet red energy and seeing their mama act like that and think they're gonna get out of that environment is extremely not likely.
Yeah, but it can be done. We're just saying it may not be every day, but it can be done.
Okay, granted.
Shout out to John Henry. Appreciate you, man, coming through. Says men control access to relationships while women can potentially be hunching when she won't. But get married if he deems you worthy of his name. Don't hold out for simps. I'll be proofreading as I go, man. I don't know what y'all be about to say.
Right.
And shout out to Nee. Nee in the Cash App says that intermittent video we played with that sister says the guy holding the door should have hugged her and screamed no.
What?
That's funny. To the Fire Podcast says breaking news. HQ just said if you marry her, you a simp.
And Nee come back says the ending of Jungle Fever.
Okay, there. I knew it was something. That's it. Shout out to Ace Skates, gifted 1 single by choice membership. Appreciate you, Ace Skates.
Appreciate that.
Appreciate you, John Henry. Says this girl speaks of success she won't engage in.
You know that's sad, right? That she's speaking of successes that she won't engage in. That's even worse. And calling myself a 304, that's even worse.
I agree.
That's sad. Those are two sad human beings.
A 304, they call themselves the B word.
Right.
That's wicked. I never understood that. Like hey, that's my B. What up, B? That's wicked. Shout out to everybody, judges coming through. Says it's examples out here, HQ. You choose who to follow. Amen. Amen. Shout out to John Henry. Says fit, feminine, friendly. Kevin Samuels wins, per usual. Appreciate you, John Henry, coming through tonight. Says women should not walk the path of men. Period. It's not good. Shout out to KD and Kyrie. Come through in a big way. Gifted 10 single by choice memberships. Whoever gets those, make sure you thank the brother KD and Kyrie.
So here we go. We appreciate all y'all coming through, supporting tonight.
Come on, just bring it. I need you to stand up while y'all not moving. Come on. Don't make me push. Don't make me push. Thank you, sir. There go money. She touching you. Where they get that money? Where they get that money? I can see money from a long ways.
Elder Gregory Kelly,
That's right. Come on.
$100.
Everybody get something in your hand. Come on and put it right here.
I love it. Did you hear how they announce it? Elder Gregory Kelly, $100. Yes, very nice. Shout out to Jay Tillman. Says HQ, please name one woman that came from trauma who maintained her feminine frame. I'll wait respectfully.
I mean, the odds on this planet are there are people who came from ratchet circumstances and pulled themselves up. I mean, it's just the odds are that there have been.
I got what's her name? What's that famous poet? The sister
Maya Angelou.
Maya Angelou.
Mm-hmm. Maya Oprah Winfrey.
You see, now stop. Just stop. The two people we just named, those are exquisite individuals.
But I'm saying they came from ratchet circumstances.
It's possible,
right? That's all I'm saying. It's possible. Don't rule it out. I'm just saying.
Look at the lengths. Look at it. My
and we don't know what they came from. We really don't know. They didn't come from ratchet.
Oprah said she came from really bad.
No, it wasn't ratchet like today's ratchet. Different stuff.
Maya Angelou was out there slinging it low and wide.
But that got a point. It wasn't the same energy. Maya was out there. That's part of her testimony. But she wasn't like this. I say all the 3 foes of yesteryear weren't like these now. Shoot.
No, she wasn't loud and proud in her debauchery, putting it out there like it's the thing to do. Exactly. No, they weren't. And Oprah wasn't either. She was trying to clean it up.
Yeah, that's true.
They going off on Oprah and Maya. They said, damn men.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Was she married? I don't know.
I don't know. I think she did.
So she did get married to a white man, but before she was married to him, I think she had a son out of wedlock while she was on the streets tooting it up.
Yeah, facts. All facts. I try to help you, HQ. Shout out to Spear. Says HQ, I'm single and dating at 54. What's up?
No, don't do that.
I'm gonna start taking names of all of the gentlemen that are coming up here, hanging their hat for HQ.
We
just like men I used to work with. I don't date men I used to work with, and I don't date men on the internet.
Sorry, guys.
These men all over the country. We need to have a HQ love connection show down the line. Have all about
HQ blue pop.
Yes.
I don't have. Wait a minute. Hold up. I don't have a problem finding men.
No, we understand and respect that. We just saying. Shoot,
I don't have a problem finding men. I have enough men. I have to tell men to. No, I'm not interested. I'm daily, okay? Every day, daily. Grocery store, it don't matter where I go.
You don't want them, but you don't want
right
them. They
ask me the same question over and over and over and over and over. I'm tired of it. I'm drained.
Okay. Well, if you would just answer the questions properly.
I answer the question. You ask me, I say yes. You keep when I say yes, you ask me the same question over and over and over and over and over.
I love Woody. That dude crazy, man.
I love him so much and hate him at the same time. That was so good. That was.
Hey, look, shout out to John Henry. Said Oprah came from poverty, but she wasn't ratchet. Yeah, she didn't look. Never mind.
So here we go. I'm bringing this video back up. Hit the like button.
But at the same time, you gotta learn to steer away from them dudes who ain't got it like, you know what I'm saying? Not to say who ain't got it like that, but who will never reach the potential. Because I feel like you can love somebody just because you see the potential in them, but you gotta figure out who gonna actually reach that potential or who you can help to, get it like that, I guess. Some people like to just steer towards just those type of men, but at the same time, you kind of do. It's difficult. It's difficult out here. You gotta find what's for you. I'm gonna be honest, but at the same time, you gotta figure out who you are as a woman. If you a makeup wearing woman, be that woman. That's just what you like. That's who you are. If you one that don't try to be and turn yourself into somebody that you're not. I mean, you could come through.
Are you saying that dating is difficult? Is that what you were saying? Dating is difficult?
I'm saying it's a lot of fish in the sea. I'm saying it's a whole lot of fish in the sea.
Wow.
I think it just depends. I don't think dating is difficult. I think it just really depends, you know?
Dating ain't difficult. I can have a date every night. I've had dates back to back to back to back. But who you like, who you vibe with, who you attracted to, because at the same time, I done met men and we going out and they got good money. But at the same time, I don't like you like that, bro. I didn't sit with this dude and he took me on best date. Like, I had so much fun with him and he was so cool. But then when I kept hanging out with him, I'm like, damn, why I'm not kissing him? Why I'm not all up on him like that? And that's just because I did not find him that attractive enough to where I'm willing to share, where I'm willing to just like, oh, I'm putting this all behind me and I'm gonna just be kissy boo boo with a nigga that I'm just not attracted to. If I value myself and I view myself as a strong, powerful woman, I'm not finna sit here and be with no man who's just like, oh, I'm all right, I'm okay. That should get on my nerves. But you got money.
Hello. Hi, Brianna. Welcome.
All right. So apparently that was the end of her. That ended abruptly, but she left with a bang. Fellas, take notes. Don't be a foodie call. This woman said, I don't know why I'm kissing on this brother. I don't like you.
That's as she said, I don't know why I'm not kissing on him. She said, I don't know why I'm not kissing out on him. He done bought me $150 edible arrangement, took me to Roof Chris, and he just about to get he about to get a kiss on the cheek at best and ghosted. Wicked work. And that's why we say, fellas, don't be taking no dates out on expensive dates. First, before you even know them, my rule is do the coffee date. Find out there's some sexual interest first, and now go hit the town. I'm serious. I wouldn't do it. I'm like, look, we're gonna talk. We're gonna let. You're going to know what this is. You're going to know why I'm here. Shout out to Shay Shay. You're going to know what this is. Shay Shay said, you know what type of ninja I was when you got here.
I mean, that's the best case scenario. Go out for drinks, go out for coffee, for the quick thing, and you can get out in and out quickly. That way you're not invested in a big old meal and this person you're not attracted to, and that's it. You just get up and you walk. That way, it's just a pleasant coffee, pleasant drink, boom, boom, boom. Don't invest in nothing else. Invest in that coffee and that drink, and that's it. Just keep it moving. It's it.
That's it. I wouldn't dare. That's how, fellas, that's how you bring some balance back to the dating market.
Right.
Seriously, like, check that. So we ain't saying don't go on expensive dates. Yeah, you should want to show your love interest a good time and all that good stuff, but first make sure it is a love interest. I wouldn't dare be on what should be a meet and greet, i.e. coffee date, and you about to have a $300 bill in front of you. Wicked. and she liable to have one of her friends call her, have an emergency, and you sitting there, come on, I'd rather no.
I think any woman going on a date and ordering $300 worth of food is stank. Like, when you go out on a date with a man, you're not supposed to be eating like you're out with the girls at a sushi bar. Like, you need to have a salad, maybe get a side of chicken, a juice, and share a dessert. Like, what is all that? $300 on a date? Guys shouldn't even have to bring up coffee. Go to Applebee's and get the spinach artichoke dip. It's nice. Like a 2 for $25. I mean, what do you really need? You're just trying to figure out if there's a connection there. Does he tickle your fancy? does he have depth and character that you find appeasing? What does a big expensive meal have to do with the character of a man? That is so annoying to me.
Is you broke or no? If you broke, just say that, huh?
But am I supposed to show you my bank statement balance and all of that on day one, the first hour? Like, is that reasonable?
That's how they acting.
The point is, if you're
like
not
you said,
attracted,
Quit
walk away.
dealing with them hyenas. Quit dealing
But
with
if you're not attracted, walk away. I tell
Just say no.
I tell
If
most
you're not
things.
attracted, just say, oh, thank you, I'm flattered, but no.
Finish the date out and just don't call back anymore. Just block the number. Finish the date and block the number and be done. If you're not attracted to her, she's not attracted to him, just finish the date out. Be pleasant about the date. Not more than $25-$30 for the date, and then block the person, and that's it. That's all you got to do. You ain't got to do nothing else. That's what I used to do. That's what I used to do. I used to go. And one summer, I had like 4 dates a week. I'd have 4 dates a week trying to find a boyfriend. 4 dates a week, and then I just block the person. I tell them to come to a specific restaurant so the camera could see you. The camera can see me. We ain't gonna have no funny business. I order ice cream, or I order a drink, or I order something real simple, a patty melt or something like that. We'll have a conversation, see if I'm attracted. If I'm not attracted, I get up, I block their ass while I'm in the car, and that would be it.
What's a patty melt? Is that a burger?
It's a chicken sandwich.
It's a sandwich with
Here we go. We're going down another one of HQ's rabbit hole. There we go.
Shout out to John Henry. Appreciate you, brother. Says finding isn't a problem for women. It's keeping and maintaining. Aha. Shout out to Tall D. I'll say that. So, yes, let's go. I'm down for HQ. Meet up, and beat.
Come on, Tall Daddy. Let's be respectful now. Come on now.
What are we doing out here? This dirty work. I'm a lady.
We knew what it was gonna be. My man Q in the chat, he said she getting revved up. Here we go.
This is the lady territory over here. You don't come nowhere and beat up nothing.
There you go.
You come respectful.
Respect the lady.
Hold on. Well, okay.
God dang it. Here we go. Shout out to Sphere. Says HQ stop. There is a difference between grown boys and grown men. Let's do the balloon pop SPC edition. Love y'all. Listen, that's all HQ. We know you got simps. That's a fact. However, you may have something more eligible via SPC. That's all.
I have a specific man in mind. Just no man will do. So just saying I'm interested is not. Look, I know, I understand. I'm in the age bracket where I can't be choosy, but I'm to the point where I'm cantankerous and I want what I want. And if I'm going, the only thing I got to look forward to is hot sex and you not bothering me in the bedroom. That's it. So you got to come with a specific look so I understand what I'm getting. Great. It's all meat, but you can't be bothering me. But the meat got to be on par and it's got to look right. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
You mean like not like circumcised versus circumcised? You mean like when you say look right?
Y'all doing too much right now. Y'all doing too much.
Not that. I mean, not that. I'm just saying.
Hey, look what Jay Gray said. Look what Jay Gray said. Look what Jay Gray said. He said, look.
Oh no.
Jay Gray come through. He says, I'll make your patty melt HQ. I haven't had a patty melt in like 5 years. I'm not doing the patty melt.
I want one now.
I think I know what HQ looking for. I'm pull this video up. Hit the like button. We've been here before. This is what HQ wants.
Oh no.
Baby, we gotta go to bed.
All right, I'm gonna let you guys do your thing.
All right.
Yeah. In our house, the sleeping arrangement is Carl has his own room, his own space, and I share a space with Kenya. We've been that way pretty much since I moved in with them.
There's really no situation where we're trying to, figure out who's going to be with Kenya on a particular night. Tiger and Kenya spend most of their nights together. They're the primary sexual unit in, our relationship.
This brother's a cuck. The brother on the left, the light-skinned guy in the dreads, he is the main husband. That is his wife. They were together. They moved this guy on the right, the bald-head guy. He's the second. But now he coming to the house and the woman sleeps with him primarily. He's the primary. And now he got his own room and his wife is sleeping with another man every night. This is what HQ wants.
Listen.
No, I don't believe in all that. I don't believe in any of that. I believe in a man and a woman, a unit, and then that's it. I believe in one little thing. I would never look at those two. I just would never look at those two, right?
Listen, this is wild.
So the husband is the man with the dreads.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, but she's sleeping primarily every night with the other guy in the pink.
There we go. I'm gonna take it back for everybody in the back. Here we go.
She's a pimp.
Indeed.
Baby, we gotta go to bed.
All right, I'm gonna let you guys do your thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So she's telling her main husband, we gotta go to bed.
The sleeping arrangement is Carl has his own room, his own space, and I share a space with.
Look how him dap him up. He won't even look him in the face. He's sending this man to bed. He about to go take your wife to bed. This is some of the sickest work.
Now, we covered a little bit of this a while back, and we saw the beginning of this. So like Gav said, the light-skinned brother with the locks, that's the husband. And out of nowhere, it seems she said, hey, just so you know, Code Ninja, I got a boyfriend that's moving in. That dark-skinned brother moved in and technically pushed him out the bed into the guest bedroom, and he dapping up this dude. This thing's worse than death. This is definitely one of them. This is hell. That's crazy. So he about to go to sleep. Light skin about to go to sleep, and the darky about to go over there. Them walls ain't that thick. Like
they doing this for the gram. They gotta be doing this for the gram.
No, they
ain't
not.
no way. Ain't no
Man
way.
can't fake this. That's really him. Man can't fake that. You can't.
And if he's doing that, then he got another female in the room and he kicking back with this other female. Ain't no way you letting your wife do this. Ain't no way.
At some point,
unless you got something wrong with your.
It's a lot.
It's something going on with the
everything in this house would be broken. Everything in this house would be broken.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Including my legs and my back and my neck.
Something.
Everything would be broken.
Here we go. I'm gonna take it back again. Here we go. Oh.
This is
wild. Baby, we gotta go to bed.
All right, I'm gonna let you guys do your thing.
Right.
Yeah.
She said, baby, we got to go to bed. He said, okay, I'm going to let you guys do y'all thing. So she let him know, we about to go lay out. He said, okay, I'm going to let y'all go clash meets. I guess I'll go to my study, and
maybe there's an issue he has that we don't know about,
No.
Like maybe he can't do the full process. And so that's why the other guy is there. For the full process.
Maybe you can't get the full price. Maybe you can't. Maybe look.
I brought this up a while ago. I asked men. We were doing the Regal Rumble. I asked all the men. I'm gonna see if I can find it. If your man unit stopped working, would you allow your wife to seek pleasure in other men? Most men they said no.
Most definitely not.
How you gonna be selfish like that then?
My husband is gonna want it to die with it. So whatever it dies, I have to die too.
Or some men
don't work.
I was gonna say some men they gonna have to put a strap on. They're gonna have to put that shoulder harness. They're gonna have to put a strap on, strap it to themselves.
Man, they done made pills. Look, I'm in that demographic where things start to malfunction. So you gotta have pills and all that other gold and that silver stuff. You gotta make that stuff work. So I ain't ran across a person yet that they haven't been able to use the blue pills and use the golden package and then make everything work, right? So I don't know what's going on with him, but that don't make no sense to me that you would allow another man to be putting it to your wife unless you have a problem with your Johnson.
No, he a cuck. Is no masculinity. That's what makes men be men.
Maybe he's not sexually
testosterone. I'm sorry. That brother low on testosterone. He must be. I assure you, real low. I don't think he could be whole. I hear what you saying, HQ, but I'm gonna say he whole. He low on testosterone.
There's some men on this planet that don't like. There's some humans on this planet that don't value having sex like other people value it. And maybe they don't.
But you
want
can leave the relationship. He values it with somebody. He might be tired of it with her.
Yeah, but don't you think there's more important things in a marriage besides the sex?
Yeah, no, not bringing another man in. There's nothing you can do. No.
But what if sex is not a priority to you?
No, we men, we don't think like
that.
that.
He is broken. I don't. This is no. It don't matter what's going on with him. This situation don't work at all. Not something. Yeah, something is off. Ain't no man about to sit here and engage in this. Like, no, that's my woman. What you doing? Like,
I'm
somebody
assuming that his stuff don't work.
I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it go.
Work.
I'm gonna let it go. She got 2 husbands and she's seeking the 3rd one.
Baby, we gotta go to bed.
All right, I'm gonna let you guys do your thing.
Right.
Yeah.
In our house, the sleeping arrangement is Carl has his own room, his own space, and I share a space with Kenya. We've been that way pretty much since I moved in with them.
There's really no situation where we're trying to, figure out who's going to be with Kenya on a particular night. Tiger and Kenya spend most of their nights together. They're the primary sexual unit in, our relationship. When Kenya does desire intimacy with her, with myself, and I desire intimacy with her, then we share that. I love being alone. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you hear
my
that?
thing is like being in my room. I'm kind of like very introverted in many ways. And so I really do enjoy the alone time.
Brother, who you trying to convince? I don't know who he's trying. Yeah, I really love being alone in my room, listening to my wife get pounded out. What you talking about?
So you think that she forced this on him? You think she forced this whole relationship on him?
Yes, I do. Look at, but not too. She didn't have to force too much. Look how he laying in that bed.
See, I'm not one of those people that think. See, and that's the whole case against polygamy. I just don't believe it's gonna work. How do you think a woman feels when a man does the same thing with another woman? Don't you think a woman has the same feeling as a man when you bring another woman into the situation?
No,
don't you think? Absolutely yes.
No, absolutely not. And there's never been
so
a
you
time.
You all think we're not territorial just like men?
There are no. I don't care about your feelings.
I'm telling you.
There are no documented events in history where it was recognized where there were droves of women that had multiple men in a successful environment and a community. Never, ever. It don't work. There would be bloodshed.
I'm saying to you as a woman, we have the same feelings.
Don't care
as men do when it comes to that territory.
It's not a feeling. It's not a feeling. It's called the Y chromosome and testosterone. It cannot work. That's what y'all women don't. You say, oh, we the same. No, we not. Y'all have no testosterone. Y'all don't have a Y chromosome. So it's not a feeling.
So why is this chromosome speaking for me?
Because it's your feelings. You
no. How is your chromosome speaking for my chromosome?
You said your feelings. You already gave it away. So
I'm just saying, how is your chromosome speaking for my chromosome? When I tell you my chromosome get the same territorial feelings as your chromosome. I'm just saying. If you can say y'all can be territorial, we can be territorial.
Let me say this. Joe, we made it this far in the show. All right, the timeouts are out. I know. We knew HQ wasn't gonna make it long. What you got, Mr. Walker? Go ahead.
Yeah. So here we go. You said, how can I tell you about your chromosomes? Let's real quick Do you have an X chromosome? So do I. I can speak on that. I have a Y chromosome. You don't have it. You simply don't have this. It's down to the nucleus, the difference. It's not feelings. It's science. It's genetics. Why you keep it's your feelings. You can't compare the two. You can't.
I'm saying women are territorial just like men.
No,
Now,
not just women are territorial, but not
now.
just
Wait,
like
hold on. Let's ask Raquel. Raquel, if your husband walked in the door and said, "I need another female in my life," tell me you would not feel some type of way.
fair. That's not fair.
No. Let's ask the woman. Let's ask the woman.
No, that's not fair. That's already
Let's ask the woman. How would you feel? Wouldn't you feel some type of way?
Yes, I would.
Thank
feel
you.
some type of way.
We all would feel some type of way, male or female.
Rageful.
Wait. I got a question for Rockwell too. Now, you would feel some kind of way. Now, do you think that your rage and fury would compare to your man's rage and fury if you bought the same thing to him?
No.
Thank you. And now what you got, HQ?
But that's not. But I didn't say degree. I said
no, it is because it's different. You're talking about a feeling.
So
I'm talking about what's in the DNA.
But
her man gonna grab a hatchet, and it ain't got nothing to do with feelings.
But I'm saying you cannot invalidate what we feel as not being as important as what you feel. You would feel enraged. So would a woman. Our enragement may not be as strong as a man's enragement, but we still would feel some type of way. So I'm saying both sexes feel some type of way when that particular situation presents itself. We women feel the same way. It's just a matter of degree, but we still feel it. I'm just saying.
There are no circumstances where a respectable man would ever entertain this setup, but there are instances where respectable women, depending on the man, they'll say, okay. So
I wouldn't leave. I mean,
a man would
that man right there ain't left. That man right there has not left. That man right there.
I'm a woman. Me not leaving and sitting on the bed with my socks and shorts on, is like that's what he expects me to do. Go and lick my wounds. But
and at this point, I would say this guy on the screen, he's damaged goods. Don't nobody else want him.
No, that's why he's introverted. He has nowhere else to go. Like this is
but we can't say that there's not circumstances that are like this on the planet. So we don't know this stuff. Yeah, so I'm saying there's circumstances like this. There's circumstances like a female in that same relationship.
There's not circumstances like this. We can't name them.
I mean, I'm not saying I don't know any women that are sharing two men. I don't know any women.
Damn near every woman in the country is sharing multiple men.
I'm just saying
80% of the women are sharing men, whether they know it or not.
We can't say that's that.
Hell,
it ain't that high.
We can't say that.
That's not that high. Come on.
If 80% of our melanated sisters are single moms, is that not enough data? Right? If they're single moms, they got a man that they interested in, and they got a baby daddy.
But that doesn't correlate with the 80%. Is not the same as having 2-3 different female men. No, 2-3 different women sharing the same man. That's not the same thing. We can't say that. You can't say that. I'm saying you're forced. Most women would prefer one man to her, and her man and her, and that's it.
Prefer.
Right.
Let me take this back one last time so we can move off of this. This has been madness. Hit the like button.
Prefer.
Look at his brother in his bed.
Look at that.
Oh, stop it.
I would, man, please.
They probably done castrated him and everything. So
that dark-skinned brother, that dark-skinned brother that hunched on everybody in that house. Tell that part.
That's how I'm looking when I'm responding to y'all's videos when I'm supposed to be working throughout the week. That's exactly how I'm looking on the couch.
Here we go.
That's so sad.
Situation where we're trying to, figure out who's going to be with Kenya on a particular night. Tiger and Kenya spend most of their nights together. They're the primary sexual unit in our relationship. When Kenya does desire intimacy with her, with myself, and I desire intimacy with her, then we share that. I love being alone.
Oh, so he said it got to be mutual because she always wants to hunch. Hence, she trying to get 3 husbands. That woman always want to hunch. But he said, I also got to want to sleep with her. So she might come in there and say, hey, David, I want you tonight. And David going to be looking at his phone like that, like, I don't want you tonight. And she going to go back in there and hunch on Charles. She can't lose. So,
and listen, you know how she can't lose. Understand something. The male's ego. So the dark-skinned brother, understand, he like, I'm in there hunching this dude's wife. And he definitely telling folks where it's wicked work.
Listen, they must got a deadbolt on that bedroom door. Ain't no way that dude in there sleeping peacefully.
Ain't no way.
He gotta have a deadbolt. And he got a steel, it's a steel exterior door on their bedroom. It's a deadbolt. All right.
He done cried.
I was thinking that same thing. You better have a lock on that door. Because I'd be afraid I'd wake up and there'd be a knife to my throat. Ain't no way I'd be in nobody else's house doing that.
This dude, he dead inside. He tried to make it seem like he got to say so. He said, and I want to sleep with her too. Shut up, ninja. Shut up. You weird, cuz. You're weird, cuz.
That's wild. Just no. I don't see how it could happen with 2 women and a man. I don't see how it can happen. I mean, I would never be a part of that dynamic. I know I could never be a part of the dynamic. It'd be hell in that house. You would never be safe in that house with me. I'm just telling you how Heathen Queen would react.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
no way.
That dark-skinned brother over there, he be texting them after they done. He's like, hope I wasn't too loud, bro. Know what I mean?
No, he texting him. He over here like, hey, bro, can you go grab us a couple bottles of water? Hey, bro, can you go downstairs and turn the heat up? We cold in here.
It's a little cold in here, yeah. And when you open the door, don't let the stank out.
When Kenya does desire intimacy with her, with myself, and I desire intimacy with her, then we share that. I love being alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, my thing is like being in my room. I'm kind of like very introverted in many ways. And so I really do enjoy the alone time.
So that was the end of it. He enjoys his alone time.
Maybe it's financial. Maybe it's financial, and maybe he has some kind of.
No. I will go live up under a bridge. Men don't move like this. Understand?
At all? Yeah, no, not at all. Yeah, this is a technical. The Y chromosome, his might be gone. Maybe he peed his out because that don't allow you to move like this. Yeah, that woman kissing him in the mouth. That's for real. Yeah, he a rainbow boy because she doing stuff to him, then she kissing him effing yucca tea. I don't see how this is real. This got to be a mental illness. If he was to sit in front of a shrink, I'm pretty sure they would consider him disturbed.
Do you understand? I feel the same way you do. That kind of arrangement makes me feel the same way. Something's got to be wrong. Ain't no way that a woman like me would deal with that. I could not deal with that. I would not deal with that. I'd be doing some heinous shit. I just know I would.
I think something's wrong with all 3 of them.
Right.
All 3 of them have the same underlying issue, whatever that is. Like, it's weird. It's just strange. Like,
self-esteem. There's self-esteem issues everywhere. She just hunching. Maybe her sex drive is over something. I don't know.
Yeah, she works. I'm pretty sure she's the breadwinner. So she go out to work and she probably make $250,000 or so. And she like, Mama got you. She paying to play. I'm pretty sure it's they setup. So yeah, they don't work. They at home. She come home and she's like, which one of y'all gonna satisfy Mama?
Yeah. Mama got you. Please, no.
At best.
Shout out to Project Leroy. Says HQ, you can only choose from what's available.
That's correct.
Shout out to TJ at Through the Fire Podcast. Says you not any different when you say, I want what I want, HQ. Yeah, so say. Shout out to John Henry. Says a patty melt is ground beef and cheese on rye.
Yes.
Okay, that's all
Hey,
good.
at Waffle House, they have the chicken patty melt.
Yeah, they probably got him in chicken. That
Yeah,
was
but the original one is patty melt with ground cheese and rye.
like
Yeah,
steak and shake, like a steak and shake patty melt.
Crazy. All right. Shout out Project Leroy.
Right.
Says husband tasting. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I can't even say that. That's what I'm saying. That's foul.
Yeah, nowadays I think they call patty melts smash burgers. I think they call smash burgers. Maybe.
Yeah.
Shout out
Can't
to
hear
John.
you.
Say 54 years old, no blue pill needed. There you go. Listen, health is wealth in many ways, especially when it comes to your phallus. Take care of yourself.
That blue pill. Let me stop.
What? Go ahead. Get it out.
Let me stop.
All right.
Let me.
Shout out to Truest Dude.
Does it work or not? Is it? Oh, okay.
I can't. This is sinister work, man. You feel me? I didn't think black cucks existed. Diabolical, villainous, and nefarious. All that Truest Dude. I like that.
Oh, this is wild.
Shout out to the brother TJ. Says one of the doctors that I work with said the blue, what's that? The blue V pill don't work for 40% of the men. That's insanity. I couldn't imagine. That's wild.
Well, HQ said differently a minute ago.
I mean, I've never actually seen anybody take it, but I'm saying the partners that I have ran.
Have you ever been on the receiving end of it?
Oh, the blue pill? No, me.
You don't even know it. Sometimes you don't know it. Sometimes you be laying there in the bed like, why he going so hard in the paint? Why won't he stop? He might be on something.
Wait a minute. I will tell you the one person I ran across. Boy, he was in his 60s. He was just like a rocky. He was like a rocky robot. I was like, damn. Damn.
Shout out to Low Key, come through with the 50. Appreciate you, man. Just in time. Says Green Eyed Super is back. It's time out. Open yet, HQ? You open season, and it is.
So HQ got 12 minutes in the gulag. All right.
How she went out was wicked work. Like y'all could have gave her 5 more seconds.
Listen, that's a rabbit hole and a dark one at that.
Yeah.
It was like Rockin' Rabbit, and then she was gone.
Shout out to Needs. Says I've seen this. He loved her more than she loved him. She was going to leave him, so he complied. Holy cow. Okay. Things worse than death. This be one. Appreciate you, John Henry, coming through tonight. Says, not your chromosomes, HQ, it's your libido. Yeah. You're nasty. Shout out to Project Leroy. Says, HQ, your X chromosomes don't pick whether your child is a boy or girl. That option belongs to the man's X and Y chromosomes. Biology doesn't lie. Just you.
Oh, man. So here we go. Shout out to my guy, Low Key. Yeah! Boom, put HQ on ice. All right. She'll be back up here in about 10 more minutes. In the meantime, we were sitting up here. Say what now? Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you. You good.
Okay. Yeah, we were talking about the women with 2 men. But let's listen to Tyrese. He was up on Club Shay Shay. Check this out. All right. This is more natural. This is what happens.
That doesn't change what we promised God.
Let me stop this for a second. He started off by saying, you know, your grandparents being married 50, 60 years. How do y'all think y'all don't know the truth? Your grandma ain't never told y'all what Pop was doing. He had a whole other family. It was different times. And she still appeared to be happy because she had a duty.
And it was different. You know, what did Kev talk about? What did it say? Cheating respectfully. He used to always say that once your partner finds out about it, now they got to do something. But if they don't know, it is what it is if that's the life you choose to indulge in. But that's right. Social media definitely made things worse for the family structure. And Tyrese up here trying to save face. I ain't trying to hear him. But back in the day, Pawpaw and them, they wasn't hunching everything in the community. No, there was different times. And I like to make the example of the widowed women back then. You got a widow down the street. She still need her grass cut. She still needs stuff done around the house. This one today, there wasn't no handyman hotline. And he said, I'm going to go down here and help. And back then, I'm pretty sure ladies knew one way to show their gratification outside of food. And it was what it was. And it wasn't no big deal. Wasn't nobody being replaced. It was what it was. But yeah, this whole, I don't agree.
Well, I think his greater point is he's speaking to these modern men and women thinking you could be in this 50, 60-year relationship and it's all going to be peaches and cream and roses. That part is true. Ain't nobody going to be in a relationship for 60 years and ain't nothing going to happen. The party is they're not, your grandparents don't tell you this stuff. They try to act like nothing ever happened. And he's saying we got social media now, everybody knows, it's in our faces, but it's always been going on.
Stuff always gonna happen in relationships. My thing, me and my wife always say, as long as we can look back at them and at least laugh about them, joke, then it's all right. We can make it through it. But yeah, things gonna happen. That's what Dad goes show. But yeah, Tyrese, another dude that ain't exactly the messenger, but he got a point.
So here we go. Hit the like button if you just came in.
So you got to understand what you don't understand. For the people watching. Now, the married folks at home, hallelujah, they're going to be screaming and hooping and hollering because they know it ain't easy to be married. Nope. And they also understand the magic and the beauty of marriage in itself. And I never understood that until Rev Run became my best friend. I had never consistently, keyword boys and girls, I had never consistently ever been around a married man prior to Rev Run. To understand what marriage, wife, family, it ain't arguing. It's how do you argue? Mm-hmm. You see? That's the difference. Everybody gonna argue. With two random people that don't know each other, your family ain't got nothing to do with my family. Your triggers ain't got nothing to do with my family. Your upbringing ain't got nothing to do with. We hope and we pray that a lot of who we are align. But when they don't, we're going to argue about it. Question is, how are you arguing? What are you arguing about? How are you arguing? Is the question.
So that was the end of his deal here. Yeah, like I said, Tyrese definitely the messenger. Sometimes you got to separate the messenger from the message. And, he dropped a couple gems. He spoke there about the arguing, like he says, how you, and definitely I think people think arguing is what you see with him on Baby Boy. That's extreme. All right. But when you first meet somebody, like he said, y'all don't know each other. So in them early years, y'all got to hash that stuff out and, like he said, become one.
That's an amen to that. Yeah, what is it? I think year 5 or 6 for me and the missus was a mercy. And yeah, you got to hash it out. But I've said it before. As far as arguing, I really hate that word because, like you said, arguing, I hear yelling when I think of arguing, but discussions and I feel like, forget that, scratch that. I believe that arguing goes away whenever you stop having misunderstandings. It's my understanding that most arguments and disputes happen in households because of misunderstandings. If y'all really for one another, shouldn't be too much heavy conflict. A lot of stuff simply malcommunication, miscommunication. I figured that out. Well, me and the missus, and I ain't gonna hold you, big out of fairy tale sense, but that's the biggest thing. But like I said, you got to hash it out. Two selfish people coming together as one. We regardless of how selfish you think you are, you got selfish tendencies. That's a fact. And it's okay. But y'all got to come together. This is where the compromise comes into play. And compromise don't mean missing out or losing out on something. It means taking the other person's feelings and everything into account and acting accordingly, not being selfish. Yeah, he's spitting a little bit.
So what you got, Raquel? What you got? What he's saying?
I agree with him. My grandmother and my grandfather is still alive. He lives in a more popular place in Spain that's like younger people, different demographics of people. He has a young companion. And my grandmother, they were still married. She lived in the country house in the mountains without a companion, but when she died, she's going into the ground and he will go into the ground on top of her. Like they didn't divorce, and she didn't say, this burial plot that we bought 25 years ago, I don't want to go into it. I want to go somewhere else now because he's doing XYZ 2 hours away from me in southern Spain. You know, like they were pretty transparent about relationships. So I never had a thought that my dad was perfect. I just knew that my dad wouldn't leave us. My dad would never put anybody before my mom. And even though my grandfather had this companion, he was still very much anything my grandma needed, any way she wanted it, he would acquiesce to. You know, they were older. You know, he wasn't going to change who he was, but, you know, I don't disagree with Tyrese. I think he's saying the truth. Is he the right messenger? No. But grandma went through stuff. My grandma on my dad's side went through stuff. She had 9 children with a man that was working, and he made good money. So yeah, they're going to be women after your man. So I think if you're smart, and you just know that that's a man's nature, then you just worry about dinner, lunches, the house, the kids. You find things to do in your life so that you're not constantly worried about this other woman that you're competing with. Like that's always going to be there, whether you know it or not. So I agree with Tyrese. I think he's speaking facts, even though he can't hold up his end of a bargain in a relationship either.
And that's the problem with, we'll get HQ back up here in 1 second. That's the problem with, the older people not telling the truth. Then you got younger people that see their grandparents and whatnot in this perfect light. Like, oh yeah, I want a relationship like that. Because no, you don't know what
she ain't never been through nothing, and she's never told you that she went through something and they got through it. So you're just thinking it's always, shits and giggles, but it's not. It's work every day. And for me, Mr. Walker, our year was year 8.
Year 8. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah, I think ours was 6. Yeah, and after that, like you said, definitely was some arguing going on. That's what Dad goes.
A lot of misunderstandings, and when you said the misunderstandings are what caused the argument. It's like as soon as you understand your square and your partner's square and how those squares conjoin, and it's okay that sometimes I'm going to have to barter what I'm thinking and feeling for him, and in some cases when it involves the house or the children, my husband does that for me. But now it's just like, okay, let's let Daddy have his time. Daddy needs his time. We're gonna go watch Beetlejuice and we'll see him later. You know what I mean? Like it's not an argument. You just know that we're not seeing eye to eye. It'll blow over. It's not that serious. I'm not gonna hang my hat and die on the cross here about this. He can have his time. But
yes, ma'am.
Right. I wanted to say this one thing. People think being in a relationship is like 50-50, and it's never 50-50. Some days I only got 20% to give to this relationship. You're going to have that 80% in order for this to keep going on. A lot of people don't understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is some days I only got 30% effort to put in this relationship, and I'm going to need you to have the 70%, and you got to have the 70%. And some days you only got 40%, and I got to have that 80% to keep this relationship going. And that's what he really meant. What he really meant, you people are not explaining to you the real. Some days I don't want to be married. Some days you don't want to be married to me. So I'm the one that's going to have that 80% when you only got 20%. When you don't want to hear my mouth, when you don't want to hear what I got to say, when you don't want to see me, you only got 20%. I'm the one that's got to have that 80% in order to make this relationship continue going.
I'll say it boils down to a lot of people, you know, you can't be that transparent because a lot of people don't want to see the cooks while you're in the kitchen. So if you've seen the process that went on at McDonald's and, you know, Wendy's, all my fast food eaters, you wouldn't eat there anymore because you've seen what went on in the kitchen. So it's hard to, you know, explain some of the stuff to people or try to be transparent because you don't want to discourage people because it's not a bad thing, even though McDonald's is bad. But let's just say a regular restaurant, you know, some Roof Chris or something. You don't want to go back there sometimes. You just want your plate when the steam is coming off of it and it smells good.
There you go. And it's also difficult to be transparent sometimes because of your duty. As a man, as a husband and wife, you have to protect each other's head. So as a, you know, especially, you know, as man and woman, you want to counsel the younger generation, you know, as a man, you don't want to talk about all your woman's shortcomings. You know what I'm saying? You kind of got to be vague and vice versa. You know, it's just how it goes. You got to protect each other's head while, you know, also counseling. So like Gav said, they really don't want to know. But if you give enough solid information, once they get to those granular things, you know, those knockout arguments that you couldn't talk about, they're like, okay, you know, Pop Opera, they let me know how to navigate this. I'm gonna calm down, I'm gonna check myself, and then they can move forward. But yes, I agree. That's the thing too. All the married couples, don't go out telling folks, don't go uncovering your partner's head by telling all the bad stuff they did in their shortcomings. That opens up the door for people to come in. Don't do it.
And here's another thing. Even though people have been married 30 and 40 years, people didn't air their dirty laundry out in the middle of the street. When Papa was a Rolling Stone down the street, didn't nobody know Papa was a Rolling Stone down. Mama didn't know he was a Rolling Stone down the street all the time. She didn't want to know that he had 2 or 3 kids on the other side of town. People didn't air their dirty laundry. Now people just tell everything. Get on social media. My boyfriend cheat. My mama da. My daddy did this. Back in the day, they didn't run their mouth and tell everything. That's how relationships stayed together. Even though you may not have meant to stay together. If I was cheating on my husband, I wasn't running around telling everybody on social media that I got me a side boo. I wasn't doing all that. I was doing my dirt over there on the other side of town and bringing myself back home and cooking and cleaning for Papa. And Papa didn't know none of that until after I died. So this is the marriages these days is totally different. I was married for a long time. Do I think my husband cheated on me? I'm not going to think in those terms. I'm going to think I had a 30-year marriage and that marriage was what it was because he never left me. I never left him. So I'm not going to say that he never did or he didn't. I'm never going to say that.
Well, I would say in theory, it's impossible for a man to cheat if he's still showing up, doing his duties every day. If you don't know, if you got this kind of peace of mind, he did his job. So it's not for you to go be trying to figure things out.
Right.
You know, a guy doing his job every day, he's not cheating. He's 100% committed.
That's what I would like to think. So that's why, you know, I stay in my happy place.
I mean, as long as nothing is out of order, nothing changes day to day. I'm not going to look through his phone unless there's disrespectful cheating and there's respectful cheating. I mean, I look at it this way. If you disrespectful with it, then I got to face it. I got to look at it and say, do I want to stay here and deal with this mess? But if you respectfully cheating and I don't know you cheating, I don't have nothing to confront, because the only thing you can say is I ain't doing what I'm doing. And then I'm going to go back and do what I've been doing, and I ain't going to pay attention to it. But if you out here bringing her to my house, you out here, she calling me, she talking crazy to me. Every time I go out, I see her. No.
She leaving notes on my car. Ooh.
Yeah.
Or he changing up. Like some men will cheat and you know, part of their strategy is this is an exit. Like this ain't, oh man, cheating, he going home to his wife and you know, gonna go on with their life. He's with this woman and he's looking for an exit strategy with his wife, and you know what I mean, it's premeditated, and that's a whole nother story, because now you taking time away from your family. You over here with this woman when you forgetting stuff, you forget anniversaries and whatnot, and now you see what I'm saying, you ain't doing your duties,
and you're not good for the group, because now that's gonna start to affect your circle. It's bad. See what I'm saying? There's rules and standards to this, and it all makes sense. That's for sure, man.
So here we go.
Shout out to Low Key. Appreciate you coming through. One of the show sponsors says, this ninja said, Red Run Ninja. You got some better role models to strive for. Yeah, Rev Run.
yeah, that's wild.
Shout out to Needs. Says, and that's it. Embarrassment for women like HQ. Women are so easily embarrassed. They say they will not stand for it publicly, but secretly they will.
Is what it is.
Shout out to Brian Spencer. Come through with the $2 super sticker. Appreciate you, Brian.
Appreciate you.
Shout out to Loki. Says, been with my lady for 15 years since high school. I got her secured like McAfee. I know that's right.
That part.
Shout out to Loki. Says, HQ, best believe he cheated, but he loved you. Shout out to Sphere. Says, the Underground Railroad would have been compromised if they had the internet back then. For sure.
So here we go. I'm gonna pull this next one up. We've been talking about this all summer, and I guess this is the reunion. I got a couple timestamps here because it's a lot, and I want to get through a couple talking points on here. This is Arlette's Balloon Pop Season 2 reunion. It's a lot.
Oh, this is gonna be genius. Okay.
Hit the like button.
Volume.
No one ever said this, but she was popping on them. Like, were you able to like see that when you went back and watched it, or what were your thoughts on that?
I got thousands of messages, emails. I mean, positive and negative. I just try to focus on the light and positive side of things, you know, and it was so much like comments on everything, not just that, the insecurity, like just me like being a stripper and maybe not. Sometimes I regret saying that I was a stripper, because it's just like, I know what comes with it. So people just think like, oh, you're a stripper part-time, so how are you looking for love?
Oh my God.
What's going on?
Part of her deal is she was going up there self-sabotaging. She kept popping her balloon, but she was not telling men that she's a stripper. She would say, oh, you wouldn't like me because I eat bananas. And God's like, why wouldn't I like? She wouldn't come out and just say why would. She kept making up these reasons instead of telling these guys, you wouldn't like me because I'm for the streets.
Mm-hmm. She kind of indirectly did. You know, she would say stuff like, I'm edgier. You know, I was just hunching New Year's. You know, look at me. What do you see, did you? She got face tattoos, upper body tattoos, everything. Yeah, she was trying to say it.
I don't even know what to say. It's like I don't even know what to say. When I see a woman with tattoos on her face, I'm automatically putting her in a different category. When I see tattoos on the face, why you got them on the face? and she's such a pretty girl. What's going on, right?
She's a stripper. We just talked about this. Them tattoos. There's undesirable times behind those tattoos where there's hurt, trauma. She is a stripper, so we're gonna call it trauma. All right, strong trauma, all on her face.
She understood where she was coming from, and these men were these men like see, there's different levels to it's different levels to people's where they at in life, right? And maybe she thought she wasn't on the level with them, and she was sabotaging herself from the beginning. You're a stripper, you know he's a doctor, you know he ain't dealing with you, right? Or you know you're a stripper and he's a mailman, you know he ain't dealing with you. That type of thing. That's what she was doing. And I get it. Who else was she gonna do? But then you have to aspire for a better life. Regardless of whether you're a stripper, you can change being a stripper. Nobody said you were a prostitute. You just said
it sort of goes hand in hand. Now we splitting hairs. So,
yeah, but you could be a stripper, but not.
You ain't a man. You're not a man, HQ. You can't make that claim. You can't.
But I could go to a whole nother town, a whole nother country, and pretend like I'm a nurse.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna let this keep going.
Sorry. This young lady that's talking with the microphone reminds me of the young lady coming off of the train saying, I'm a hoe. I don't need all this generosity and niceness in the morning. Except she's on the other end of the spectrum, right, where that young lady was aggressive and masculine and mean. She is over here on this other side, insecure. And I think she has a bit more humility in it. Like, she didn't come out and say, but she knows that it doesn't match. So she went ahead, and because she can't compete with someone that's not a stripper, she kept sabotaging herself. So I feel like her and the lady on the train with the face tattoos and the piercings are very much alike. Like,
yes, ma'am. I like that. You're right.
So here we go. I'm gonna let this keep going. She gonna explain herself.
She belongs to the streets.
She talking about I go to church every Sunday. You know, stripping is 9 to 5. No, working at Starbucks is 9 to 5. You know, being a receptionist is 9 to 5. Stripping is selling your soul. All right.
Come on. And she tried. I get the sick hoodoo she trying to spin. She's like, I only do it every other month or so. I only do it when I want to. So she like, I got breaks whenever it started to get too much and it started to wear on my soul. I just stop and I'll come back. I mean, don't strippers get paid on commission, right? So they always go say, come on back. When you want to come back, you can leave, come back. It's sick work. So she's trying to justify it and make it make sense. And you hear she about to break out into tears because she torn. She knows she torn. She a boss chick out here in the entertainment industry, scripting, but she a woman of God. I would just leave that to you. Don't be saying that. It comes across as extremely blasphemous. Like, calm down.
Stop telling people that she's a stripper. That's what she needs to do. That's the first thing you stop doing. You stop telling people you're a stripper. Stop being a stripper. Get you a job at a different area and forget about it. People change and do things. People change from their profession every day. There's 1,000,001 people who
Shout out to Project Leroy. What happened? Since HQ back at timeout for gaslighting and calling strippers cute with an abundance of tattoos. Still waiting for HQ to call the men on the show cute. Shout
out to Project Leroy. He come through.
These hands is bisexual. They'll go from doing this. Look, they'll go from turning them punches to say.
Shout out to Project Leroy. Yeah. He said them hands is bisexual. All right, HQ. So
shout out to crazy Charleston White. But yeah, that sister broken, and it's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know what advice to say. Tell her to stop saying she a stripper. No, let it be known, but stop trying to act like you someone that you not. You a woman of the streets. You are you outside. You in a permanent state of outsideness. Just stop trying to virtue signal.
I'm gonna let this keep going. Hit the like button, folks.
I said, if you watch the show, the first thing I said is, I'm a recording artist. That's my life every single day. Like, I just dropped a song with Casey Veggies. Like,
I don't think it's hard to believe that you go to church and you're a dancer. I think as a woman, you got to do what you got to do to still provide. And who is anybody to judge you for building an income? Mm-hmm. The fact that that doesn't define who you are. But
it's just like, I get it. Like, I get it because I'm being realistic with everybody.
Yeah.
You know, like all the lineup of men, you know, that were truck drivers and this and that. I'm just being realistic and genuine because I was that hypocrite. I wasn't a stripper my whole life. Mm-hmm. Like, I started very late in my life, probably like 27 years old, 28 years old.
But the work that you do does kind of define who you are, just like if you find out.
No, it don't. But I will say, like, it gave me the confidence. You definitely have to be confident to just be in the music industry, to perform, to do all these things. You got to have some level of confidence.
I get it, but we're talking about your
people just focused on that, and I really wish they didn't focus on that, because it's just like, I'm more than a pretty face. I'm more than just some stripper. That's just some job to me.
It's kind of hard to focus on that, because if I'm a man and I'm looking for love, I wouldn't want
take me out.
No, stop. You cannot be the judge, jury, and executioner of your own crimes. Bonquisha, we are the men in the dating market. All the single guys out there, they get to judge you accordingly, and they don't have to have any empathy or sympathy for you. So quit sitting up here saying, well, no, you don't get to make that decision. The men get to.
There you go. That part. And I love when Kev used to bring folks' sons into these scenarios. Would you want your son to bring a woman home like this? And 100% of loving mothers would say, hex to the no. So there you go. That's one of the best tools I see to reflect on yourself. Would I want my child, or to date someone like me, to bring someone home like me? They'll never think about that.
And what you got, Raquel, as far as the woman sitting there to the left, she's telling her, that's your story. Can't nobody judge you. What's your take when women, the sister code, step in like that?
It's just more reflecting bad behavior, mirroring that same bad behavior back to her, she's already internally struggling with the fact that she even has to say, I'm a stripper. She's already in turmoil. But you see the lady sitting next to her, she understands that she's in turmoil, because we are nurturers. We know what that looks like. She is insecure and broken, and she's hanging on by coming onto the show looking for some kind of savior, probably, someone to pick her up out of the mud and clean her up a little bit. And here this lady is with a bad attitude telling her, girl, you don't need to change. You need to do what you got to do to survive, and da-da-da-da-da. The more what she's doing to survive is making her weak, afraid, coming from a position of lack. None of what she's doing is going to fulfill her and give her the security that she needs to be the woman that she wants to be. So I think it's horrible, her advice to her. I think she is annoying, but she's going to get her medicine pretty soon too. So I don't know how much of this you're going to play, but old girl with the blonde braids, she's about to get it too. Like, old dude sitting next to her is going to humble her too, because she's just spanking. She's just a stinking. She just has a bad attitude versus this other woman is actually, I think, at a place where she can humble her. She's a bit more humble.
Okay.
Dude, that brother got black pants, white socks, and black
you might cutting out on us. But here we go. I'm gonna let this keep going. We'll get HQ back up here. Here we go.
Out of it like that. Hey, that would be great if I could have a man that's a
I want to interject
provider.
really quick because
Take this based off experience. You know, dating guys that are outside of the entertainment industry, they try to change me or they try to judge me, like what you're doing right now.
That's the preconceived notion. No, we're not judging you at all. We're just bringing to light on what men think and what a lot of men.
And that's why, like, the entertainment industry is gonna be more understanding,
but not.
And I'm more comfortable with that.
Yeah, but the thing is that you guys don't.
Here's the problem. Soon as these women start saying, "Oh, he's the queen," take note for real. When y'all start saying, "Oh," you have completely lost y'all off base at that point. Because he sat there and said, "A lot of men don't like it," and that woman sat there and said, "But not all men." He said a lot, the majority of men don't want a woman as a stripper. Their only comeback, they're sitting there, not all.
Yeah, but here's the thing. She said that she's only looking for men that are in the industry or around the industry because she understands that is the man that will pick her. So she's not being delusional.
Picking her. That's why she's on the Balloon Pop show. They don't want her.
But I thought she was not looking at those men. I thought she was looking at regular men first.
No.
And then
nope. She said she only deal with dudes in the industry because other guys try to change. So that's where she at. And,
well, maybe that's maybe not what she want, but that's probably. Well, I don't get it.
I would have shut her down. I wouldn't have said most men. I would have said there's not one single resourceful, respectable man that would want to date and or marry a stripper. I drive it home. Yeah, because you say you're right, Miss X. As soon as you say most, they're gonna not all. I'm gonna come with some alls. All right, I'm gonna be specific. Not one resourceful, respected man that's respected by his peers will want to get with a stripper outside of just some nasty, unresponsible meat hunching.
And they gonna sit there and say, "I don't care who respected by their peers. He respect me. He eat my kudakata. He pay my bills. I don't care what y'all think about him."
That's not true. That's not true at all. See, and that's the problem. There ain't not one woman that's gonna be intrigued. They're really into a man that ain't respected by his peers. God damn, come on. It's enough women in this chat. Y'all done been with a dude in the past and seen him go around his friends and get disrespected. All right, you've seen where he was within the pecking order and you got turned off. Tell the truth, shame the devil. So stop that. Y'all do care.
So here we go. Hit the like button.
Don't know how men think because you're not a man.
Y'all simple though, to be honest. Y'all simple men.
Again,
and there's women that dance in the strip club and they find a whole husband. There's like artists like Cash Doll in the entertainment
They're
industry.
outliers in everything.
And she find her a partner.
There's so
Honey,
many
don't
women
let nobody
in this
define
industry
you or
that
judge you.
They're not even
Do what you
open
gotta
about
do.
it. Are you crazy? Most of these women are married. They're in relationships. They're going to college. You know, I just hate that people.
What?
Stop lying. Why you lying, ho? Stop lying. I know the time, ho. Stop lying. 4G's what we slide.
Stop. They doing too much now. This is what they have lost. This is done. They might as well move the subject. Cash Doll, Cardi B, they sound like the women that was trying to get Future to edible arrangements now. The disparities through the roof. She like, look, she gonna say most of these women in the club are married. That's a damn lie.
Ooh, okay.
She got her friend co-signing. The girl is co-signing. The other one on the end of the couch is co-signing. No,
I know one man. I like to bring in live. I know one individual. I know of him that married a stripper. All right, and it played out just how you would think. Goofy brother, Coke bottle glasses, all goofy, and he married a stripper. She stayed long enough to get half, and then she left him. And yeah. So you show me these guys that's married to these dancers, and I shows you a fool, a dumb fool. Wicked. Is that how she trying to justify this? Women in the clubs are married. Show me these men, and I will show you mice.
I said this a couple weeks ago.
That's a great
The problem with these women are it only takes one example for these women to convince themselves. So it'll be a million women with a fishing rod at the same pond getting the same fish. But if one woman pulls out a different fish, they all go look and say, voila, there are different fish in this pond. All it takes is one out of 1 million, and here we are. So
this is the danger of hope. You see this? There's a chance in Hades that it could happen. That's hope. And this is the dangers. Look at him. Look at the tears flowing.
I told her she need to change her profession, move out of those circumstances, because the water is muddy. The water's already dirty for you. Take yourself somewhere, start over the whole life. I don't understand how you
Hold on. Last time we got here, I told you she can take that fishing rod to any pond. She's gonna get the same fish. We came here before, Heathen Queen. We was at
yeah, but the fish ain't gonna know she a stripper though.
Yeah, it is.
The pool matches you. The pool is your reflection in the mirror. You can't say, like, when women go on Kendra and say the dating pool is filled with pee.
Right.
And then Kendra comes back. Well, you know, she has that snippy retort back to them, because it's like, no, you haven't done enough self-reflection to understand it's you. You're bringing the pee to the pool. Like, you're the pee.
Yeah, I understand that. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you have to change. You have to change your circumstances. Otherwise, you're gonna get the same result.
Yes, wherever
she can't be a stripper. You don't. You got to move.
It's too late.
She only been doing it for 4 years. She can get that.
She got tattoos on her face. Oh, we talked about this last time. These women can get with men and they can try to keep it together for a month or two. It's only a matter of time before they pull the mask off and reveal themselves.
That's it. 100%. Soon as some pressure is applied, things shake up, plans don't go as planned, that ain't gonna come out. That's a fact. You don't want it. You got to be I don't know who you got to be. You got to be a big 7 foot tall crazy ninja to try to tame something like this.
She doesn't seem like a bad person. She doesn't seem like a bad person. The whole point is she knows that she's doing wrong. That's the first step. Knowing that you're doing wrong and wanting to change that in a permanent way. She has to change that in a permanent way first. She's on a dating show looking for a man. She don't even know what she want to do or be first. You shouldn't even be looking for nobody and you a stripper. You shouldn't even be looking for a permanent relationship and you taking your clothes off in front of other men. You ought to know men are territorial like that. That's the first step, knowing that you're in the wrong. She fouled all the way around the board.
Shout out to Low Key. Show sponsor today. Come through the 50 ball and another timeout for the Queen of the Heathens. Says only 4 years HQ. Only 4 years on the pole is wicked work.
Man. So here we go. My mic sound good?
You good? Yep.
Okay.
Shout out to Low Key. Appreciate your mic. Says a beautiful woman has no business scripting. You can find a man to sponsor you. So what's your excuse? Oh, I know. Use a 304.
So here we go. Heathen Queen got another 12 and a half. She'll be back. We got a lot more to get through. Hit the like button.
Assume like, oh, you're a stripper, so you're not smart. I get it because I was that hypocrite. In my younger days, I never smoked, I never drank. I was the hypocrite that was saying, oh, I would never dance. Like, that's degrading to women. Like, but you just can never say never. Like, you just never know how life is going to turn out for you for any situation. So like, I get it, but I'm being realistic and I'm letting those guys off easy.
Yeah,
We're not going to work out.
Dorian, go ahead. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, I respect the naked hustle. Let's be honest. Most of the people that, women that are, I'm not going to say everybody, but a lot of people that are in church or things are reformed. You know what? As far as how I feel about it, I feel like you might have been projecting a little bit. I think you need to stand on business about what you do and why you do it and why you do it for yourself, first of all. And then you should use it as a testimony.
Shout out to my girl Dorian. If that voice sound familiar, this the sister that was up here a couple weeks ago. She clearly didn't listen to nothing we told her because she came up here with this wig on. We'll talk about that later, though. Here we go.
For other young girls that are growing into women. You could be a testimony.
Here we go. I'm going to stop it there for a second. I'm going to get HQ in before we switch gears, so they're going to change it real quick. HQ, what you got as far as them two guys?
They doing too much. See, I don't like men back and forth with each other. It's just, it turns me off. If I see two men doing that, if I see your chest stuck out, I don't like that. Because a man should be able to stand on his own 2 feet, regardless of this other man trying to bring him down. There's no way you should be going back and forth with a man. And I look at women who go back and forth too. I look at her as on a different level when I see two women doing that same thing. You should have decorum out here at all times, because the maturity brings decorum. And if you ain't mature, you would be doing this back and forth stuff. Specifically, two men over a dating show. You're trying to get a woman. What woman want to deal with a man who's going back and forth with another man? That's just like two females going back and forth. No respect.
It's weird. Yeah, I never, anytime I see guys arguing like that, I'm automatically like, this is weird. Yeah, you either gonna do something or you not. Like, what we doing? I ain't got us talking, yelling. No.
So here we go. I'm gonna let it keep going. They asked the guy, they start talking about weave. Y'all know where it's about to go.
Yeah, he bald. Uh-oh.
So
about to get bad.
Here we go.
Look, I love a natural
woman.
woman.
Cooking. Okay, we all can cook. I mean, we better know how to cook. We got to eat. What's your look type?
I can't. It's not a certain look.
It has to be because you're popping on weave.
I say that I don't like weave.
But we love to wear weave, honey.
Yes, and y'all wear weave for each other. Y'all don't wear weave for us. I guarantee you, probably if it's 5 guys, 3 to 4 of us don't.
Oh, did y'all see how all the women got triggered at the same damn time? He said, y'all wear that weave for each other. They all said, no.
Look, this is, I couldn't do, I ain't got the patience. They all just barking at him. Bark.
But why did he say it though? I mean, but why did he say that though? What is the point of you saying? What is the point of you saying going all into it? The only thing he had to say was, I like a natural woman. That's all he had to say.
He didn't say nothing.
Yes, he did. He got out of order
directly. So I sort of fast forwarded a little bit, but they were talking about weave, and he said his thing on the show was he don't like women with weave.
Well, we get that. But the whole point is, that's all you had to say was, I like natural women. I want my woman to have natural hair. But then you got out of pocket trying to insult the other women.
No, they asked, the other women asked. The one woman next to him, she twisted up her face and said, why are you talking about weave when you bold?
And I would have said, I like my woman to be natural, just like I'm natural. That it is what it is, and they
still would have bought it.
He did. Listen,
that would have shut the whole conversation down right there.
And then he went on to say, he says most men like natural women. After he said, because they kept pesking him, and they're like, no, that's not true.
But you can shut the conversation down if you keep saying the same thing. I just like natural women.
He was.
Why are you doing this? I just like natural women, and then they would have eventually left it alone.
That's not true. He had to stand on business. He said, I don't like it. He said, most guys don't like it. He says,
Right.
however, that's what y'all do, so we will take it. And we've said that. Somebody has said that before up here. It's true. Men will shoot if this was out there. This woman take. I like women. And
But
all
here's
y'all
the thing.
What are you gonna do?
But here's the thing. He didn't have to. He didn't have to say anything about weave at all. See, you don't have to say. If you know 90% of the creatures are wearing weave, why would you come on a show and say I don't like weave when you know 90% of the people are wearing
the same way women come up here saying they want a man making more than 100K when they know 90% of men don't make 100K.
Yeah, but he know.
Yeah, what do you mean? It's the same kind of.
Yeah, but we know that's a generalized thing.
What?
It's something very
No, it's the same statistic. It's the same number. If you say 90% of women wear weave, well, 90% of men make less than 100K. These are facts.
But it's not the same thing.
I know it ain't. So here we go. Hit the like button. I'm gonna let it go. Here we go. Out her mouth, and then she's gonna sit here and cap. So
yeah, but why did he put that extra on it? Like she said, you didn't have to put no extra on it. You the one who came out here and said that we were doing it for competition, and we're not doing it for competition.
Yes, y'all are.
But
no, we're not.
But we are though.
No, we're not. I'm not. I don't put on weave to compete with no woman.
Oh, all right. Maybe it's
do that.
not. Maybe we're saying it wrong. Maybe
that's it. It's not.
Maybe it's not a competition.
We're doing it for our own self-esteem. We're doing it for our own thing. We're not doing it because I need to look better than this other woman over here. We're not doing that because of that.
And there lies the problem. I'll say this: it's not on a chart or like some kind of standings. It's not like an NFL teams. Like, okay, I'm competing with this Bonquisha. We head up. It's not that. It's subconscious. You don't even know you're doing it a lot of times.
Yeah, but they are competing though, Gavin X, because they'll say stuff like, you heard the girl from the last video that said she went to the bar with her brother. She's buying $800 bundles and she's paying for it with a $500 install. So how much money is that? 800 plus 500. She's looking down on the girl that has the 27 piece. That she got pump up hairspray. She's looking down on the girls that are wearing their hair helmets that have their little track showing right here. It is a competition. It is a competition. When you go to get your hair braided, there's certain girls that are not going to wear yaki. If I go get my hair braided, I'm not going to the beauty salon, the beauty supply store to get my hair. I'm going to someone else to pay for a better grade of hair. And when I do that, I'll say to someone compliments me and says, oh, Raquel, your braids are so nice. What hair are you using? What did you use? Can't wait to tell you that I just dropped $800 on this Peruvian silky. That is what we're doing it for. It's period. That is what it is. It's to one up the other woman to say, I look better than you in my weave. That's what it's about.
Yeah, she said, do you wear chains for other guys? Stop that. Men present themselves the way women won't. Y'all don't understand. Men tend to study women, and women don't care to study their male counterparts. We figure out what y'all want, and we present it. Y'all like shiny things, so these ninjas wear chains. Y'all like muscles, so the ninjas go to the gym. Y'all like money, so they go ahead and become resourceful. Everything a straight man does, respectfully, is for a woman he desires.
So
they being hypocrites because I'll say all the women on the stage, they all got on chains. So you can't be sitting there as a woman wearing the chain. Now, if he was sitting there with a wig and the chain on, there you go. But y'all all got chains on.
And check this out. Look at the data here. There's one person on this stage that had real success. I think they're currently engaged. And guess what?
She bald-headed. Yeah.
And she ain't got no weave. She dang near bald-headed. Come on. Start collecting the data out of all of them. And look at her man. Is that not the ninja y'all describe day in and day out?
Yes,
Please,
he is so handsome. Yes, yes.
I want
So
to
here
hear
we
the
go.
feedback now. I want to hear what they got to say.
Shout out to Zoltan in the Cash App, says they really want protection and a manager.
Shout out to Low Key, says Jesus' message was forgiveness and self-refinement. We got that one. Appreciate you, Low Key. Shout out to J.O.B. says HQ, the blonde braided hair hat said they love to wear weaves. They opened the can of worms. Keep your mouth shut instead of trying to prove a point. Y'all crazy. Shout out to Jay Gray, says LOL, B-dubs clown about who has the better yaki. Number 9.
When the sister up here came up on the show, she told us that she hates her hair. She said, I hate my hair and I will never stop wearing wigs. That was her decree.
Yep. That sister right there on the edge of the purple. Yeah, correct. With all that weave and the gold butterflies in her head. I hate my hair. That hurt my heart to hear, man. That's sad.
So here we go. Hit the like button. We're actually gonna fast forward this, I think. Now we're gonna go on. This is a question HQ asked earlier. We're gonna get into it now. Because somebody in the chat sent a super chat, and HQ got a little defensive. And the same thing's about to go on up here on the stage. So check this out.
Ruh-roh.
Well spoken.
I would like, can I just say one thing? Like, just in your defense, with everything you said, coming out in front of people, you don't know anyone, just that question, why are you single? Women, we just don't like it. We'll answer it, but sometimes when we get that question on the phone, it's like, you know, like, I don't want to talk about that right now. There's nothing wrong with having that conversation, but sometimes timing is important when you ask that question. And when a guy approaches a woman and be like, man, you look good, you got everything, why are you single?
Mm-hmm. It's like translation.
I don't want to talk about that
What's
right
wrong
now.
with you?
My answer
like
to that, why we're single, because
I'm gonna stop her before she go. HQ, we were up here earlier. You know, it's kind of a super chat, and you got a little defense. What is it with women in that question? What's the deal with it?
What do you mean? Question about being single?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it's cap. Because that's our answer, is because it's pure cap. There's not one single woman on earth that is single by choice. Hence, this channel Single by Choice says again, and that's why I was saying to HQ. I say, HQ, the man you desire, if Mr. Denzel himself, you know, another Denzel was in your box talking about let's go out on a date, let's get to know each other. You would be like, Mr. X Mr. Walker, I will not be on the Regal Rumble no time soon. I'm busy. So that's the thing.
But I mean, but it's still it is a choice. It's just the right person has not come along that you're willing to get off the porch for. That's it.
But why get defensive when somebody asks you why are you single? And why the defense?
No, I'm not defensive because when they asked me earlier, I'm not defensive because I'm single. I'm defensive because I didn't know why they would be asking me that particular question. I'm not.
Well, this lady, real quick, this lady up here says we don't like being asked that question. That's what she said.
No, I mean, I'm old. I don't like being asked that question because I'm just ignorant like that. Because I'm a introverted person. So when people ask me personal things, I'm like, why they worried about what the hell I'm doing? Because I'm doing my thing. But that's just me. But I don't know how other people. Huh?
That's fair. But I'm saying it's capped because in order for it to be a choice, you have to be in control of it. So if it's a choice at any given time when you decide to not be single, if it really is a choice, you can stop it immediately. And it's impossible for it to be a choice when a whole nother human is the factor, the X factor, and you not being single. It's impossible. It is. I'm sorry to say this to any. It's literally impossible to be single by choice if you want another person. Right. It's impossible because if that person was there, you would not be single tonight.
Unless you were celibate. Unless you were celibate in the church, then you could say I'm single by choice. I'm celibate in the church.
Single by choice. Old people single by choice.
Okay.
Young people ain't. Old people are.
It's still not by choice. It's by it'll be by situation, by age. It's by something, but it ain't by choice.
Right. Well,
so here we go. Hit the like button. They about to cook.
But sometimes timing is important when you ask that question. And when a guy approaches a woman and be like, man, you look good, you got everything, why are you single?
It's like translation.
I don't want to talk about that
What's
right
wrong
now.
with you?
My
Yeah, it's
answer
like
to that, why
translation.
we're single, because we were God made Adam, and when he made Adam, he made Eve. He didn't make Eve and Samantha and Sarah and multiple women. He made Adam with Eve, one person. So when we're living in this life, when there's multiple people and it's kind of hard to maneuver to find your person, you found your person. Both of you you're put in the work to find that.
Right. So,
but a lot of us have to put in that work.
So
to
when
find our
asked
person.
though, why didn't you?
Holy hell!
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Adam made Eve. He didn't make Samantha. What was Eve? What? Eve. Eve was disobedient. Like, why are you trying to Eve? He said Adam made Eve. He made Samantha and Sarah and all the rest of these women. He made one woman for you, and that one woman disobeyed everybody.
Yeah, what she really saying is women will want to be with one man, but the man may not just want to be with her. He may want to be with 3, 4, 5 different women. So therefore,
that's what you took from the Adam and Eve thing. That's what you. No, she was trying to cook. You muted. She was trying to cook something that did not go well at all.
I know how to cook. I know how to speak woman speak. That's woman speak. I know what she's saying. What she's saying is, man, they made Adam and Eve, not Adam, Eve with all these other women. When a woman,
so where all these women come from? So, all right, granted, God only made Eve. So how did we get all these other women in? Where'd they come from?
Because men don't want to be faithful. That's what
so the reason Eve ate the apple is because men don't want to be faithful.
No, she
Don't
ate
get me
that
started
apple
about
because
that.
the serpent got in her ear. That's why she
And
ate the apple. She let the devil and temptation come in, and she ran with it instead of being
the
obedient
temptation was
to her man.
You know what the temptation was? Shout out to Angry Man over there cooking. The temptation was power. That's what it was. The temptation of power. And today the woman's still struggling with that temptation of power. Now she got a job. She a big strong boy. She has power and authority. This has been the struggle since that dang gone apple. And
wait a minute, hold up. Didn't God tell let me stop.
Exactly. Let's stop the cap. Stop while you're ahead.
I'm finna say he was told not to eat that apple, but he ate it from her anyway. So what does that say about him?
That's why these men don't trust y'all to this day. She screwed all y'all.
Yes, listen, men
to this day.
We're to this day. real men would never deny the allure of women. We get it. Y'all got what y'all got. It's understood. So again, Eve, that was an abuse of her womanly power. She said, "Come on over here, get some of this apple. I give you some kuda kata." And he said, "All right."
He defied God.
What's the chances she tempted him with that old Garden of Eden?
But you see how this works? You see how this works? God gave the word. God said, "Don't eat from that tree." And because the man was so tempted,
he listened because he listened to the woman, right?
He listened to the woman. That's why I say the woman is the prize. Y'all will defy God.
Oh my goodness! How did you spin that?
The woman got you cast out of paradise.
And that means that the temptation of the woman was even stronger than the word from God.
The manipulation of the woman, not the temptation, the manipulation.
And that's why she is the prize.
Is this a badge? Is this a badge of honor you showing us?
I ain't showing you a badge of honor. I'm just telling you why a woman is the prize.
Oh.
Stop the cap.
Low key about to come out of somewhere and ban you to the spaceship. You go get in so much trouble, HQ.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I don't. You said you speak women talk. I guess I don't know. I don't know how you connected those dots. That's how that's the stuff they're talking about. God ain't create. Jessica and Marisol, and those two did the work to find their people, and all the rest of the people ain't do the work. Like those dots don't connect. It's just wonky talk.
So here we go. I'm gonna take this back a second. I gotta hear that again.
Just don't like it. We'll
Oh, they don't want to reflect. Shout out to Low Key. KHQ, another timeout. Listen, did you hear what he said? We want to know that you got 5 kids. Tell us the real reason why you single. They don't want to say it because they would have to self-reflect.
She said, why would I say that? Did you hear that? She responded, he said, let us know. And she said, why would I say that? And they starting to make the argument of time-sensitive information. I heard it. I heard the sick hoodoo. So what they saying is, like how we say, you don't want to come up leading with, religion and stuff, but that's different. That's not necessarily an issue, a flaw, because you have a certain religious preference. No, but if you got 3 kids by 10 guys, we want to know. We must know. Please.
So, and here we go. Speaking of religion, I see my guy backstage. Oh boy.
What's that?
Listen, Leon, hold on, real quick. We're gonna let you cook. You got 5 minutes, Leon, and you get in the boot. All right, we're gonna let you come up. I know you want to. So God made Eve. He didn't make Sarah and Samantha. Where did Sarah and Samantha come from? What you got, Leon?
And where Lilith come into it? Go.
They were the first ones. Then he made the rest of the people and put them on the earth. But they were the ones that were in the garden. So there wasn't any incest going on. It was just that the Bible goes into detail. The Bible gives us what he wants us to have. If everything that Jesus did on the earth was written down, the earth couldn't even hold it. So he gives us what he wants us to have. So he made Adam and Eve, then he made the rest of the people. They were the blueprint. That was it. That's why when Cain killed Abel, he was able to go to another place, and there was a city there, and he had his own people and everything, the Canaanites. So
well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you, why do these modern women try to hold Eve up to this status? She says God made Eve. Was Eve a wonderful woman? What are we missing?
Eve was deceived. Adam did what Eve was deceived. That's why the Bible tells us that women are supposed to be silent in the churches, because it was Eve that was deceived.
Well, let me ask you this. Eve being deceived, can we compare that to a man? Let's say my wife cheated on me. Was I deceived, and should I take her back? Is it? You see what I'm saying? Where we at with Eve?
You're in full knowledge of what she did. You're not deceived by anything. If you choose to take her back, you're a fool, but that be on you.
Oh, well, so my wife was deceived by letting another man screw her.
Right.
So
look, check this out. And there's a thing out here, right? Where a woman will be out here, she got the house, she got the family, she got everything, and she still fucks the pool boy. And she would justify.
So if she was deceived, though, hold on. For her to be deceived, now you want the men to have empathy, because her being deceived, it wasn't to her own doing. She was tricked, and you want us to have compassion for her.
No. Hold on. Just because you got children, I know Mr. Walker's got children. I know Raquel has children, but just because your kids do stupid stuff doesn't mean that they don't need to be punished for that stupid thing that they did. You know, just because
We talking about adults though. We talking about grown folks though.
Indeed.
Okay, well, grown folks were the same way with you know, your wife. If your wife does something foolish, then you have to treat her just like a child. You have to punish her according to what she did. You know, you have to dwell with wisdom. You know, you have to use wisdom when dwelling with women. You know, you can't go out here and gorilla pimp a woman. Some guys can, but it's best to use your mind. You know, be wise when dealing with a woman.
Where we at with Eve then? Because it seemed like you trying to absolve Eve of accountability by saying she was deceived.
No, I'm not absolving it. The Bible doesn't absolve Eve of accountability. You know, it just says that, hold on, this is what it says. It says, this is what happened. This is what she did. This is the punishment for what she did. You know, and you live according to that. You know, and that's it. I mean, you don't have to go around stomping a mud hole in the woman's ass every time she, you know, drops a plate. But I'm just saying that you have to, you know, look.
Is it safe to say that, and it's something I observed, and I think
was the mother of us all, right? We all have mothers. None of our mothers were perfect. Eve is the mother of the human race, of mankind. Mary, she was the mother of Jesus. Was she without sin? No, she was just as sinful as any other person out here. You know,
I thought she was without sin.
She didn't do. You know, but you know, the Catholics say that she was sinless, but she wasn't. You know. So I'm just saying, if Jesus came through, the Bible even gives us the way we should look at things as far as men and women. It says that men came from women, women were of the man. But neither one of us exists without the other. So we got to learn how to live together. You guys were talking earlier tonight about how misunderstandings can cause confliction. You try to quash that misunderstanding so that you can have harmony and grace. You know, so I mean,
okay. Last 30 seconds. What you got,
okay.
Leon?
No. I want to say something to Heathen Queen. But, you know, you guys got it. I mean, she's already in the gulag. By the time I got up here, somebody had already threw her down. So, you know, Heathen Queen knows what she's talking about. She's just sleepy. Give her a bottle, change her diaper, send her to bed. She'll be all right.
Okay. So HQ will be back up here shortly. Leon came up, dropped knowledge. Raquel, what you got? You got anything for Leon? Go.
I think Leon said everything I wanted to say. I keep showing this book, Paradise Lost, because it speaks to a lot of the questions we have as kids about the serpent in the garden and how the serpent was so crafty in getting Eve to make the ultimate sin, right? You know, what was the snake telling her? The snake is telling her everything any other man that wanted to covet your wife would tell her, you know? And yes, I guess what Leon is saying, it wasn't the woman's decision to eat the apple. She is not the powerful one. She did have a say in it happening.
And that's
was the one given the discretion to not eat it.
That's how we get here today.
Yes, that's how we get here today.
Well, listen. I'm talking about with these modern women with no accountability, because we don't want to hold Eve accountable because it wasn't her fault. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't Eve's fault she ate that apple.
It was very much Eve's fault.
It was her fault.
Very much her fault. That's
But
why.
God didn't just cast her out of the garden for a reason. He cast them both out because he told Adam, don't you do this shit. And regardless of what Eve told you, you were the leader, and I told you, I gave you that word specifically. So whatever she said to you, you both are out of here because she was wrong for influencing you, but you were wrong for being disobedient to me. It's not about the woman. The woman doesn't have, all she has is the snake and her manipulations. You're the man, you're the leader, you're the one that's supposed to nip it in the bud, cut it out of your life, and get away from it. He could have banished Eve. He could have told Eve, you know, you need to go sit your ass down. Ain't nobody going to eat that apple. But he didn't. He fell weak to her desires. And so that is...
Okay, so from what I'm hearing, Adam was the first simp and Eve was the first 304. So Eve was the first 304 on earth, and Adam was the first simp on earth. And you had this simping brother with this 304 sister, and she was manipulating him as they do today.
But remember, Gavin X, they were the first two.
Let's go with your train of thought there. And then 5,000 years later, Jesus comes along and says, look, I'm going to straighten that out. You don't have to be a simp no more. And you don't have to be a whore no more. So that's what happened 2,000 years ago. Is Jesus came along, suffered and died, hung on the cross, and said, "You don't have to be a simp no more, and you don't have to be a whore no more." You know.
Okay, so hold on. Why
come on back in the garden?
Wait, hold on, not so fast. Why they still exist in 2024 if Jesus went up on the cross?
Okay, we're talking about spiritual redemption, right? Right? We're talking about spiritual redemption versus physical redemption will come next. First it was the spirit, then it was the flesh. And you didn't have the flesh without the spirit. So now we're talking about the last 2,000 years has been spiritual redemption. And when Jesus shows back up, then we'll have fleshly redemption. Because the Bible plainly says that the dead will rise in Christ first.
Okay, listen, I hear you, Leon. I'm a little confused myself. I'm trying, but HQ, you got anything for Leon before he go? What you got?
No. I don't know nothing about the Bible. I'm a heathen.
But you was backstage acting like it's all the men's fault. You said you act like it's Adam's fault.
No, what I said was women are the prize. I didn't say nothing else. I don't know nothing else. I'm a heathen.
Well,
Here's my thing.
I only came up for heathen queen. That's the only reason, because you acted like you knew what you was talking about.
No, I am woefully uneducated about the Bible. I am heathen. That is what I am.
I want to say this. I want to say what I take from all of that is, if we're gonna take it all, say it ain't Eve's fault. I can ride that train. It was Adam's fault. Adam needed to be held accountable. He was the leader. So with that being said, men, follow suit. Don't fall victim to this same trick. Stand on your square. Do not be don't be manipulated, I guess, by a manipulated woman. And there you go. Are women manipulated by their feelings and emotions? Heathen Queen said that. You said that a lot of women are victims of their emotions. It's documented. So there you go, fellas. Take that full accountability and move accordingly.
I got one last thing to say. Okay, the number one thing that the serpent did when he encountered Eve was he questioned God's word. He didn't question God's name. He questioned God's word. If anyone comes to you and they want to, throw up God's name and God's name and God's name, Well, the Bible plainly says that God put his word above his name, you know, and the reason why they don't know his word is because they don't read his word. And that's just simple.
Well, let me ask you this. Is man God? Should we see a God in ourselves as far as you just hit on something? Eve, when she ate that apple, imagine this to your wife that's cheating on you, right? And the guy's telling your wife, you know, hey, your husband ain't no good. He a bad guy. He's sleeping with a woman across town. Instead of her just giving him coup de grace, should she come back and try to talk to you and confirm these things? Should Eve have not went back to Adam and said, hold on, this serpent over here talking mess, you know, instead of just start eating stuff?
Well, actually, Adam, the Bible says that Adam was right there with him. That's what the Bible says. Now, you can take that however way you want.
Is that the New Testament? That's the New Testament?
No, that's old. The Bible says that she gave the fruit to Adam, who was right there with her. You know, so Adam could have corrected things then.
Why didn't he?
It's called
rebellion. He was a simp. He was a simp. We got to call it what it is.
It's called rebellion.
Adam had the spirit. Listen, we had the guy up here, Leon. Hold on. We just had that light-skinned guy up here. The guy that was in the poly relationship, his wife was cucking him. All right, he had the other man in the house. That light-skinned guy with the dreads got the spirit of Adam. A simp.
Well, there was a movie where
seriously, think about that. That woman, she convinced this man to bring another man into the damn house. That's equivalent to convince you to eat this apple. That guy's a simp, just like Adam.
Leon, why did she want the apple, Leon? What was the allure? What was the temptation?
That's life imitating art. Clint Eastwood and Lee Marvin made a movie back in the early 70s called Paint Your Wagon. It was about two husbands and one wife. And if you've never seen it, you have to go back and see it because it's really interesting. But, you know, that situation is not going to last very long. And for her to be looking for a third husband, you know, that's a future Dateline episode. You know, I mean, seriously, you know, so there's going to be blood and weave all over that place one day. But, you know, look, everybody's not going to be saved. Everybody's not going to go to heaven. All you can do is just get your little piece of heaven and hold on to it with both hands. That's all you can do. You know, you can't worry about getting 10 million subs. You know, you get what you get. You know, there's only a few people in the chat now that really identify with the doctrine that you guys are talking about. You know, I mean, seriously, there's only a few.
That's true.
Interesting.
That's true,
I tell you what, every time I hear, you know, interpretations and stuff of the King James pamphlet, it's always something new, always new information, always something different to interpret. I find it very fascinating.
Look, nobody living has written the Bible. You know, it was written long before the people who are living right now. So, you know, it's free. Read it. Don't read it.
Let me ask you this, Leon. Is the King James pamphlet, is it incomplete? Are there more books to the Bible that are not in the King James?
The Bible plainly says there is.
Yeah, there are many.
There's the book of Jazer.
Okay, that's fine. We don't have to go through them. That's fine. But it's my understanding that there are books. There's books in there that, like I said, the King James pamphlet. There's books that were specifically left out of that, especially back in the days where, you know, our ancestors weren't treated so fine. and they were left out because those books in the Bible would have caused rebellion. Do you find truth in that?
I think that people took the Bible, just like if you ever saw that movie 12 Years a Slave, how they took the Bible and, you know, they gave you the parts they wanted you to have. But in historically, when blacks were freed, the first book that they wanted to read was the Bible, because they weren't allowed to read. But the first book that blacks wanted to read as freed people was the Bible.
No, that's not exactly true. The only book we were allowed to read while in captivity was the Bible, and Sunday was the only day we got off via the master.
That's true.
That's something I always ask people to consider is this pamphlet, this incomplete book, no disrespect at all, but it was presented to your ancestors, and they couldn't even read. They were not allowed to read, otherwise they would be mutilated in all sorts. They were not. It was against the law for your ancestors to read. However, their captor would hand them this book and say, "You can read this." Yeah. I just find it very amusing.
Yeah, but the field Negroes wasn't reading nothing. You know, I mean, you would.
Well, they were. A lot of people were being read too, right? They were being interpreted.
Just like now, even today, they use the Bible in the pulpit. You go to the book of Timothy. The book of Timothy plainly tells you that a woman cannot preach, but they skip over that or they reason that out. You know, Thomas Jefferson used to cut pages out the Bible. You know, George Washington never took communion. You know, the founding fathers were not Christians.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you the last question. All right. Is it true that Jesus went sort of missing for 18 years between the ages of 15 and 33? So Jesus at 15, there's no history of Jesus between 15 and then he reemerged at 33.
No, it was just at 12. It was at the age of 12. You know, when he supposedly got missing from his parents, you know, and he told his parents, he said, you know, I was about my father's business. But
is there any documentation of him?
From 12 to 30.
He was a real person.
He was a carpenter. You know, he was.
But what was he doing though? There's no like stories.
He was a carpenter. His dad was his stepdad.
He was an apprentice. He went off to learn the trade of carpentry.
So here's my question:
He lived in Capernaum when the disciples, when the apostles, when he was calling them, and there was like, where do you live? He said, "Come on, and I'll show you." That was the only time that we know that he had a place of his own. But after that, he was.
So here we go. Let's stop for a minute. Because I got a different story. I think when Jesus was missing all that time, he was living in the worldly world. Jesus had his own house. He was hanging with Mary Magdalene. Like he was like Jesus.
He was doing what any young man out learning a trade would be doing. That's how he was able to be Jesus.
Yeah, but as far as sinful, that's something that you can't put down on him because he was sinless. But he lived as a man.
Was he forgiven? Was he forgiven for his sins?
He didn't have any sins to be forgiven for.
Yeah.
All right. That's what things are getting dicey. I don't know. Look, we done had enough tonight. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'll say this, Leon. Y'all have strong beliefs and I have strong opinions that may contradict your beliefs. So it's a whole rabbit hole. I've never been to church like that, so I don't know. I'll be learning on the fly. So I'll be learning this stuff, listening to y'all.
You know, I love these.
You know where my faith comes from?
Where's that?
Reading.
There you go. I love these conversations. I love these conversations because I grew up where you were not allowed to have these conversations. This is taboo. There's some folks in the chat that probably consider this taboo. I think, and Leon touched on something. He said, it's a scripture there that says you don't question the word of God. So I grew up in a church where you were not allowed to have any questions about what was in that pamphlet. Otherwise, you will be reprimanded. You can't question anything. Like Leon said, there's Adam and Eve, and there was other people too. And I got shout out to my barber, Brother Brooks. He said he was in church and he asked the pastor. He said, "Hey, if Adam and Eve and stuff were the only people here, when such and such got banished and went to another city, Leon King, who built the city?" And he said that his elders in the church said, if you ask another question, you're gonna wind. You know what I'm saying? They're dang near threatening his life as a young lad, and the stuff like that is terrifying. No, we're not questioning in a insidious or skeptical manner. We trying to understand and connect dots. That is all. But I love these conversations.
Do you know what would get me kicked out of my good white church right now?
This conversation?
No. If I adamantly stand up and say that we as a church will have to go through the tribulation. Most Christians do not believe, they believe that we're going to be raptured, that Jesus is going to come down. Bob Marley said it a long time ago that, folks believe that, that Jesus is going to come pie out of the sky and just rapture us and just take the church. And church ain't going to have any issues. But the fact of the matter is that that's a fairly new doctrine. That's that left behind bullshit that they believe that, they made movies and books and millions and, dollars off of. But if you think that your Savior hung on a cross, got spit on, got nails put in his hands and the thorns, and you just gonna walk around and be on this shopping spree until you die and just have it all good in this first world country, and just everything's just gonna be all lovey-dovey for you, and you're not gonna have to go through anything. You're gonna get cancer and go through chemo and be a survivor. No, that's not gonna happen like that.
Well, let me ask you this, Leon. Hold on. If Jesus died for our sins, no matter what I do, I can be forgiven.
No.
Well, you say no. You ain't got that power. That's on Jesus.
No, I'm just saying. He said.
For one, you have to ask for forgiveness and repent.
Yeah, if I go in and ask and I get saved, if I go into a church, hold on. If I go into a church and get saved, I can be forgiven.
If you blaspheme the Holy Ghost, there is no forgiveness in this world.
What do you mean? You said, hold on. If a man commits sin, he can't be forgiven.
I'm saying that he
and going against God. So I'll let Leon explain it because he's a bit more eloquent.
Okay, when the folks were saying that Jesus was casting out demons because of Beelzebub or Satan, Jesus said, well, y'all need to be slow to speak on that, because if you're saying that if you blaspheme the Holy Spirit, your sins won't be forgiven you.
What does that mean? What does that mean? That I'm lying?
No. When you speak against the Holy Spirit, you can even the Bible plainly lays it out. See, the Bible.
What do you mean speak against? What did I speak? Because I said I'll be forgiven?
No. When
If you go out there and tell people that God won't save you, if you go out there and you act like a Marilyn Manson, who we were speaking about earlier.
I said,
hold on.
go out.
I've seen Marilyn twice. So I've got Marilyn on my wall. So I've seen Marilyn Manson twice.
What, Leon?
You going to hell, Leon? You going to hell? You going to hell, Leon?
Leon. Whoa, Leon. Whoa, wait, hold on. Is it true? Is it true? You a fan of? Is it true that he fellaced himself?
No, that's not true. That's
Did
just
he have his ribs? Say it though, Leon.
No,
he did
no,
say he
no,
had
no,
his
that's-
ribs removed so
no.
he can do that to himself.
I'm,
He said it in an interview.
Look, he said that way a long time ago. Marilyn, his name is Brian Warner. Me and him are basically, he's about a month older than I am.
Wow.
And he didn't do that, But Brian said this Marilyn said this in a song. He said, "I never hated the one true God, just the God of the people I hated."
All right, we're going down the rabbit hole now. All right,
Okay, so
I
answered the question about Marilyn, but and that's the thing I was trying to tell Jessica in the chat, that there's no black woman out here that I am made for. I mean, there's no black woman out here that says that she wants a long-haired rock and roll hippie Christian. And doesn't have any money for her, but I am what you need. I'm never going to be what you want, but I am what you need.
Okay, respect. Listen, Leon, you came up and dropped knowledge per usual. All right, we appreciate you, brother.
All right, don't let me get off this thing and somebody say something about Marilyn Manson, because I'm still queued up back here.
No.
I'll protect him. I'll protect him for you.
Okay, no, look, ignorance. I choose not to be ignorant in my life. Ignorance is just a not knowing. I choose not. I grew up in an age right before the information age. And when the information age came about, I chose to find out everything I could about everything that I didn't know. So you don't grow by what you know. You grow by what you don't know. If you don't know something, just find out about it.
Well, listen, Leon, listen. I blame my parents for making me this ignorant, all right? I didn't choose this life of ignorance. It chose me.
Hey, that's all us Project Kids, huh? Shoot, man. I tell you what, I never forget back in high school, my goodness, darkness. I went and I got Passion of the Christ. I can't give you all the context of this, but I got the Passion of the Christ, and we up in the hood in the projects, you know what I'm saying? Wild environment, extremely devastating, toxic. And I said, yeah, it was like 1 a.m. And I said, we about to watch Passion of the Christ. You know what I'm saying? I said, this is great. So we put it on. Me, Gav, we sitting in a room with our peers. And in this room, you got me and Gavin. We good, folks. We ain't doing nothing. But we surrounded by the leaders, pushers, street pharmacists, everybody in this room. I'm eating coffee, ice cream, and we sit here watching Passion of the Christ in the middle of the hood. And we sitting there watching it. Before that movie was over, at least half of them ninjas had tears in their eyes. It was out. I found that to be so profound. And I think what it was is I would find anybody crazy to not be fond of the story of Jesus. The story of ultimate sacrifice. Very beautiful.
Well, listen, I was one of them ninjas sitting there like, why y'all crying? Because I just don't
understand.
Here we go. We appreciate you coming up, Leon.
What did Gandhi say? Gandhi said, I'm a Christian. He said, I'm a Hindu. I cater to Christ because I believe what I believe. But Unless it's just like the Oracle said in the Matrix. The only way to get to the end is together. So, someone may not like the fact I got Muslims in my family. My landlord happens to be a Muslim. I go to a white church. I understand that I cannot live on this earth as no man is an island. No man is an island. It's about being interdependent. This society is not set up for single people. It's just not.
Well, listen, I tell you what, I plan on starting my church, and it's for white people only. And Leon, you're gonna be the only black guy I invite. I only want white folks at my church. You ninjas don't donate. Y'all don't pay tithes. Leon, only you, the only black guy I'm going to invite. It's a whites only church that I'm starting. I'm working on it. I'm doing the blueprints. I'm gonna let you know.
Okay. Well, my church started out with a $50,000 mortgage. It's worth over $1.5 million now.
Okay. Listen, Leon, I'm trying to tell you, I ain't
kidding. How's that? Never mind. But Leon, did your church get instruments?
It was worth.
Y'all got drums and instruments in y'all church?
Yeah.
That's not a real white church, Leon. See, I'm calling you out. I went to a real one where they had no instruments and all the dudes wear khaki pants and New Balances. You ain't been to no real white church, Leon.
That must have been a Pentecostal church you went to.
No, that sounds like primitive Baptist. That sounds like
yeah.
That sounds like primitive Baptist. But yeah, look. The thing is that if you have a question about anything in the Bible is free. Just read it. It's free. Just read it.
It's confusing. The Bible is confusing, Leon.
No,
there's lots of cliff notes online.
Hold on. Listen, I'm dyslexic. So when you start the Yahi and all that, Leon, I'll be over here. You don't get it. When you dyslexic like me, the Bible is a whole conundrum.
You read so well, Gavin.
I'm trying to tell you, this is a struggle.
The Bible was written so that a third grader, a fifth grader could read it.
Now, hold up, Leon. Now I feel insulted now because I didn't try to read. I done been in the mode many years ago, and so I'm about to read straight through this thing. I'm about to get my mind right. And as soon as I start getting to the son of this person, the father of that person, you got a whole page, and it's only talking about names I can't pronounce. What's that about? You said a fifth grade.
You can't read it like that. You can't.
Actually, it was written so that a fifth grader, the translators of the Wycliffe, Tyndale, the translators of the English Bible, right? They wanted to write it so that just a plowboy, a young boy out here in the field plowing the field could understand it.
But they spoke a different language. They spoke differently back then.
The same language.
Yes, they did, Leon. You ain't up here saying I, ye. You don't use them words.
Have you ever been to court?
Hear he.
Hey, let me ask you this, Leon. Have you ever seen the Book of Eli?
Yeah, I love that movie.
Whenever that tyrant dictator, whenever he heard that woman saying that prayer, and he was like, "Whoa!" He said, "Where did you hear that?" And she said, "I heard a man saying it." And he was like, he said, "I need that book." And she said, "Why?" He said, "Because if I got that book, all I got to do is start reading from it. All I got to do is start reading, and they will do as I say." He said, "Give me that book." He said, "I don't have to worry about it. You give me that book, I'll start reading it. I will start a dog, and they will do as I say." This came from a tyrant. Like, so what's your take on that, dear brother?
I thought it was a great movie. You know,
Art imitates life. You just said that. So where we at? It was a great movie, but there was a lot of meaning behind it. Nobody wrote. What's your take on that?
I think that if you've heard of the Dark Ages, right? Okay. The Dark Ages weren't as dark as people think they were and everything. But I think that if we did not have the word of God, that could very well be the future of the human race.
How do you know that though, Leon? You gonna say the Dark Ages wasn't that dark? How do you know?
Because they had printing.
Don't believe everything you read. Don't believe everything you read. Don't believe it all.
Okay. All right.
It's called the Dark Ages. It was dark.
It was dark. It wasn't dark for everyone, but
Right.
yes,
Listen, hold on. Listen, hold on, real quick. Says the people sitting here on the internet talk about how dark someone. Y'all have no clue. So I'm trying to say.
Well, the only reason I
there
say
were
that
other
is
civilizations
because
going on that weren't Christian. So that's why I'm saying that.
All right. Do you think that just because we have electricity today, that we didn't have electricity back in the days of the Egyptians, you know, and Moses'
Not like this. They wasn't no StreamYard. You couldn't communicate with people all over the world.
No.
That's what the pyramids
It's not
were.
electricity. If you had electricity back when you Egyptians, you were a high priest or a sorcerer.
I mean, no, actually, a potato and a couple of metals together will produce an electric current.
Yeah, they had to stay warm, you guys, outside of fire. There had to be things that lit up their. How were they able to have the pyramids if they couldn't work at night?
A potato and what creates electricity?
It's a potato and a couple of pieces of metal. It's two certain.
Some refined copper. Potatoes and refined copper. Now, back in these days, I don't know. I would have to imagine. That's my disclaimer. I would have to imagine that potatoes didn't grow everywhere, and refined copper was not readily usable.
No, I'm saying that you know, we didn't just drop out of, you know, caves one day. You know, even in that movie Quest for Fire, you know, it shows that, you know, we were created as intelligent beings. You know, the Tower of Babel was not built.
Madness. Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me?
Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Shout out to Low Key. Shout out to Leon. We appreciate you, brother. Leon dropped knowledge, but we gave you 5 minutes. It turned into 50 minutes. You're welcome, Leon.
There you go. Shout out to Low Key coming through. They called you Low Key up. They said Low Key was gonna come up and put us all in timeout. Appreciate you there, Low Key. Thank you.
Man, where we at here?
Shout out to the in-depth journalist himself, Coffee Killer. Says the temptation of a woman is not a prize. The temptation of a woman would be that she's a good con artist, a great manipulator, the daughter of the devil, a liar, not a prize. Have mercy. You know, it's this. I used to think this kind of talk was what they call it, misogynistic, but in so many, I don't know. Like I love women, I love my wife, but the thing is, it's like, why do like so many songs like to say that women came from Lucifer? Like even was it Led Zeppelin? Led Zeppelin got a lyric say the soul of a woman was created below. Like I'm like, whoa.
Because of the serpent. The serpent
Shout out
came
to Low.
her from a low place.
Okay. Shout out to Low Key. Says facts. Leon agreed. There are other people. Adam and Eve were just the leaders. Okay. Shout out to Beats for Days. Appreciate you. Says, thank you, Leon King, in the big name of Jesus. Shout out to Low Key. Says, yo, on the real, y'all need to stop clowning because of Leon. He be dropping gems. Oh, we know. We know.
Yeah, we got respect for Leon. All right. He a little wonky sometimes, but he be cooking.
Yeah, he was behaved this time.
A little unorthodox. Like Leon like cooking on car engines. All right. So it's unorthodox. He might crack an egg and start the car up. You be like, what you doing? But when he done cooking, it's a meal there somehow.
There you go.
And I didn't speak. So since I didn't speak.
Because you scared to death. Leon is your kryptonite.
No,
you scared either, Queen. Say you scared.
Look,
Say I'm scared.
ain't no sense of getting in no fighting on no panel in the middle of the night. So I know when to keep my mouth shut. You heard I said what I said. I said, I don't know nothing. My name is Heathen Queen. And I said it twice and shut up.
You did.
I'm not getting in no argument at no 2 o'clock.
Yeah, because Leon pulled up as soon as he came in the room.
These hands is bisexual. They'll go from doing this. Look, they'll go from turning them punches to say.
All right. HQ didn't want none of that smoke.
I don't want none of that smoke. None of that smoke. I know how to shut up. I know
That's
how
called
to get over there and sit down.
Proud of you, HQ. Appreciate you, Low Key, coming through like you do. Says Serpent was a man, by the way. Same man they listen to today. I think we all know who. Appreciate you, Low Key. Says, brothers, get your Bible game up. Add it to your arsenal. Shout out to Coffee Killer. Says, eating the apple today is the equivalent of taking the blue pill. Lilith is a made-up story by the tiny hat people. Okay. I asked about, this Lilith character.
Listen, y'all, I don't believe nothing.
All of the stories
I
are
don't
made.
fool with y'all because it's too much. Can't confirm none of this. Just live in the moment, all right, and be righteous. Do good on earth. Listen, seriously, this is how I roll. Do good on earth, and everything else will fall in place. Y'all doing too much, reaching for stars and flipping over every rock, and y'all be horrible people. Just be a good person.
Yeah, insidious motives. Like, I thank God for our little bit of success. But with that, we definitely came up here with a wholesome message. And we never came up here trying to receive a cash app or nothing like that. We came up here trying to help our community. All right. If you didn't go back at our first videos, y'all never do. They got less than 100 views. They say, how can we help our community? That's what it's about. Doing right. Treat simple cliches. Treat others as you want to be treated. Understand that everyone is God's creature and treat them accordingly. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Very, very simple.
Seriously, because Dahmer and them read the Bible. Just be a good person. That carries more weight.
There you go. Shout out to Jay Gray. Says some books taken out the Bible were found in that place, Qumran. Appreciate you, Jay Gray. Says in Amistad, you hear our people praising Yah on the boat. Appreciate you, Coffee Killer, always coming through like you do. He says, you are right about it missing chapters of the Bible. The chapters are collected today and it's called the, I can't say that, I can't say that. It was taken out because it further revealed who the true Israelites were and how they lived. And that's my ignorant understanding thus far, is that those books would have caused rebellion amongst the enslaved. And they would have read that and said, oh, this is who I am. And it wouldn't have been so easy for all that captivity and madness. Shout out to Kelvin. Appreciate you. Says, if you believe in Jesus, you be married right now. I was married and I like Jesus. Shout out to Jay Gray. Says Genesis chapter 4, verse 17 tells you Cain's kids built that city. Appreciate you, Jay Gray. Jay Gray coming back through says blasphemy against Holy Spirit equals slander against Yah. Appreciate you, Coffee Killer, coming through. Says Jesus died to fulfill the prophecy of animal sacrifices for our sins. Hence the saying, sacrificial lamb. We must repent for our sins and not look back on those sins. Atonement. We cannot sin over and over and over again and then end up going to Sunday church.
Well, hell, you need to go in every church in America and explain that to people, because that's how these humans are moving.
And that's it. No sign of atonement, no humbleness, just nose up. I was a 3 or 4, but I ain't no more. Do as I say. Wicked work. Appreciate you, low key. Says it's a history book. Most people hate history. I love it, so I got intrigued by it. Let's get back to the show.
Me too, low key. I love religion. I
too
don't
slow.
love the Bible, but just the overall religion in itself from everybody's culture. I find all of the stories very interesting, and I think they all kind of have to do with what we all experience, even though we're in the modern days. You know, the stories from all of these different tribes, there weren't so many differences from what we go through to take away the internet and all of the fancy things that they didn't have then. We're going through the same thing personally amongst each other.
I agree. I'm just a little too slow to keep up. That's a real thing.
I think you do a good job of
Not with the Bible. The Bible is a whole nother monster. I can't do that.
Shout out to Loki. Says Leon, they not ready for the dark ages. Let's move on. Look, y'all got me intrigued now, man. God dang it.
Yeah, I wanted to hear him cook about on the dark ages. I wanted to hear what he thought about that, but
Appreciate you, Coffee Killer. Says Christianity uses the Bible for power and wealth. The Bible is intended for Israelites' way of life given forth by God's law. Money. Appreciate you, Coffee Killer, coming through. Says, have you ever noticed a woman always says, does she know me? I want to find out. You don't know me. All these sayings come from the knowing from the apple of Eve. Okay. That's it. They wanted that power, that wisdom, Rockwell.
So it's like, do you know that that's what I'm after? The manipulation of this situation? You know, it's like, she don't know me, but she does know you because she's working in the same spirit.
Okay. So here we go. This will be the last topic here on this thing. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Here we go.
Back to the show.
How many kids attract or pull energy from? So I didn't really know who I was going to feel until I heard what they had to say. So that's that grace part right there, right?
I'll tell you what, this dude is a simp. Just observe. We was rocking with him when he was up on the episode. Just observing him now, he's a simp. And shout out to He the Queen. He the Queen says most men are simps. I don't disagree. The majority, because you'll see a man like him, people will say he's rough around the edges. He probably been to prison. He got tattoos on his neck and hand. He could be a tough guy. That still don't mean you can't be a simp. And we got to stop that. We can see some of our best athletes, millionaires, no matter what. You could be a simp. It don't matter your walk of life. Like,
I'm not saying all men are simps.
I didn't say all.
What I'm saying is those standards, boundaries, and expectations are for the ugly women. That's for the women that you don't want. When you find a woman that you do want, you're going to do what's necessary.
Well, no, because a man, let me say this. A man going to stand on business. He's acting like it's a moving scale. Like, oh, if you got 3 kids, if a man say he don't date women with children, that's what he means. This guy's up here like, oh, well, it depends.
Well, you didn't hear what I said.
Exactly.
You didn't hear what I said. What I said was those rules are for the ugly women that you don't want. When you find a woman that you want, those rules are not going to apply.
And I'm telling you, that's not
Why?
true. That's only true for the simps. That's what I'm
No,
telling
no. Because there's some really good men. There's some really
No,
good
that's
men.
what I just said. You may think that, but that person's really a simp. That's what I just hit on.
Then the bulk of y'all are simps then.
I don't disagree at this point. Observing all this data, I don't disagree.
At all. I agree.
Okay.
Okay,
but then we agree on that right there. We agree on that.
Most guys are simps. I know this dude is weird. I didn't see his personality before. I knew who he was.
Right.
Yeah, he's sitting there just where he's sitting, how he's sitting. He think he's him, and he's just not. He got that. I don't know if he's been in jail, but he got that old gynocratic jailhouse persona. Right. And I say gynocratic jailhouse because even though he comes across as tough, one of these women can manipulate the heck out of him because he's under Order 66. That's why he start backpedaling. Talking about, any man would change if you come with kids. No, they won't. No, he should say, but some.
Wait a minute. Order 66. Explain that to me real quick.
Order 66, it's too much, Heathen Queen. Order 66 is where women rule. They rule and they have all authority and they come with little to no resources.
Okay.
They rule with an iron fist, even though it's backwards. Okay. So they in the gynocracy, look at Kurt Franklin, a millionaire's son can be talked down to by his broke auntie who he's paying for. That's the gynocracy. Wicked.
So Order 66. So there are men under the Order 66 too, right?
For sure. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And that's the simp, so is that most men?
But most men are born into it. You got to fight your way out of it.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay, I got it.
So here we go. Hit the like button.
So even if they had multiple different kids from multiple different men, if I still like them like that, I would accept that, like real men do.
Okay. So
that's what I just meant. I hate to stop it again, but my God, that's exactly what I just said. I don't care if you got multiple kids by multiple men. It just depends. That's what real men do. That was so damn feminine and simpish.
Order 66, Heathen Queen, 100%. Anytime anybody talk about a real man taking care of stepkids, that's the epitome of Order 66.
Well, no, because you don't understand. Because my mama got multiple kids by multiple men, and she deserve a good man. No, the hell she don't. She in the same boat. That's what y'all men need to understand. Your mama is in this boat. And I want some of y'all to understand that. Y'all want to save some of these women because you want to save your mama, but you can't.
And that, Mr. X, that's treason against Order 66. And that's one of the number one pushback statements. You sit up here and try to say something, hold women accountable for their own good. And they're going to say, your mama black? Your mama big? You wouldn't dare say that to her. How dare you say it to me? But when you like, I've talked to her. I let her know she big and she got in the gym. And you big too. And now you sassy. Now you're sassy and all of the above. You're everything but a man now for being a man.
And I'll say the same thing goes for our mothers. Y'all must understand there's no hypocrisy around here. And that's part of the problem. Our moms is in that same damn boat with the rest of these bonquishas. It's unfortunate.
Yes, my mom was a thug, baby. I done seen my mom pick women up and slam them. Wow.
So here we go. Hit the like button.
Saying like you didn't want to say that just in case one of them popped on you?
All of them would have popped if I said who I was going to attract or, pull energy from. So I didn't really know who I was going to feel until I heard what they had to say. So that's that grace part right there, right? So even if they had multiple different kids from multiple different men, if I still like them like that, I would accept that, like real men do.
Okay. So you're kind of saying like you didn't want to say that just in case one of them popped on you?
All of them would have popped if I said that.
He was testing the waters.
Yeah.
But he was giving nobody grace. Why are you saying
Well,
grace?
I mean,
You were giving no grace.
even though that we talked, me and this guy earlier, we was joking around. He said nothing wrong. Like, it devalues the woman when you go through multiple men and have multiple baby daddies. We don't want to deal with that. If you got 3 kids and 3 baby daddies, It's like, damn, your decision making skills are horrible.
Y'all forget that y'all the ones who playing right there. And then y'all forget that I'm 41 years old. I got a 25-year-old child. So you're basing your perception of me from 25 years ago.
Come on.
I'm not that person I'm not that kid that I was 25 years ago.
Speak on
And I'm
it.
not that young adult that I was 25 years ago.
Oh! Jesus. This what we talk about. This woman got 3 kids by 2 or 3 men. Her kudakata has been expunged though. So when she go and file that job application and they go, ma'am, you had a felony 25 years ago. No, that's expunged off my record. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. It's still on your damn kudakata facts.
It's a fact. It's in your blood, running through your bloodstream, and it's on your face. The fact it's in the delivery and the demeanor. The fact that she got to sit there and she's so aggressive about this position. Like, ladies, just how men can't afford to come up on the internet complaining and stuff about what they ain't getting. Women, anytime y'all aggressive about y'all being healed and not who y'all used to be, it's bull jive. Bull jive. She can't say that calm in a cutesy, demure demeanor, then it ain't true. Look at her. She having flashbacks right now.
Well, the other sister was down there. She was like, tell him, get him, girl. Ain't that the truth? Like,
are you getting the desired results? That's at the end of the day, that's always gonna be my question. You getting your desired results? No, because I'm single by choice, huh? Either queen.
So I'm gonna take this back a second and we'll get y'all in here. That was wild.
Of course I came out knowing, but for that right person, I will compromise for that, right? And I think every man will compromise for that if they come in with multiple kids for multiple different men, right? Okay. We gotta like them like that. That was my deal breaker, but like I said on the show, then I would extend grace for somebody that I'm feeling like that. So that's what that was.
Okay. So then why is that something you didn't say like up front when I was like, oh, what's your deal breaker?
Because after listening to the women, I don't know which one I was gonna like. You know, I didn't, as far as their responses, who I was gonna attract or, pull energy from. So I didn't really know who I was going to feel until I heard what they had to say. So that's that grace part right there, right? So even if they had multiple different kids from multiple different men, if I still like them like that, I would accept that, like real men do.
Okay. So you're kind of saying like you didn't want to say that just in case one of them popped on you?
All of them would have popped if I said that.
He was testing the waters.
Yeah, but he was giving nobody grace. Why are you saying
Well,
grace?
I mean, even though that we talked, me and this guy earlier, we was joking around. He said nothing wrong. Like, it devalues the woman when you go through multiple men and have multiple baby daddies. We don't want to deal with that. If you got 3 kids and 3 baby daddies, it's like, damn, your decision making skills are horrible.
Y'all forget that y'all the ones who playing right there. And then y'all forget that I'm 41 years old. I got a 25-year-old child. So you're basing your perception of me from 25 years ago.
Come on.
I'm not that person I'm not that kid that I was.
We gotta stop. I'm trying to let her go, I promise you, but man, this keeps triggering me.
Kid. I wasn't that.
Well, she was 16. She got pregnant at 15 years old.
Okay.
She's trying to make this sound good. I've been saying this all night. Men don't have this empathy and sympathy. All you did was just showed us the miles that you got on yourself, how long you've been out here screwing, and how your kudakata blowed out. That didn't help you by you saying you had a kid at 15 and we should understand because now you're 41.
Very detrimental.
It shows us how early you got started with that whole shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and how deep it goes. Back to your 15. You've been doing this for about 30 years.
And then look at her presentation. Look at her. She's saying all that with her boobs pushed
about to fall out.
Chin. Yeah, and sunglasses clipped onto her shirt. It's like, do better if you don't come from that point of view.
They just up here to make a point.
But the way she looks is the red flag from her decision 25 years ago. It's like she never learned anything.
Thank you. That's what I always say. They say don't judge me on my past, but your past is looking me in the face.
Right. It's not gone. It's still very much in the present. Right.
Thank you. Just because you got new weave and you're a little bigger and you got new words and your vocabulary don't mean you changed. Have your actions, have your demeanor and habits changed.
So here we go. Shout out to my guy Zoltan in the Cash App. He says Eve's still alive. She loves snake talk. So here we go, me.
Child. So you're basing your
Earlier we was joking around. He said nothing wrong. Like it devalues the woman when you go through multiple men and have multiple baby daddies. We don't want to deal with that. If you got 3 kids and 3 baby daddies, it's like, damn, your decision-making skills are horrible.
Y'all forget that y'all the ones who right there. And then y'all forget that I'm 41 years old. I got a 25-year-old child. So you're basing your perception of me from 25 years ago.
Come on.
I'm not that person I'm not that kid that I was 25 years ago.
Speak on
and I'm not that young adult that I was 25 years ago. I've grown from that.
It's preference. We're not.
Oh my God. It's nuts. She said, you gonna punish me from a decision 25 years ago? The dating market, ladies, listen clear. The dating market has no heartbeat. The dating market don't have empathy and sympathy. I don't know why they don't understand that part.
I believe, because what else do they have to believe? If they sit here, she's like, you really no one's telling them this. Again, I'm blaming the gynocracy. This is the first time, and they mad at a simping brother. Like, because he tried to hold them a little bit accountable, just point out observable truth. Like, hey, you got 3 kids, this ain't gonna work. How long y'all gonna punish us for having children? You know what I'm saying? And now y'all don't want to date us? No, actually the answer is no. There are the guy that these women desire and cry out to week in and week out. He don't want a woman with kids. Can you not understand that? And I've said before, every man wants the ability to be able to pedestalize their woman to some extent. And it's much harder whenever I'm looking at your trophy from another relationship with another dude. Why can't y'all understand that? There's a particular guy that won't have nothing to do with that because he can't love you the way you want to be loved. It's pity, if you will, why he won't date y'all.
So what you got, HQ? Should these women be able to expunge their coup de cata and then later in life get a good man?
Because it's something they can't change. It's a decision. See, the problem is people make these decisions when they're young and dumb and full of cum, right? And then you can't turn the clock back and say, I don't have kids.
So let me say this real quick, HQ, because you said in weeks past, we had this discussion about, me and Mr. Walker are telling these women to keep their legs closed.
Right.
And you would say, try to protect yourself the best way you can. But like we say, this type of stuff is not foolproof. So the potential of you having a child, being intimate that early, and then you foobar. That's why we don't want to see these ladies wind up like this, because we know we got that foresight.
It's a plain simple yes. You have, I hate to say ruin. You have marred. Let's say you have marred your chances of having a productive relationship with a man if you have another child by another man, right? Let's put it that way. You have marred your chances. That's an observable fact. It is what it is. But the whole point is how they have a point too. The men have a point and the women have a point. The men have a point. You shouldn't have a baby by somebody that you're not married to. I get it. But how long are you going to punish me for that? We're going to punish you until the kid is out of the house. Put it just like that. We're going to punish you until all kids that you have are out of the house. That's the only thing.
Let me say this. There is a demographic of men that won't punish her at all. the men that she qualified for. But the men that she don't qualify for, they're never gonna stop holding her accountable because they work too damn hard. They're worth too much.
And the problem is, but they will still. She may find herself in bed with some of these guys, but they will never marry her. And that's why you get these women like her saying guys play too much. No, they play too much. They know they didn't overkick their coverage when they got that ninja driving that car, living that lifestyle. It was like, I can't believe I'm with this dude. And because it was only for the night. So a sister like her, she is still with that delusion causing them to keep trying to shoot their shot at high earning and or high value men. And they don't qualify and they just keep getting their hearts broke.
I get all of that, but I get all that. I mean, I understand the whole thing. There's nothing to be said. Everything is always to the negative when you have children from multiple men or you have children without having a husband. It is what it is. You can't change it. It's something that you can't change until you don't have children in the house anymore. Until you get old enough where that doesn't matter. Children doesn't matter, right?
Well, let me say this. When the kids is out the house now, you in your 40s, right? Do you still got this perspective, this dating perspective, like, all right, kids out the house, I'm reborn. I'm like 25 again. I got the same dating prospects that I did when I was 21 and childless, now that I'm 44 and kids is out the house.
No, you don't have that. You don't have that perspective.
Or you shouldn't. They shouldn't have the same perspective. But some of them, some of them do.
Of course not. Of course not. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't have that kind of perspective because you change totally, completely. When you change, you're a different person from when you had a child at 17, as opposed to 47 or 37. You're a completely different person, right? So, I mean, you shouldn't be held to the same standards that you did at 17. And I get it. If you have a child at 17, you shouldn't expect to find the same thing as a person who didn't have a child, right? I get all that. But when you get older, you get a certain time. She's 41. Her child is not in the house. Why should she be?
Two of them are. Two of the kids are still in the house.
I thought she was saying she only had 25.
No, she got 3 kids. She got 3 kids.
Oh, well. Oh, okay.
3 dudes.
Well, then you shouldn't expect anything until after those kids get out of the house. I wouldn't expect anything until after the kids got out of the house. I wouldn't expect anything. I wouldn't be given anything. You know, I'd still be hunching, but I just wouldn't have no, you know, I just wouldn't be bringing no dude home and on top of the kids. Well, I'm keeping it in 100. What you want me to say?
So listen, all that being said, we got a name for that woman around here.
I do that too, I guess. If I had to, I mean, I it would be hard to say that I would throw men away until my kid was out of in college. But
well, listen, if you got a
bringing
kid
them home, no.
Right.
If you got a kid and you still out here hunching, all right, but you know you foobar, this how you look.
Nigga eat me out. I'm out here in Miami. Hey, looking for the hoochie daddy. Why the niggas that get ratchet? My son need a new pappy. Too many bitches. Where the niggas at? I'm trying to get my coochie stretched. Yeah. I'm trying to get my coochie stretched. Yeah. You know the dress to the back. Yeah. I like the nigga with his cat. Yeah.
And somebody will hit that too.
Yeah, great.
Somebody will hit that too.
Let me ask y'all this. Is it safe to say in 2024, you are either Pound Town Shorty or you a wife? You know, and is it really not an in-between?
Yeah, but what do you expect a woman to do?
Incel, I guess. A woman incel would be an in-between.
What do you expect a woman to do? If she has 2 children and she does that road where she has 2 children and those children are young and the daddy leaves them or she leaves the daddy or however it becomes, and she has 2 children and she says, okay, I'm not going to bring children up above my children or bring another man above my children, and I don't plan to get married. You don't expect her to be celibate for 15 years before she gets involved with some other man, just to be on the wayside. No human being is going to do that. No human being is going to do that. So
why
she's
not
not good
just
enough
say
to be
don't
married.
have babies out of wedlock?
Right.
Why
Of
not
course.
just say if you're gonna have sex, but don't bring children into the world that are starting out in broken homes.
Yeah, but we understand that.
But we got to stop them from doing that because we know they're not going to stop having sex. But
and they're not going to stop having kids. Because
in some states, they don't have that option. That's why y'all got to be more careful with y'all kudakata. You can't just go get kids deleted no more.
I found some women on a panel talking about they don't want their daughters to have no birth control because it is chemically imbalancing them or this, that, and the third. As long as I got modern day women on panels saying that, there's going to be women out here, girls out here having babies.
Well, that's still madness. That you know,
I don't understand. I don't understand that thought process. But I'm saying, as long as people out here having sex, and we know they're gonna be out here having sex, they're gonna be out here having babies. If they got mothers like that who don't believe in giving their children birth control, right?
There's way too many forms of birth control. Now here's the thing: there are some that will cause hormonal imbalances that have been known to. I ain't no woman, so I'm going off what I think I know. Right. You know, but there are so many forms. You know, I think as far as not having bad hormonal imbalances, I believe that I got dang on cricket. I think that the copper, what's it called, IED? I think IED. That does. Okay, that does not have, you know, any hormonal imbalance issues, but yeah, just be careful. But I wouldn't say
I'll say these birth control is not new. HQ, you sitting up here acting like this is like a new discovery we just found out.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
what I'm saying is
women on the panel, the women on the panel.
This stuff has been around for decades. The rates are going down. These women aren't. You see, the change ain't happening. The only thing they can do is keep their legs closed. We have yet to practice that. We tried this birth control stuff.
We tried all this stuff. Women are not doing that. Men, they're not doing that. I'm saying you telling women to keep their legs closed, that doesn't work.
We ain't tried it.
And it don't work with. Yes, it has. Women have been getting this message forever. And men have been getting this message forever. They all been getting this message.
They haven't practiced it. Y'all have practiced the art of using birth control. Y'all have put this stuff in y'all body. Y'all have not practiced keeping y'all legs closed. Y'all don't practice.
They ain't gonna explain to me what man. Explain to me what man is gonna keep his legs closed.
I would shoot. God dang it. They got narcissy lie to him. Say it's a contest. If you keep your legs closed till you 21, you get $1,000. Lie to, I don't know, but make it desirable. Why is it so hard?
Man that's gonna not have sex. Please explain to me the man that's not gonna have sex.
Well, it's easy. Just talk to the women. How else they gonna do if you tell the women? We ain't telling the men. We telling the women to keep their legs closed.
Tell them where their power lays. Women, today's modern woman wants power.
To
right,
tell them say your power relies in your ability to say no.
Right,
tell them that. Say that's really your only power. You know, as a woman, you don't control much, but you do control access to your body.
Yes, you can say all of that. We can say all of that. I'm a proponent of birth control. I'm a proponent of that. Because I know you're not going to be able to keep your lows. I know you're not going to do that because you're going to sneak off and do what you want to do. I get all that. So I am one of those people who believe in giving girls birth control, giving guys giving these people these tools so they won't get pregnant, so they won't get STD. I'm not foolish enough to think they're not going to have sex.
There is no tools. See, that's where you got to miss me. There's no tools to stop pregnancy and STDs. There's no, you can't just say that's too much of a coverall. You're going to get one. So either you're going to get pregnant or you're going to catch the clap messing with HQ. Which one you want?
What?
Yeah. Taking your advice, they will either get pregnant or catch the clap.
I'm not giving any advice. That's not what I'm not giving anything. I'm saying
it's a 100%.
These people are going to be hunching.
It's 100% fact that if they out here listening to you and hunching, they will catch an STD or get pregnant. It's 100%.
I'm not telling anybody to have sex anywhere. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying I'm not ignorant enough not to know that they're not going to have sex.
No, it's what we feel you, HQ. You're not understood. I will go on a limb so you tell them not to. It's what's implied when handing them that birth control.
I'm not supposed to give no birth control. I'm not supposed to say I don't want you to have sex.
No, that's not it. What we are saying is we don't want to use birth control as, hey, this is the remedy to the problem. Well, we need
understand that.
That's all. That's it. With that, we don't want to paint this as if birth control is it.
So what do we do instead?
No, like I
Because
said,
it's like you telling, you giving your teenage son a car and you telling him to put a seatbelt on, and no matter how fast he drive or no matter what he hits, he's gonna be safe if he just put the seatbelt on. And that's not true.
So what are we saying to them then?
What do you mean?
I'm saying you guys say don't tell them to use birth control. What are you telling them?
No, that's not what I said at all. If that's needed, that's needed. But I'm saying education is needed as well. Like strong, like not just here, be safe, be careful, don't mess with boys. I'm talking about real life education.
Like what?
Like straight, some video footage of what happens when you get out here and go mess around and get these unforgivables in your bloodstream. That's what scared me. We used to have gym class, and our gym teacher was the best, man. Shout out to Mr. Cone. He would be like, come here. He like, you want to mess around? And he was a smooth dude. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't no dork, so it's easy to listen to him. And he'd come look at this. He'd be like, you want to mess around? And he show you, the pictures of the STDs. And I don't know about y'all, but I was like, that's a bet.
A lot of times by that time it's too late. It's up to the parents. You got to do it in these houses.
Yeah, but I believe
we get if you're not educating your kids, you simply stop lying to your children. Tell them the truth.
Yes, that's telling them the truth. They still gonna have sex.
It's what I don't.
But here's the thing: it was the Bible thumpers that took the birth control, the schooling, the birth control schooling out of the schools. It was the Bible thumpers who took it out of the school. Let's not give them no sex education, because if we give them sex education and we give them videos, then they're going to have sex. So let's take that out of the schools. That's where they made that mistake. Education is the key, but since you got Bible thumpers who don't want it in the schools, you don't have no education, because parents at home don't understand the gravity of not having birth control, of not abstaining from sex.
Here you go.
So you need to talk to the Bible thumper people who wanted it out of the schools.
So the Bible thumpers went out of the school because of what it implies. It implies, but here's the thing too. So on their part, they also stopped having programs like the Silver Ring thing and programs that preached and taught, being celibate or in abstinence to young women. Those programs are gone. So, you can't take away this birth control and also the teaching. We done lost both now. So,
the whole point is they need to be educated. If they don't get the education, they need to be flooded with this information. Birth control, don't have sex, the whole night. What happens when you get pregnant? What happens if you do this? They need to be flooded with this education so they understand the consequences. They don't have nobody educating them anywhere. Where they got education was in the schools. Now there ain't no education, so people doing whatever they want to do. People walking around saying, I'm having sex and I'm doing what I want to do, and I ain't wearing no birth control. I ain't using no birth control. How that sound? That don't even sound logical to me, where you say you proud of the fact that you rolling around in the sheets with somebody and you don't have no condom on and you ain't wearing you ain't using no protection.
Well, I'll say this. I'll say a lot of this information is out here. A lot of parents, even watching me and Mr. Walker at Single by Choices. If some of y'all sat down and watched this with y'all kids and explained some of the stuff, and even though we go into detail, if y'all just sat there and just double down on what we saying and give a little bit more extra information and help the kids. The stuff is right in front of you. Just educate them.
Yeah, when it's done, tell me when bum
on y'all. He's like, wait a minute, Mom, what did he say? And then he'll go back. And I'm like, Nevin, I didn't want you to get that out of it. But
Right.
if whatever is appealing to his little mind, okay, go back and listen to them. I don't mind. But in the car, he does that a lot. He skips back to hear what y'all say, and I think it works. You know, the
Yeah,
way he
but
deals with girls now. You
but
know,
here's the question: how you gonna get Bum Keisha to teach a little nug what we talking about?
What do you
Little
mean?
Bum Keisha ain't finna teach nug nothing.
And that's why.
So
Girl,
that's why it's
look,
important for it to be in the schools, so they're forced to listen to this information. Bum Keisha ain't teaching nug nothing.
You know what?
And we got a lot of them kids at home.
What's amazing about that is little baby nug don't control access to hunching. I don't know why you're gonna keep doing this. So yeah, education needs to go.
It don't
both
matter.
ways.
They both need to be educated.
I agree with that. I agree, but we got to start with I got to start with a starting point. A strong starting point. If we start with educating these young women and showing them the horrors of moving like a 304, that's it. Now,
but it has to
wait.
be.
Now, look, check it out. I'm gonna connect these dots. Now, little Nug come to this educated young sister. She's been educated. No, Nug, you can't get my goodies. Anything after this, the law will prosecute you if you touch me. Now, what we talking about, Heathen Queen?
Yeah.
They are not gonna do the Bible thumpers are not gonna allow this shit to happen.
And that's a lie. That's a lie, HQ. That's a lie. That's a lie. So you just capping.
You explain to me where there's a program where I can send my 11 and 12-year-old daughters to. Explain to me the program.
That got nothing to do with the Bible thumpers. That's my only point. You got to stop saying that. Because
so they do learn about sex
education right now, teaching about LGBT, and they got different bathrooms. It has nothing to do with the Bible, because that stuff wouldn't be in there. So stop the cap.
No, I'm saying sex education got taken out of the schools because of the Bible thumpers. That's
okay. So you saying they took sex education out, but now they put, let's teach the kids about trans and all this stuff.
Yeah, but you going down a rabbit hole. We talking about sex education.
No, it's all the same.
Is there a program that you can take a 12 and 13?
The Bible thumpers took that out, and now they want the kids to learn about LGBT.
Well, yeah, because that's sexual preference. So yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's odd.
That should be a part of some education, but there ain't no part. Show me a program where you can take your 12 and 13-year-old Bum Keisha, can take her kids. That her kids are forced to learn all of these things that they're supposed to learn without Bum Keisha having any kind of thought to it. Please explain where it's at. Because I don't know any place that teaches kids this kind of stuff, that has these kind of programs on a mass scale. I don't know any place that does that on a mass scale. The only place to indoctrinate those children for that kind of thing would be in a school. That's it. And Bum Keisha ain't taking her kid to no clinic.
I agree. That's why I'm on the record by sitting up here saying it's over. There is no solution. I've stressed this enough. There is no solution.
I say put sex education back into the school.
No, it's over. Just because Bum Keisha ain't gonna reinforce nothing at the house. She's actually gonna do the opposite. So you can go to school and get all the sex education you want, and you're gonna get home and your mom gonna hand you a blunt and a 40 and tell you to have fun. It's counterproductive.
It's over. No type of education is gonna be real.
I mean, you could
to school. They keep cutting funding. So yeah, we got to connect. Ain't no going back. Sex education shall never be reintroduced back to the school. They continue to cut funding for schools every year. That definitely ain't going back. So it's really over. It really starts and ends at home. Like that's it. Like you got to teach your own kids, and for the children of Bonquisha, Godspeed. May they endure their Adobe and make it through. It is what it is. And
I mean, we have to admit that's where I got it. That's where I got sex education from. That's where I learned it. That's where I learned everything I need to before everything happened. That's where I learned most of it. Right?
Me too.
But they don't have it anymore because they took it out of schools.
I learned from school and my mom,
Right.
And like listening to nuns at school, you
Right.
know, and they just always put the fear of God in me. That's why I'm a bit prudish to this day. But yeah, man, I don't in Germany, in Europe, there's not a bunch of separation between little boys and little girls. You're
Right.
socialized together at a very early age, and you just know you keep your hands to yourself, and you don't make babies
Right.
out of, you never bring home children. And my dad used to always tell me, you know, bringing home a baby isn't the worst thing that can happen to you. That, you know, you could have AIDS or HIV. You know, I have a best friend right now, very beautiful woman. She is HIV positive and has been HIV positive since we were 34.
Right.
You know, I'm 42, going on 43 in December.
Right.
And you know, she's been unable to have children because of it, and she's been unable to find a life partner because of it. So for any young lady out there that says, you know, oh, birth control not in my body, you know, well, maybe you won't get pregnant. Maybe there's another package you'll receive.
Right.
And that one won't go away with prescription.
Right.
That one you would be begging for something you could ingest to make it go away.
Right.
And it never will, you know. So I like, yeah, it's tricky because you know, it's human nature to have sex. It's human nature to do that. But as humans, we have the right to say, okay, I had a good time last night. Doesn't mean I need to bring a baby into this world and raise it for 18 years and hold this man's balls to the wall just because of a one night stand. I decided to make him a father, the most important role a man's ever going to have in his life. I'm going to deem it necessary to put that on him because I have the power. That is just, you know, young ladies, y'all got to chill with that.
And I'll say a lot of it, you know, like we said, starts at home. You know, most of these kids are unsupervised. I can speak for myself and say, you know, as a kid, virtually everything wrong that I did was a product of being unsupervised.
Right.
You know, all the stuff, like you said, you've been messing around with young girls. All the stuff comes down to being unsupervised, not only by your parents, but by the community, because all of our parents were not supervised. There was no supervision. So, you know, if you live in a good community where you got a bunch of responsible parents, and we all hold our kids accountable, and I'm gonna hold your kids accountable too. That's how you build. But you can't live somewhere where nobody's holding anybody accountable.
That's it. I was watching the brother Farrakhan little reel with him today, talking about how resourceful men have to take on the responsibility of becoming active in their community. You know, I can't, Mr. Walker, I can't just be sitting here saying my kid's good, my family good, and they is. I can't just be that's not right. But I need to take the initiative. Like, you know what? Like Gav said, and I do. It comes naturally because it's who I am. When I see other kids and stuff, you know, whatever. Yes, I want you to know this is a safe space. That the image of the wholesome father, grandfather needs to be brought back to life. That's one of my missions. Go accomplish it. Because
the same thing with your kids as well. You would want somebody, because we can't watch our kids 24 hours a day. Exactly. So I would want the responsible people around me to look out for my children as well.
Daggone right. And that's it for daggone sure. Hey, listen, when I see Mr. X child out, that's like my child at that point. Shoot. Yes, as far as protection, and yes, heck yeah. And that's what builds community. That's what builds trust. That's what builds power economics. That's a whole other deal. But that's what it's about, man. And that's, like I said, that's part of my life's mission. So yeah, you can't just keep all this wholesome teaching in your own home. You got to fill it out into your community. It's if you're brave enough. But I know me myself, I grew up around a lot of cowardice ass men, and I resist for their cowardice.
I mean, I wish it could be. I wish there was some kind of program or something that could be, you know, we could take a hold of these young women and say, this this is what your future looks like if you do this or if you do that. But it's always a lot of resentment if you go into the, you know, poor neighborhoods and you want to have conversations with the young ladies at the Y or at a community center. And, you know, you always got bum Keisha coming in who really don't want you to talk to their daughter. They see how you dress, see how you drive up, and then they got a little resentment towards you when you come in and try to teach their daughter something. Believe me, I used to work in shelters and things like that.
Ooh, HQ.
And
I know exactly what she's talking about. Like,
and it's difficult. It's difficult. I mean, I wish I could introduce. I mean, I used to teach people GED, get a guy's GED. So I mean, I got used to working in the community where I would help people do those kind of things. But the women are something different from the men. If you try to teach their daughters this, and this, I would love to educate the women in the neighborhood, the girls in the neighborhood, about doing this and taking birth control and not having sex and not doing this, that, and the other. Boy, but this social media is like a monster. It's like a whole nother mother. You can't. They listen to everything on here before they listen to me, right?
You ain't cool enough,
Right.
And that's another thing I realized. Like, I know our elders, you know, didn't make responsibility and accountability seem cool or satisfying at all. So, you know what I'm saying, HQ? And that's something like I do. Like, if I'm talking to the kids, I try not to come off all dry and depressed the way I remember my elders being talking about accountability and being a good person. Like, I believe that it's our responsibility to see these problems and do the best that we can as individuals to make accountability, living wholesome, you know, being God-fearing. We got to make it look good, but it only gonna look good if it's genuine. It's got to be real. Kids can smell BS, and that's another problem. When I was a kid, couldn't no adult lie to me. I could smell your BS, and these kids ain't no different. So if you try to go to them trying to teach them something that you don't practice, they're gonna smell it and they're gonna laugh in your face. Shout out to Low Key, come through all night tonight. One of our big show sponsors. Appreciate you, man. Says, no, HQ, we don't want you educating our young women. Shout out to HQ. She trying, Low Key. She trying.
Shout out to Low Key.
Appreciate you, Low Key. Says Gavin X, he's short. He got to simp because he's short.
yeah, I was gonna say he has a bit of the Napoleon complex thing going on.
For sure. Shout out to Coffee Killer. Says we need clips and shorts of this definition. Order 66. Yeah, telling you. Appreciate you, Low Key. Says truth is, no man want to see another man's kids walking around in sight. It's cringe. Yeah, I couldn't imagine. Appreciate you, Coffee Killer. Says a man has relations with two men at 23 years old, and now that he is 38 years old, would you hold that against him? Yes. Would you still date him? Would you hold it against him? Well, not today's modern woman. That was to the women, and we've had women come up on this show and say they'd take a guy like that. Progressive is what they call it.
Yeah, that's wow.
No, ma'am. Yeah.
Shout out to Low Key. Says top right equals wife 100 ladies. That's your template. Top right. Oh yeah. Okay. There you go. Yeah, she engaged. Money. Appreciate you, Coffee Killer, coming through. Says HQ, there are 33 forms of birth control, and they don't want to try one. I bet if they had cancer and was told one of these 13 ways would cure 97% effective, these women would take all 33 forms.
That part.
Appreciate you, Big Ham, coming through with the 20 ball. Says Gavin X Mr. Walker, just a suggestion. Taking a poll during the show on some of these subjects you guys discuss would prove a lot to these women. You guys are speaking our facts. Great journalism. Salute. Appreciate you, Big Ham. Thank you. Take that into consideration. Thank you, Mike.
That part. Like I said, I wish StreamYard was more integrated. Hopefully StreamYard listening right now. Y'all need to add that in. They need to get more more interactive with YouTube. They need to partner up more and start to work on different things.
There you go. Yeah, StreamYard is like iOS or Apple. They don't really play fair with other platforms at all.
But yeah, definitely a good suggestion for sure.
Like the heck, yeah.
You could tell people things like drop a 1 in the chat if you agree with us, and then it would flow. Thousands of ones would come through and shut down anybody's stupid argument.
That's true. That's true. We do that from time to time, but I know they want something more granular. They want us to ask them a question with multiple choice.
They want the Zoom poll, with the multiple choice.
So here we go. I'm gonna take this back. We get HQ back up to close the show out. Here we go.
Values the woman when you go through multiple men and have multiple baby daddies. We don't want to deal with that. If you got 3 kids and 3 baby daddies, it's like, damn, your decision-making skills are horrible.
Y'all forget that y'all the ones who right there. And then y'all forget that I'm 41 years old. I got a 25-year-old child. So you're basing your perception of me from 25 years ago.
Come on.
I'm not that person I'm not that kid that I was 25 years ago.
Speak on
and I'm not that young adult that I was 25.
Jesus.
Order 66. Order 66.
Yeah, because in this moment, when she said that she want all the men to have compassion, I was in an abusive relationship. She want men to say, okay, I'll wipe you up now. I understand.
Yes, exactly. Oh, you were, and it's not cool. However, this is dating. She said that as if that made her situation better. No, that 12-year relationship. She said I was in a 12-year relationship. So that makes it better. And it was abusive. So that makes it better because you're going to feel sympathy and empathy for me. I was abused. That is extremely unfortunate. However, what that got to do with this new man? Like, I'm serious. Like, they don't understand that. What if a guy? What if
I would say it makes it worse? Because now you be like, do I got to worry about this ninja? And she gonna be, if you scared, just say so.
Terrified. Terrified. You scared of him? Huh? You call the police? The police scared. Everybody's scared of him. But no, ladies, being in an abusive relationship is extremely unfortunate. At the same time, come on, man, got to look within. We are what we attract. That's a fact. Any woman that's truly healed, look back on the abusive relationship, can say, you know what? I know why I was there. I know what I was doing wrong or how the wrong way I was thinking that kept me there. Not just I was a dainty little flower and I was going upside my head every day. That's not how it goes.
25 years ago, and then 25 years later, you're on the balloon pop show. Like, the growth, it was so expansive. Like, come on, please. It's just bird talk. It's constant bird talk. Like, it doesn't match, lady. It doesn't match. The growth you say you had from when you were 16 up until now, you're in your 40s and you're on the balloon pop show arguing with people about the bad decisions you made in your life when we can clearly still see that they're still happening. Like, please. It's like really the women wouldn't believe the men if they were up here talking like this. If it was reversed and the men were talking like the women would be saying the same thing y'all are saying. That's why it's so disingenuous for them to get up here and they're always the victim, perpetual victim to the drama that they create. It's wild. Just like HQ says, it's wild. Like,
And that brother, the bald head brother, tried to give her some perspective. He said, if I was up here with 8 kids by however many women, that would say something about me. And that's it. He said, there's no difference. It kind of is a difference, but he still tried to make that comparison. And she said, nah, everybody's situation is different. And that's why she had to throw on the domestic violence to show just how different her situation
hers was. But it's not any different because it's the standard order 66 package. Say that I was abused, whether it be physical or mental, and just keep on riding the negativity train and pushing every blame and onus on the man. Because it can never be my fault. I'm the perfect Eve. Get out of here.
So here we go. I'm gonna take it back in a second. We'll get HQ back up here when we come back.
But that's not what it was. I have my children. I have by 2 different men, and I was in a 12-year relationship that was abusive. I escaped that by God's grace. I give thanks every day. And so when I moved on to the next relationship, I'm just looking for something better than what I had. And just because it was better doesn't mean it was for me. So when I realized this isn't for me, should I marry this man just because society is going to look at me like I'm a failure as a mother or as a woman? Or no, should I keep going and look for what is really for me? I'm not going to say that I've made all the best decisions as a young adult. I never said I made the best decisions.
And that's what we're referring to, the decision-making skills.
Yeah. But that's now, that's in the past. So you're not going to meet a woman and she tell you she stole a candy bar at 14 years old. Oh, no, I can't do that. I don't do thieves.
She's always a thief.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We talking about stealing candy bars. You got a whole kid you done popped out, man. This is what we be talking about.
Making us pay for water, you son of a... You're making us pay for grapes, apples, things that God gave us for free.
This is sick work, man.
No, I understand something, Mr. X. Now, it's my understanding that in some states, stealing the candy bar could get you years in jail. So is it not as intense? Stealing a candy bar and a kid. I used to steal as a kid. When I was a kid, statute of limitations. I used to go to this Kmart and I used to steal all the little Hot Wheels cars. Now, how you gonna hold that against me? I done stole so many Hot Wheels cars as a kid you can't count. Now, did that make me a bad person? No. But if I was sitting up here with 50 bastard children trying to talk like this, y'all be like, Mr. Walker, sit down somewhere.
What you got, HQ? You been back there. What you hearing?
I see the whole hypocrisy thing. I mean, now I'm getting it now. I mean, at first, I didn't, but I get it now. It's a series of bad decisions all the way around, right? Abusive relationship, 12 years, kid at 15, pregnant at 15, a kid on a dating show. I mean, bad decisions all the way around, right? And the whole point is we get it. You deserve, you want another chance. But how can we trust your next chance? We can't. And that's the problem. It's a bad thing to say, but we can't trust your next relationship. And so I feel the same. I feel about her the same way I feel about Cam Newton. I cannot trust you because your decisions have been bad. It don't matter whether you got money. It don't matter.
What do you mean? Cam got all his kids. What are you talking about?
That you still got 3 baby mamas.
So what? He got all his kids. It don't matter.
You still decided that this 304 was the baby mama.
It don't matter. He got all his kids. It don't matter.
No, it's still the same decision.
Even the doctor apologized. Even that doctor apologized. Now you apologize. Don't you talk to?
It's
don't
still the bad decision.
That man got all his.
It don't matter. He still decided he was gonna make 304s his baby mama.
I mean, I'm taking Cam's back. Cam was married before. He was married to a baby mama, and she broke his heart. She created the monster that is Cam today. He ain't no monster. He just evolved and he figured life out. Don't be mad at him.
He still got 3 baby mamas.
So he got all his kids. Forget them.
Same thing with brother Nick Cannon.
And Nick Cannon, the same way. I look at him in the same level.
like Mr. Walker said, he was married to his first baby mama, and it was traumatic. And these guys, they don't want to be married no more. You can't hold that against them.
Yes, we can.
They both both of these guys
made bad decisions, right?
Granted, but
you decided you was gonna make all these women your baby.
They were married. These two guys married their women, and they got
you married the first one, and then you decided you was gonna get all these baby mamas.
HQ. The bottom line is they are getting their desired outcomes, and she is not. That's a fact.
You still made decisions.
No, I hear what you're saying. That's your opinion. You can have your own opinion. But
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't have all these. Nick Cannon don't have all his children under his roof. He got children being raised by somebody else.
And with all that,
you have decided that you did not want to live in the same household as your children.
All that being said, they are still getting their desired outcomes. So it don't matter what any of us say up here about Cam Newton and Nick Cannon.
But
this woman here,
this
woman, she's getting no desired outcomes. So we all can chime in on this.
Yeah,
they all on the same level.
So here we go. I'm gonna take it back a second. Hit the like button.
Decision-making skills.
Yeah.
You know?
But that's now, that's in the past. So you're not gonna meet a woman and she tell you she stole a candy bar at 14 years old. Oh no, I can't do that. I don't do thieves.
She's always a thief.
Yeah.
This is the woman. She been up here all night co-signing all this bull jive, and she got 3 kids by 3 men. She had the other woman up here earlier. You remember she was the stripper, and she told her, "Nah, don't let them judge you. You great." This baby mama over here, she Flavor Flav, yeah, boy. And now, come to find out, she got 3 kids by 3 men, and they were a blessing, Mr. Walker.
Observe. Why was she co-signing? Because she knew the camera was gonna pan her at some point. So I got the co-sign, the stripper. Miss 3 for 2, because when they come around to me via the gynocracy, I need the same backing.
That's right. That's exactly right. You said it exactly.
Yes. I need y'all to come around me and give me that echo chamber.
Give me that cosign when it's my turn. When they put me in the spotlight, I need the cosign from y'all. So I'm finna support y'all first, and then y'all know what to do when it's my turn.
That's the sisterhood. Listen, they'll do that right up here on the panel sometimes. Hell,
that's what's up. It's so tactical. That's my conflict. Today's modern woman would act so just naive and delusional. But when it comes down to upholding Order 66 and the sister code, that was brilliant.
It's brilliant. It's almost diabolical. Yes, it is.
The assignment was known and understood before she walked through them doors.
And we don't need to learn it. We born with it. We born with it. We get it.
She the one that whenever he asked her, I remember her eyes got big. He's like, "How many kids you got?" She said 3. He said, "But how many guys?" And she said 3. And she was like, "I shouldn't have said that." That's her. Okay.
But y'all have to understand that Order 66 is inbred. We got it. All women got it. When you hear a woman that go against the 66, she fighting the power. She really ain't fighting the power. She hiding the power. You don't let her fool you. She know that Order 66. I don't care what a woman on this panel, on any of these panels say. When she start agreeing with you men, she's stealthing. What is called? Stealthing. It's called, what stealthing is, right? Stealthing. She flying under the Order 66 trying to get her objective on something else.
Oh,
you know what Order 66 is. Heifer, you know what Order 66 is. Don't play with me, right? You understand exactly what I'm saying, but you on some stealth shit with.
So here we go. I'm gonna take it back. Here we go.
You want to walk us through that?
I'm true to my core. I'm not ashamed of my past. I'm not ashamed of my 3 kids. And if I wouldn't have the 3 baby daddies, I wouldn't have my 3 amazing kids. I don't allow him and his judgment to define me as a woman or where I stand on today. It's his preference.
All right. New hoodoo's squeegee kid. If she didn't have 3 baby daddies, she wouldn't have 3 amazing kids. Why couldn't she have them all by one husband? Why did she need 3 baby daddies?
Amazing.
She gave three men. I believe not every person deserves to have a baby. Not every man you have sex with deserves to have a baby. It is what it is. And not every chick that you have sex with that you gotta go without a condom inside of her. Not every woman deserves for you to go inside of her without a condom.
Well, hold up.
Huh?
Wait, now, because that's the thing again. Like if a woman offers, raw hunching, I don't know too many. It'd be tough to turn it down. It's tough. So again, I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. When it comes to being proactive about birth control and stuff, ladies, that's your power, man. I can't put that. I will put it on the men when I can. I just can't. It doesn't make sense to me. Maybe someday it will.
I only believe in, if you want to give that woman the power of your sperm, of your legacy, you go ahead.
I agree.
So that's on him. If there was a program for women, the girls to be educated, I think it's a lack of education. It's a lack of education because if you just went through the whole process of getting pregnant, having sex, getting pregnant, having a baby, and all the consequences that come with it, we might be able to cut some of that in half. We do. But you also have to understand that kids are going to be kids, so we got to give them the information. If I give you the information about sex and you still decide to have sex, I'm hoping that if you still decide to have sex, then you're going to do something about not getting pregnant. I'm hoping that's what you do.
Hope ain't the answer. Hope ain't the answer. But listen, I'm gonna take this back. It ain't hope. We can't be hoping.
Hope ain't a strategy.
If you want to walk us through that.
I'm true to my core. I'm not ashamed of my past. I'm not ashamed of my 3 kids. And if I wouldn't have the 3 baby daddies, I wouldn't have my 3 amazing kids. I don't allow him and his judgment to define me as a woman or where I stand on today. It's his preference. He deserves a queen of whatever that looks like for Brian. But for me, you have to accept me as a whole with a 4 unit. So it's either, are you even equipped to hold down this 4 fort?
What?
You can't judge me. I didn't take anything personally. I talked to Brian afterwards. I said, I don't take anything personal. I'm not mad.
Holy hell.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Y'all heard it.
She said, are you even equipped? That's sign language, man. She said, you ain't man enough to take care of my children. How much money do you make? Do you make $100K?
Hold on. Raquel, you understand what she's saying?
Yes.
She understand Order 66, goddammit. Raquel understand Order 66. Of course. I said exactly what that lady said. And y'all looking at us like we retarded. What did she say? We understand exactly what she's talking about.
We all understand exactly what she said.
No, you heard her.
Is this camera on me? Yes, it's on. That's stupid. Use your common sense.
You heard her, but you don't understand the logic behind it. Me and Raquel understand the logic.
Okay.
Because you don't understand it because you went back like this. That's why it was so astounding. It was so outrageous to you that that's how men react. But we women understand the logic behind what she said.
Please explain it to me.
Please explain to Raquel.
It's manipulation. It's a manipulation. It's to manipulate you into pulling out your heartstrings so she can simp you out.
That's understood.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I understand. Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, hey, he's the queen. We understand what she said. Yeah, that's the sign language.
Men don't believe women have that kind of. You don't believe women have that kind of deviousness behind those kind of statements.
I do. Yes, I do.
But most men don't.
I know of a man
that's
standing
behind
all
them.
that. Yes.
the guy sitting behind them, the one that has the hat on that's been kind of quiet up until this point, he's about to start talking. He has been under the Order 66 all his life.
Yes.
Like when he starts talking, Mr. Walker, you gonna flip out the back of your chair because you gonna be like, what?
Because you guys have been doing this a while, you kind of understand that Order 66. But there's men out there that don't really get it.
And I think the men that are under Order 66 are the only ones that don't get it. And that's it. Because that brother sitting back there, he probably gonna agree. Because like you said, it's tugging at the heartstrings.
It feel good over here.
Yeah, it
It
is.
feel
It's
good
really
over here.
I understand. I know a man that this happened to him, and I said, brother, why did you marry that woman? I said she had 3 kids or whatever. He said she told me that her man was beating on her, and I thought I could save her. Long story short, marriage from hell. He never got no kids from her. And I talked to him in person. I said, your friends ain't tell you not to do it? He said, yes, they did. I said, then why did you do it? He said, I thought I could save her. Cautionary tale. This brother got 2 degrees.
It feel good
Brilliant.
over here. It feel good in the Order 66. It feel good, man. It's the lure. It's the lure. I'm not lying. Am I lying, Raquel, or not?
Order 66. I'm gonna give them the whole truth. Order 66 for the simps. It only feels good until they start rationing what feels good. And the only thing feel good over there is Kudakata. And that's simp Kudakata. It don't feel good. It's not good. It's disgusting. It's all bad.
It ain't just the simps. A lot of y'all born under that Order 66.
No.
And a lot of y'all still there, and we can pull y'all back underneath it. Yes, we can.
Only active
talking about up here.
I took special ed classes. You got to talk to me in a way that I can understand. Sure.
You see that lady look? You see the look on that lady's face? She like, no, he ain't talking.
She looked off to the left like, oh my God.
I know she was calling him all types of ninjas. Oh my! What they put Lil Woody in front of a melanated female prosecutor? That's wicked.
So, I got special ed classes.
Yeah, that's how I feel when you get to talking, HQ. I don't know. But here we go.
Attitude. I don't. It is what it is.
It's a
my
preference.
person is my person. You know what I'm saying? But like people don't know how to live.
Fuck is you talking about? Fuck is you talking about?
Now you see her at the bottom. Did you see what she was doing while he was talking? Now he can't see her, but she's showing everybody in the room that he ain't it.
Oh, that's what I'm about to say. I'm about to say before we go, we don't ever sit up here. We acknowledge this man damn near every episode. We tell y'all about this guy. This is the man women don't want. He's in everybody's DM. They ignore this brother. Yes. He's treated as if he don't exist. We talk about him all the time. They don't want this ninja.
Is this to do with the pies?
This is Game Gourmet Pie.
Yeah, this is the gourmet pie guy.
Oh, see what I mean? Like, again, you look at the messenger here of this gynocratic decree. He up here, I dated a woman with a whole starting lineup. And one woman wouldn't even look at him. If a woman was interested as he was talking, she would turn around, try to make some eye contact. Try to look at this ninja. The woman sitting next to him won't even turn and look at him.
Yeah.
The woman sitting in front of him, she made a face like she disgusted. When she did that was a call out. Here you go, Heathen Queen. This is an interpretation. When she did that was her. When she put her tongue out and all other women saw, they all understood at that point, he goes in the simp column.
Order 66 him.
That quick. She said, you hear this dude? You hear this simp? Put him in the column. Maybe we'll utilize him later when we need our bills paid.
What you got, HQ? This is sick work.
It is what it is. Some men are in that. Some men are right there that are waiting to be utilized. He's one of those men. We understand him. She did that she did the mouth thing. Look, every woman understood what was wrong with him. We can't look. There's some men who just fall under that category. There's other men too. There's other ones. It's about 80% of y'all. 80% of y'all fall under that Order 66.
Well, let me ask you this. Hold on. 80% of us Order 66. 80% of y'all are baby mamas. Let's say that. So with this woman sitting here with 3 kids by 3 men, is she not equally yoked for this man?
Yes, of course.
Okay, just asking, because you was making it seem like
I didn't say they were desirable or not desirable. I'm saying he falls under that category, and sooner or later she's gonna find one like him, and that's who's gonna.
No, because she don't want them in a package of 6'3", 6-pack, 10-inch weenie.
She gonna want what she want, but she gonna take.
No, we gotta stop. She gonna want what she qualified for, which is him. That's the message we need to be saying.
Well,
this
we
is
can't
her
help
man,
that. You can't train somebody to want somebody that they don't want.
See, no, you talking about train? My goodness gracious!
Yeah, train. You can't train nobody to go against what they want. You can't do that. They have to fall into that category where, he over there. Let me just take him. He over there. That's the way it's going to be.
Not just take him. That would be a blessing to her. This dude saying he don't mind coming in and taking care of her and her children that don't belong to him. This the type of ninja.
And you got to understand what he's doing. You got to understand what he's doing. What he is doing is he's making a wide sweep for the stragglers, for the straggling females that might say, I'm going to give him another shot, seeing as how I didn't get nobody, and I know he want somebody got kids. Let me do a wide sweep of the women. Let me say exactly what they want to hear.
There lies the problem. You ain't got to do nothing.
I'm telling you what the dude is doing.
Listen, go get your damn passport. Go over to some other country and find you a wife.
No, I ain't saying what he should do.
Listen.
I'm saying what he is doing.
No, what I'm saying is this brother is a passport bro waiting to happen. He just needs a passport and a little bit of knowledge. He gonna get him a wife.
He don't want no passport. He
already
got resources.
He don't know what he don't know. No, he don't know.
He already got resources. He don't want no international woman.
He do. Yes, he do. He's gonna be respected. What kind of man?
That's why you ain't on the Order 66, because you don't know.
You're gonna say this man don't want respect. He do.
You don't understand the Order 66. Well, I gotta explain it to you again. The man is making a sweep of the room.
You said of the scrags. No, don't change. You said of the scrags. So all the baby moms
I'm saying he's making a sweep of that room. He's trying to get the stragglers now. Whatever female that's gonna pick him up, what man comes out of his mouth and say, I'll take a woman with however many kids she got?
A man that don't know his blooper.
A man that's under the order.
We done talked about this.
The man who's under the Order 66.
He can go to another country and he can get a childless 25-year-old woman.
He don't want that. He wants an American woman.
He don't know no better.
So what's going to happen is he's going to get with a lady, like the blonde below him. And she's going to serve him as many black pills as he can stomach. And then that will lead him to the passport office where he will buy his passport for $135. And he will be on the first plane smoking to Dominican Republic or Brazil.
And
he looks like Brazil. Brazil is in his future. or he gonna get somebody. He gonna get a baby mama pregnant, and he gonna be baby daddy number 4. No, not Mr. Pies. He wearing the rubber every time.
We sat up here and we talked about how most of these men are born into Order 66 and the gynocracy. They don't know any better. James is a clear candidate. If he just come over here and start watching single by choices for 60 days. He will have a whole new perspective on life.
So, dude, right here in the white, ain't he under Order 66 too?
No, he's just a simp.
He's just a simp.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, not Order 66.
Yeah, for Kudaka. He a Kudaka simp.
Yeah, there you go. He a poon hound. That's what he is. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Yeah, he'll do anything for some intimacy. and he'll shake. He up here backpedaling now. Maybe I shouldn't have said it like that, because he can sense that the cootie cat are drying up. That's wicked.
I can't with him in that hairline. Like I cannot. If y'all are gonna talk about women's weave, y'all have got to leave the Beijing alone.
Yes,
it's getting too much.
I didn't want to say it.
Y'all, he got a man unit on.
Yes. No,
he
got the enhancements. He got them enhancements.
No, it's all fair. All fair out here. Y'all need to stop. There's too much going on. These women, they putting on everything. Are you kidding? No, they got eyelashes, wigs, waist trainers.
See, it's different for the men though, because these women, they brutal. These women will come up to a dude like this talking mess, lick their thumb and wipe his hairline. Now what you gonna do?
That's fine. And go ahead and rip her damn wig off. It's all fair.
And who going to jail?
There we go.
That is so funny. Y'all out in the rain. Y'all get caught in the rain, and his hairline start dripping down.
See what I'm saying? So I agree. It is all fair, but y'all better be careful. I wouldn't do it.
Nah, the truth hurts. The truth hurts. You got to be able to embrace that. We as men, we embrace accountability. And women have to do the same exact thing and not get angry
accountability. I'm not
and
angry.
feel like men are aggressive and feel like men are aggressive when they're delivering what they're trying to say. Like, no, I wasn't disrespectful on the show, right?
Comes into this world to be a leader, protector, provider, who also knows that you're going to take care of a family as a whole. It doesn't matter if they're your kids or it takes a village.
It does matter. It's called a step crash dummy. She gonna say it's a man, a leader, protector, provider. Men. No. Some men are born into this world. They put into a seat and they put a seatbelt on them and they send them down the track. All right, and it's a bunch of other cars down there smashed up against a wall, and they call it a step crash daddy, dummy, whatever you want to call them. This is sick.
He said it don't matter. This is what I call these modern hyenas spinning sick hoodoo. They talking as if this is the truth. It don't matter where the kids come from. It don't matter. It takes a village. It don't matter. Just come do as I say. And they say it loud and proud, and it's so wrong. And today's modern women think just because they say it and the gynocracy agrees, that's why they say this stuff loud and proud, because these women going to agree with them. But if they would speak like this and no one would agree, they would stop saying it.
Wait a minute. Let's be clear. We understand Order 66. We women do. But we don't agree with every order we don't agree with everything that's said. We understand
treason.
why it's said.
Treason. Treason. Oh, treason, HQ. You can't say that.
I'm saying I don't believe in everything that what she's saying is I understand why she's saying it, but I don't agree with it, right? I understand what she's saying, but I don't agree with it. I'm saying there's a lot of things that may come down the pipe under the Order 66 that don't mean I agree with everything. I understand where it comes from. That's what I'm saying. We understand where it comes from.
Yeah, from a place of delusion. Yeah.
Treason.
So here we go, man. One last time, man. I just got to hear this one more time. Jesus.
To be a leader, protector, provider. There's another. Care of my kids, they're well taken care of. I'm an independent woman, and I deserve a strong man who's ready to take care of a household. I'm not saying that that's not you or no.
You don't deserve a damn thing, and there's your problem. You don't deserve ish. You get what you put out here. She gonna say, I take care of all my kids, and I deserve a good man. You don't deserve a good man, I promise you. It's not enough good men.
It's not. My goodness. She said, I'm a strong, independent woman. My kids taken care of. I need a strong. How you need a strong man and you so daggone independent? Like, seriously, you and a strong man gonna duke it out. It's not gonna work. They don't understand that. They have no idea what they saying.
Nug. Every nug that she come across deserve a baby. Every nug. Every guy she likes deserve a baby.
And she was only hunching the guy she liked. That's it. And she gave him all the baby.
I need the input. I need the input in the computer for all of us females. I need the input. Don't have Nug Nug's baby, or every Nug Nug don't deserve to have a baby.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't know he was Nug Nug till after I had my baby. Y'all don't understand.
Every man does not deserve to have a baby. Please do not. Please do not have baby. Please do not have baby. It's just everyone that you come across, because she likes him, she gets pregnant by him, thinking he's gonna make. Yeah, that's the message right there. Every man will not marry you, regardless of if you get pregnant. Please don't have a baby. Please don't get pregnant, because not every man is gonna marry you. If he really want to marry you, he'll wait to marry you and then get you pregnant after that.
That's the problem. Don't say please don't get pregnant. Say if you get pregnant, your life is over. Scare them straight because they crooked. Don't say it. Don't please them. They don't care about please.
They don't believe y'all because they watch their friends get pregnant and their life just began. They get pregnant, they get Section 8, they get food stamps, they get all type of trinkets.
You know what?
That's all the girls I know from high school that had babies, they might have gotten married to simps that weren't the baby's fathers, but none of them are married now. Like none of them could sustain healthy relationships with their children's father or the men that married them and ended up divorcing them. Right. So, I mean, like
that's because they didn't want to. Those guys weren't man enough.
Oh.
All right.
Order 66.
The woman. Now, the other woman, the woman with 3 kids by 2 men that she was co-signing is now co-signing her. She's talking and she's saying, yeah, right, get him, tell him, yeah, ain't that?
And that's why, and that's evil, man. She putting a battery in her back. That's why she keeps spewing this madness. Talking about a strong man come and take care of kids that don't belong to him as if it's just nothing. Is insane. She dead serious. Like she said, there's 2 kinds of men. All right. There's ninjas like y'all. Then there's strong men that's born to be leaders and providers. And those men know that they're gonna be taking care of a family, whether the kids is his or not. I'd rather gouge my eyes out with a blunt pencil. Ain't no way.
If you say it long enough, it will come true. If you say it long enough, it will come true.
Voodoo. Stop it.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
You all ran into a person called Dr. Umar? Huh?
Yes.
Dr. Umar, Dr. Umar, Dr. Umar. Everything he say it 3-4 times. When you say it 3-4 times, and stuff starts sinking in.
There we go, man. We about to close out. HQ getting sleepy, I see.
I don't.
Trauma.
And I said, nigga.
My God.
I need a man.
Oh. What is going on? She said my baby daddy looked me in my eyes and told me this ain't my damn kid.
Rachel, leave it alone. They got to digest. Let them digest.
Ain't no digest.
Let them digest, Rachel. Let them digest.
Digest what?
Stand down, Rachel. Stand down. Let them digest.
What? Digest what? Black pills and cactus? Huh? Listen, my God, that was so much trauma. It's over. It's done. That was a heck of a confession. That woman been alpha widowed to the ends of the earth.
Wait a minute.
The man she desired looked at her and said, "Get out of my face. This ain't my kid, you 304." She hurt. Did you not see her whole body change?
Look.
That was her last baby's father. I bet it was the last one that she had on the hook. And he was like, I ain't going for this. Like,
I ain't his daddy. Oh my goodness. Ladies, understand something. For a man to look at you and say, I don't think that's my kid, or that ain't my, yell at you, that ain't my kid. God dang. Like that's heavy. Like you moving weird.
That's
like
a
ain't
rough-
no
that's
ain't
a
no
rough
man
sentence.
claiming that, and he know you his.
That's
Look,
a rough.
ain't
That's a rough sentence for a woman to accept. That's a
Whoo.
rough sentence.
So
for a
where
woman
we
to
at?
accept.
So does she have? Is one of the one of the babies is absolutely fatherless because the daddy ain't claiming him, I guess. So now she looking for a man to come here and clean all this up. This new dude got to come in and be the daddy to this fatherless child, stepdaddy to the rest of them, help her with her. It's an impossible task. You got to be Mansa Musa to handle all this, man. You got to have the resources and gravitas to no end.
Empathy and sympathy.
Ain't gonna happen.
Empathy and sympathy.
You gotta be a complete fool. Let's stop playing. You gotta be a complete fool. Here we go, man. This woman, she taking me out.
And things come with that, right? It comes with, you may feel like, I'm not raising your sons right.
Or you can't.
I'm gonna dead this right now. I had a baby daddy that told me in front of my child, I am not his daddy. I don't need a nigga like that. And I said nigga.
You don't want one.
I need a man who knows who's gonna come into a whole house. He's gonna take mine as his. He's gonna take me as his partner. It's one, honey. When you find a wife, you find a good thing. I'm not living into society or social media. This show, and I appreciate you guys because
Correct. If your kids is acting up,
yeah,
can he whoop your kids?
If
Like he
they
can whoop
need
his
it.
own son?
if they need it.
Uh,
I mean, let's be real.
Yes.
I think
No.
your mic cut out on us. Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's got a buzz going. But listen, this woman here, she trying to cook. She like, let me clear the air. Let me clear the air. She talking about her deadbeat baby daddy. This guy up here simping. I can't.
You don't need to say anything. It's part of the lies. It's part of the program. Just accept that it's a part of the program. It's a part of what women say when they want to soothe your fears. It's
And
a
this
part
is
of
why-
our program.
Is this why women, hate the quote unquote red pill, the manosphere, because women like her, that game no longer works, and now the men are hip to it, and that's why these women like, oh, I can't stand the red pill, all this stuff. They don't like it because men are woke, and they're not falling for this madness anymore.
No, it's not enough for you red pills.
Samuels say, hey,
Especially the men they want. The men
It's
they
not.
want.
It's not enough for you red pill. It's not enough for
No,
these
the
red
men
pill
they
men to
want.
overcome it.
The men they want. The men they don't want, then that's a whole nother deal.
It's not enough for you men to overcome it.
Yes, it is. It's not enough women.
It's not enough. It's not enough for you to
No,
overcome.
yes, it is. Y'all watch movies
Because 80% are simps.
So what? Look,
so
I
it's
got
not enough to overcome.
Listen. Remember the movie 300? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? 300 real men will dominate all these simps. How about that? That's my.
And those 80% don't matter when only 8% of black men make over $100,000. They're not concerned about the 80. They worry about the 8. So you don't understand the queen. You
don't understand. I thought we went over this 2 weeks ago.
No.
100 making over 6 figures basically mean make more than me. Be 6 feet means be taller than me. You're not listening. We giving you the cheat codes, and y'all on some other ish.
What percentage of women now? What women are we talking about?
All women.
Oh, because listen, if we sit up here, this woman on the screen talking all this yin yang. If we sit up here and say 60% of women are single moms, right? Now we down to 40% of black women. 40%. Out of that 40%, how many of these women are obese? How many of these women are LGBT? How many of these women are on the spectrum? Now we down to maybe 5 to 10% of black women are eligible. You must understand that. So just because 40% don't have kids, we talk about the women that are blowed out, the women that are married. I'm not married. The women that are blowed out, the women that have what did I just say? I don't
Are on the spectrum.
On the spectrum, and there was something else.
And what about the ones that are in prison? We don't never talk about women in prison.
Out the lesbians,
And lesbian, LGBT. So if you're talking about blown out LGBT, you know, prison women, and what I say, Raquel, what's the last one?
Alphabet gang.
On the spectrum, on the spectrum.
On the spectrum, yeah.
So if you take these women, we down to maybe 5 to 8% of black women.
Yes, he did say that.
Hey,
you guys, I'm crying real tears out of my eyes. That is so funny. On the spectrum.
Hey, no, we see. Listen, they out here mating. Bonquisha, they introduced what's his name? Shout out to Bill Clinton. He introduced that No Child Left Behind, and they stopped. They stopped, you know, taking the supply closet kids and put them in the regular classes.
You wild.
Y'all remember them? They used to ask them to read in class, and everybody got nervous because they up there. They don't know how to pronounce the, and that's where we at. So now Bonquisha out here, she mating. Don't nobody know she's slow. She having kids. Slow kids.
So the women have order 66 and the men have no woman left behind.
There you go.
Work. So there we go, man. Make sure that was it before we get out of here. Oh.
Can he put his hands on your children?
What? Put his hands on my children?
That's a yes.
Let's word that a little.
Well, we know what we're talking about. I mean, Brian, you understood what I was saying, correct?
Correct.
If your kids is acting up,
yeah,
can he whoop your kids?
If
Like
they
he can whoop
need
his
it.
own son?
If they need it.
Uh,
I mean, let's be real.
You just
This
have
ain't
to
about
be
that, but let's be real.
If you're gonna whoop somebody else's kids, you just got to be ready for that repercussion.
The afterward.
Exactly.
Wow.
What comes
Feel
after
me?
that? Because if dude wanted to check me on that, he has that right, and that's all I'm saying.
and those are the issues that we deal. And those are
And that's why we say don't even do it. The men listen to this bull. This fool. He said, I'll beat your kids, but if you got with my baby mama, you better not touch my kids because I'm gonna crash out. He said, I'm gonna crash out about mine, but if I get around with your kids, I'm gonna beat the hell out of your kids.
This is perfect. I bought this scenario up to one of my good friends. All right. He played in NFL. I say, brother, would you date a woman with kids seriously? He said, I don't know, probably depends. I said, no, you wouldn't. He said, why not? I said, if she got kids and you move in together, you marry her. I said, them your kids now, right? He said, of course. I said, exactly. I said, understand. I said, you an NFL caliber ninja. If you got her attention, her baby daddy, most likely a similar ninja. People don't get too much better than their baby daddies. So if she got you, the ninja that's got these kids is similar. So I said, now, would you allow another man to whoop your kid? He said, Hicks, no. And I said, exactly. So you're gonna open up the door one day and be looking at you outside that door talking about why you touching my kids. And that no man should even have to deal with that. Because when guys think of these scenarios, they think about, I don't know, some scrawny dude coming to the door, nobody coming at all. No, some ninjas out here, some baby daddies are agents of chaos. They can't wait for you to show up so they can stomp you out in front of their baby mama.
So
don't do it.
Here we go. I'm gonna take that back. Yeah, this dude, he crashing out.
Fight for mine.
5-year-old, my
So
son has never had a whooping.
listen, I'm ready to fight
Ever.
for mine. So I'm going to check you on that. And if dude wanted to check me on that, he has that right. And that's all I'm saying.
And those are the issues that we deal. And
it.
those are the issues that we deal with being a step parent. Like, and
Those
another
are the
thing that I want to
insecurities.
address is that, like, Brian, I've been hearing you talk since we've been here all day. Like, your demeanor hasn't changed. So I want to say, like, I don't think that you were aggressive at all. I think that you were being you.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate that
Exactly.
authenticity that
Exactly.
you have been.
That was it. Arlette had moved off that subject because it was obviously getting a little heated. You know, that woman, she's not looking to take any constructive criticism. If you are not going to tell her how wonderful she is and how she is going to find her a great husband one day, she don't want to hear it.
At all. Because you heard what she said. She still thinks that Dwayne The Rock Johnson gonna walk through her door with a strong self and take care of her kids. Because she deserves him.
So What's your final thoughts on that, HQ? Can't hear you.
Oh, okay. The whole point is that, first of all, you have to look at the show. You have to look at what we drug in here. This is the same prototype. This is the same prototype as the Kendra G show or anything else. These people have been out of luck in real life, and they on game shows trying to find spouses. So how much of a winner are we having on these shows anyway? They have gotten to the end of the line.
Do you think it's a difference between the women that go on these shows and the women that are in the real life dating market?
So more, I would say they're similar, but they just don't, the ones that don't go on this show know that they should be ashamed of some of the shit that go on in their life. And so they're not going to get on here and do this kind of stuff.
I think it's the same exact people. It's the same. It's not
They
like
might be similar, but they still have the same crap. They all got the same crap. We all got the same crap.
Well, I'm saying these we know
just
these
ain't
people.
online telling people we're on a dating show.
These are real people. These are our neighbors and coworkers.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not
I'm
like
saying
there's
these
a
are everyday,
demographic.
ordinary people that got bullshit going on in their life.
Well, it's not like these people like are some people that spawned up out of the ground like Sandman, and they only go on the Kendra and the balloon pop shows. These are the same people live next door to us.
Right.
We know these people in real life. They exist.
Right.
So it's not like these are real women. This is the dating market.
Right. But it's the dating market. People say the dating market is trash. No, all these people, these are normal, everyday people. Everybody, there's dysfunction everywhere. You can't swing a dead cat without hitting dysfunction somewhere, right? The whole point is to navigate through all this dysfunction and see who has the least dysfunction that you can live with. Because most people got trauma. Most people been married, single mama. Most people been in an abusive relationship, the whole nine. You can't swing a dead cat without hitting one of them people. But the whole point is, have you addressed your traumas? Have you addressed your shortcomings? Have you did any of this kind of work so you could at least be half a decent human being to be in a relationship with, right? Them people on the couch, maybe they didn't address their issues. Maybe they look into Kendra G or pop the balloon to solve their issues when they could be doing it offline. These people just bold enough to be on TV, online, to be putting their stuff out front. Because there's a lot of us online who don't do that. And if you dig into our background, you'd be like, damn, you got 4 baby daddies. Damn, you got 3 baby mamas. And they got just as much dysfunction. The only difference is these people are bold enough to get online and say it out loud. That's it. Okay. I'm not saying we know different. I'm not saying I'm more or less or better. I'm just saying all of our dysfunction is different, right? That's all.
Shout out to Low Key, one of our show sponsors. Appreciate you, man. Says top right equals wife equals Raquel. The template correction. Nah, that's from earlier. Appreciate you, Low Key. Appreciate you coming back through. Says order 66. One rev, 2 keeps evolving.
Yes.
Appreciate you, Jay Gray. Says is Raquel flying under order 66? HQ?
Absolutely. I recognize her, and I recognize her from day one. And Tyranny is trying to Tyranny is in that full-fledged combat mode. You know how Order 66 got soldiers.
No. Now wait 1 second. There's sisterhood, and then there's Order 66. I can't put Raquel under Order 66.
No, Raquel is under that Order 66. She just
how is it? It's no. Dude, it's impossible.
Mr. Walker.
So
she represents her husband too well to be Order 66. Order 66. Women of Order 66 do not respect any man in their life. They only order them around.
I think that what HQ is witnessing or picking up on is that I'm not green. I'm not as green as I say, or that I portray. No, I am not. But I am also married, and he can't hear what I am saying. And there are things that he don't go for. So if I do get up here and cap, somebody might fly around or talk at me, and then everybody, so yeah, I get the Order 66 stuff. I can see it. I got aunts and crazy cousins.
We know how to act.
Yeah.
Just because we understand the Order 66 don't mean we can't see the bullshit that's in Order 66.
Right.
We get it. We understand it. I'm saying when you fully fledged, when the female has got all the men fooled, and she's flying under the radar, and she got y'all. She got y'all.
So you think I'm flying under the radar?
You ain't flying under the radar, because when Tyranny came out with whatever the colorist thing, when Tyranny came out, I saw that little hyena in you a little bit.
Oh yeah,
I saw it. So I know you know what Order 66 is. So I'm just saying we understand it because we've been married.
I'm very scrappy, but but I'm also, I have a brother, my father. I there's a lot of things that my friends in my personal life, HQ, should we ever go out for drinks or coffee, you will see, I don't. What I'm saying to you all is like actually how I live, and when it's time for me to get into a certain place, and I regret how I came across that day with Tyranny, you're not just gonna Order 66 me, because I can do it too. You know what I'm saying?
So we get it. Every woman
I choose to operate from, but I can get down on it.
And all of us understand. All women, we understand Order 66. We just choose to operate. Tyranny chooses to operate in all of that glory. She chooses that. We don't. We choose not to. We understand the orders, and we still get the orders. We just don't.
Okay, HQ. Here we go.
That's all I'm saying.
Appreciate you, El Castigador.
Shout out to Tyranny. Tyranny is a soldier. She gonna ride or die with the order, right? She gonna ride or die with the. I love me some Tyranny.
Till the wheels fall off. God bless her. Shout out. It's the same as the big back obese women. It's not just the weight that's bad. It's that you are lazy, lack discipline, and practice poor hygiene. There you go. Talk about that. Shout out to Lil Key coming in grand fashion at the end of the show. He says, he and the Queen, Rockwell, both y'all Order 66 this.
So they both got a quick 5. We'll try to get them back up here for their final thought. All right.
Appreciate you, Lil Key. Says no, he under Order 67. Little something extra on it, huh?
So yeah, I see Raquel and he and the Queen, they getting out of here. We're gonna give them 10 seconds. We're gonna kick them down the pit. Y'all get 10 seconds.
Heathen Queen, you done got me put out.
Look. I was just keeping it 100 with you.
No, I feel you. I feel like you listen. You are telling the truth. I can definitely get down, with the Order 66.
You hear the buzz. You hear the buzz. The buzz is back there.
Right. It's just not the space that I choose to operate from. And I don't really see it as beneficial for me as a woman to have all the things that I want to, execute that thing. Right. But I do recognize it, and
it doesn't serve a purpose for us to operate within that Order 66. No. We still get the order, we still understand it, we still hear it. We just choose not to
All right, we said 30 seconds. All right, now.
I didn't say she had to stop worshiping God.
You did. And don't worry about it.
What I said was this. What I said was this. When you have a service, we want to make sure we start on time. One, that we don't have to rush the man or woman of God. Okay, so let me finish talking in my house.
I don't give a damn about your house.
God bless you, sir.
That's not how you order.
Like I
And that's
said,
not protocol.
God bless you,
Trust and
sir.
believe me, I know it.
God bless you, sir.
There are souls that are still here trying to be free.
And I didn't say that she didn't have to stop.
I don't give a damn
worshiping,
about no
praising
damn
God.
time limit.
God bless you, sir.
Who are you to tell God he can't do what he got to do?
God bless you, sir. We thank you for coming. When you leave out, please watch out for the step. God bless you.
Because that don't make no damn sense. And you a bishop in the Lord's church?
Here's the style, man. God bless you.
Don't put your hands on my shit.
God bless you. God bless you.
Time's up.
God bless you, HQ. All right, Raquel.
Holy guacamole, have mercy. Yeah, big shout out to Rockwell and the Queen of the Heathens, the Heathen Queen, coming up here rocking with us, you know, dang near each and every Saturday. We appreciate y'all, sisters. Too dope.
Yeah, that's how HQ leave out every time, kicking and screaming.
All the time. Never fails. Appreciate you, brother Jay Gray, coming through tonight. Says Order 66 got y'all out here as single baby mamas. That part. Money. Shout out to Jerea. Appreciate you. Says she is cute enough where she thinks she can rope in another sucker. She thinks she still has that pull. She don't. Just hunchable pressure, not stepdaddy husband pressure. That's all hunchable pressure. That's it. At best. Appreciate you, El Castigador. Says, if you get government help, you are not independent. F out of here. Amen. Shout out to Icy Spicy down in the sub. Says the village don't want your illegitimate kids either. That's a fact. Appreciate you, Milton, coming through. Says, I don't need a ninja. I need a man, Albert. A man.
Yeah, that woman up there, that was rough.
Start spazzing. Appreciate you, Jerea. Says she is single because she is not a good person. Probably. Appreciate you, Kelvin. Says, I got 99 problems, but Keisha ain't one. Money. What?
So here we go. Shout out to Low Key. Been coming through all night.
For real. Thank you.
Man.
Come on, just bring it. I need you to stand up while y'all not moving. Come on. Don't make me push. Thank you, sir. There go money. She touching you. Where they get that money? Where they get that money? I can see money from a long ways.
Elder Gregory Kelly,
That's right. Come on.
$100.
Everybody get something in your hand. Come on and put it right here.
Appreciate that. That blows me away every time. Somebody get something in your hand and put it right here.
So here we go. We appreciate y'all coming through. This was a wild one. We went 8 hours. I was going to ask HQ before she left about who won a debate the other day. I know HQ gets very spirited about the political stuff. That'd have been a good laugh.
Debates. I tell you what, only thing I saw, shout out to all the hard-working middle-class folk out there. I saw the orange man made a decree that if you guys vote him president, if y'all vote him president, he will eliminate taxes on all overtime work. Now that's tangible. Now I've had, y'all know Mr. Walker had a lot of jobs. Every job I done worked at, all the workers ever said, man, they tax overtime too much, and it's true. And now the orange man said, I ain't taxing none of it. It's a heck of a power move. Shout out to this wonky presidential candidate.
Well, listen.
And you ain't black.
If you black, you don't qualify. You don't qualify for it if you black. So it's unfortunate.
Joe is our only hope as melanated folks. Big Daddy Joe gone. He lost his mind. Is he still alive? Joe, where you at? We need you, Joe.
That part. So, man, this was a rough show. Like I said, we appreciate HQ and Raquel for coming up. Shout out to the show sponsors, my guy Project Leroy, Cousin Walker, Katie Kyrie, the Coffee Killer, and my guy Low Key.
Appreciate y'all coming through, supporting per usual. Appreciate y'all, man.
So we'll be back up here tomorrow for more Kendra Madness. I see Kendra was cooking up, so we definitely gonna be up here tomorrow, and it's gonna be a crazy show.
Be back like we never left. Make sure y'all Jive Chickens hit the like button on the way out if you already haven't. We know it's at least a handful of y'all. And make sure you subscribe to both channels as we are simulcasting here. We on our way to 25K. What you say over on our SBC channel. Make sure you hit the subscribe button, like, share, subscribe, tell your mama, your daddy, all that.
That part. So we appreciate all the support tonight. We appreciate y'all coming through. We'll be back up here tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard. Like the video, subscribe on your way out. Just drop the link for the Cart Before the Horse channel. Make sure you subscribe to both channels. We'll be back up here tomorrow night. All right, we're going to finish this marathon.
Or later today, as I like to say. I got a cricket just in time, that cricket going off.
That part. So until then, we'll see y'all tonight. I'm Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Cart Before the Horse Productions.
A good morning.